Hi, welcome to the Arlington County Board meeting. We're so glad you've joined us. Before the meeting gets started, here are a couple of things you can expect. The Arlington County Board meets monthly with the exception of August. Meetings are typically held in 2 sessions, Saturday regular meeting and a Tuesday recess meeting. These meetings are where the board makes decisions, hears updates, and receives public input on community issues. Today's regular board meeting includes 3 parts: public comment, consent agenda, and regular agenda. Public comment is for new business. These are items that are not already on the agenda, items that have not already been heard, and items that do not already have a future scheduled hearing. Public comment begins at 9:30 a.m. Speakers are limited to 2 minutes with 1 speaker per topic. Opposing viewpoints are considered separate topics. Following public comment is the consent agenda. These are non-controversial items voted on as a group, such as board minutes, grant applications, use permits, or advertising future hearings. There is no public hearing for these items. If you'd like to speak on a consent agenda item, please notify County Board staff as soon as possible. They will be located outside the boardroom and are happy to assist you. Hi guys. Some items may be removed at the request of a resident, while others require board approval. Removed items are scheduled for the Tuesday's recess board meeting. Regular agenda includes staff presentations, public hearings, and a full discussion from the county board before a vote. If you are signed up to speak, please note your speaking category. Individuals may speak for 2 or 3 minutes, and representatives of civic organizations may speak for 2, 3 minutes, or 5 minutes. Remain seated until your name is called. The clerk will call the current and next speaker. When called, come to the podium and use the button on the right to adjust the height. You can also adjust the microphone. A timer will be visible on the podium. Please stay within your allotted time so that everyone has an equal opportunity to be heard. For virtual speakers, keep your camera and microphone off until your name is called. When acknowledged, turn on your camera and unmute. Your timer will appear in the Teams meeting and will begin once you are recognized. If you need a reasonable accommodation, please speak to county staff outside the boardroom or the clerk at the dais. If you have any questions, staff are happy to assist you. Thank you for being here and sharing your voice with the county board. Have a great meeting.
Good morning. Welcome to the May 16th, 2026 County Board meeting. All board members are here. We have, I'm Chair Matt DeFranti, Vice Chair Maureen Coffey, Board Member Julius J.D. Spain Sr., Board Member Susan Cunningham, and Board Member Takis Karantonis. Thank you for joining us this morning. Appreciate your being here. Before we begin, I want to make 2 highlights. One is, between speakers, we ask that you stand or use the sign language sign for applause in order to indicate that you agree with someone. That's the one piece of the video that I particularly want to highlight. It's important. And then I would like to take a moment, as is our custom over the last year, to highlight resources for our federal workers and immigrants. And I believe, Mr. Clerk, if you could pull up that slide, that would be great. As I've said before, if you yourself need these resources, if you need someone, the key services on the side, that list is also important to note, but those 2 links will help us, and you can also find those by doing a search on your internet browser. Thank you. These links have much more information, and they're worth doing. If you want a copy of this page, go to Mr. Kushner here, our clerk, or Mr. Davis just outside to ask for more information. With that, we'll now begin with public comment. Mr. Clerk, please call the first 2 speakers.
Certainly, just a moment, please. All right, our first speaker is Audrey Clement, followed by Wilson Bender.
Ms. Clement. I think the mic.
Welcome, members of the board and the county manager. I'm Audrey Clement, independent candidate for county board. Governor Spanberger's recent approval of a bill allowing by right development of church and nonprofit properties into apartments is a big boost for the Yes in God's Backyard, or YIGBY movement, and a major defeat for everyone else. According to Arlingtonians for Upzoning Transparency, this legislation, quote, allows faith institutions and other tax-exempt nonprofits to construct multiplexes by right on their properties to create supposedly affordable housing, thus bypassing neighbors' inputs that otherwise would be considered in a site plan review, end of quote. The only constraint on development is building heights limited to those permitted within 500 feet of the construction site. Thus, plans to demolish Clarendon Presbyterian Church for a new 6-story, 92-unit senior affordable housing project, which were thwarted by community opposition in 2025, will likely go forward. There may be greater height limits on construction in other neighborhoods, but there's no limit on density. So these neighborhoods can expect more congestion, runoff, heat islands, overcrowded schools, and reduced tree canopy in the name of affordable housing. 2026 Arlington profile indicates that Arlington has 127,000 housing units for 120,000 households. This does not take into account 9,200 new residential units the county approved in 2025 alone for what amounts to a glut of future housing. Yet less than 5% of the new units will be low-income affordable, and thus the demand for YIGBY housing, 60% of which must be affordable to those under 80% of AMI. The upshot will be more affordable housing and a lower quality of life for everyone near the 300 tax-exempt sites across Arlington that choose to cash in.
Thank you, Ms. Clement. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Wilson Bender, followed by Samir H.
Mr. Bender.
Hey, what's up? So I wanted to come, actually, you know what? I'm going to heed the advice of Mayor DeFranti from last month and start with a positive anecdote. Because 4 years ago, actually before I ever spoke to County Board about bike safety, it was actually before I started riding my kid from Penrose to Westover on a bike for 3 years. I actually picked up an old bike that I had stored, and I was going down the hill at Roslyn past Sushi Rock, and somebody was parked in the bike lane that was only painted, and I crashed right into him. That was actually my very first bike ride in Arlington since I'd gotten a bike. People at Sushi Rock yelled at him. I was more embarrassed than anything. That's actually a dangerous little curve because somebody did end up dying on a scooter that same curb. Now it is actually a protected bike lane with concrete separating it. So, you know, very good on the bike lanes. Also, you're about to widen the Custis Trail. When you guys think about that, I think you guys should have vision of envisioning what it's going to be like, the transportation into the future. Like the people who demanded we shouldn't have a streetcar didn't envision that most people will be riding around on e-bikes in the future, and having a 30-mile-an-hour road with sidewalks with random sidewalk poles in it isn't conducive to how people are getting around. My suggestion, very much like the Segment A, the federal project of the Columbia Pike realignment, where they have a separate bike lane and a separate place for pedestrians. If you need any room, you can take room from, you know, the cars or the travel lanes or the street parking, because I don't care about street parking at all. I know y'all's job is mostly listening to people complain about street parking. I unequivocally do not care. So that's it. I'll yield my time. Oh yeah, also me and our little group too, we also want to state that we stand with Arlington for Palestine.
Thank you, Mr. Bender.
Our next speaker is Samir H., followed by Brendan Dresner.
Thanks for your support.
Mr. Smear.
Sammer.
Sammer. Go ahead.
For the record.
For over a year, Arlington for Palestine has been pushing the Arlington County Board to adopt an ethics policy that benefits all Arlingtonians, rather than businesses and entities with no real interest besides increasing their profits at the cost of literally anything else. Arlington for Palestine is made up of individuals, such as the audience here today. We are not representatives of massive multi-billion-dollar companies. We are not hell-bent on turning Arlington into another soulless corporate hellscape. We are residents of this community, members in your mutual aid networks, young Arlingtonians, old Arlingtonians, and everyone in between. My message is to the people of Arlington. This county board cannot be trusted. Trust is important in civics, and ethics is a bedrock foundation of trust. You know what else ethics is foundational to? Human rights. Remember that in 2024, this board voted to dismantle the Human Rights Commission. People of Arlington, do you think a board that voted to dismantle our Human Rights Commission is capable of trust? Do we trust the board to act ethically in its business dealings with major companies in Arlington, such as Lockheed Martin and Elbit Systems, companies that are guilty of crimes against humanity? These are our representatives, wishy-washy, unethical individuals beholden not to the community, but to their donors? What is one way we can hold the board accountable? Through an ethics policy. What Arlington for Palestine, your fellow community members, have been demanding for over a year now. I call upon the people of Arlington to work alongside Arlington for Palestine to pressure this board to adopt an adequate and timely ethics policy. And for more information, please check out arlingtonapartheiddivest.com.
Thank you, Sommer. Next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Brendan Dresner, followed by Mr. Brandon Hamel.
Is this thing on? All right. Hello, and thank you for giving me a chance to speak to you again. This is my second time here, well, a different building, but last time you said you'd take a few minutes to answer public comments, but you board members did not answer my question. In fact, you ignored all of us that asked you to cut ties with the genociders. The Virginia Israel Advisory Board, it's our tax money funding a genocide. This is a valid grievance, and I expect each of you to address it today. Now, I don't want to be unfair, Maybe you thought my question was rhetorical or that none of us really expected a response. So I'll restate my question in another way. Let's say that your neighbor has been borrowing your lawnmower for years. Let's say you get along really well with your neighbor and that you get together every now and then to play cards or whatever. Now, let's say one day you discover your neighbor has been a serial killer this whole time. You noticed the smell, you found the bodies, the whole 9 yards, incontrovertible evidence. Not only that, but your lawnmower was the murder weapon. Would you still give your neighbor the lawnmower the next time they ask for it? Now, this little metaphor doesn't even come close to describing the true level of violence and depravity. This story finally made it to the New York Times the other day. Maybe you saw it. Israeli prison guards raped a man to death. It was caught on security camera. They were initially charged, but last March the charges were dropped. I wish I was making this up. I wish this wasn't real, but it is. The evidence is there, and it is undeniable. Using rape to torture the minds and bodies of Palestinians. It's our tax money propping this up. So I know I'm getting close, but I'll repeat my question to the board. Would you, knowing what you know, having seen the evidence, continue your happy relationship with this neighbor? And a follow-up question, what about this doesn't apply to ending ties with VIAB? I understand that VIAB is a state-funded board, and Arlington does not have the power to defund VIAB. However, can't you at least cut ties with them? Can't you at least stop listening to them? Is that too much?
Thank you, Mr. Bender. Excuse me, Mr. Dresner.
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker, yes, is Mr. Brendan Hamel, followed by Dixie Duncan.
Mr. Himmel.
I am Brandon Hemmel, president of the Glen Carlin Civic Association. Glen Carlin supports the mission of expanding behavioral health care in Arlington. We recognize the value of this unmet need in the community. At the same time, supporting the mission does not mean approval of the current VHC Health hospital site plan without meaningful changes. Throughout the years, we've raised serious and repeated concerns about safety on South Carlin Springs Road, one of the most dangerous roads in Arlington. We have misgivings on the impact of this site plan on natural resources, stormwater management, as well as light and noise pollution. We are concerned about the northward orientation of the building and the added access point at Fifth Road that was not in the originally submitted site plan. I urge VHC Health and Arlington County to revise this plan. A revised plan should reduce unnecessary impervious surfaces, improve pedestrian safety, preserve natural buffers, minimize light and noise impacts, avoid creating new access points into a residential neighborhood. This community can support the need for care while still expecting a safer, greener, and more neighborhood-friendly design. From yesterday's Arl Now article relating to the Civic Federation's candidate forum, when asked about the site plan, Matt DiFerente, you said, "The facts that concern your neighbors have not been addressed yet is enough to drive you crazy, urging local residents to ask inconvenient and tough questions. I'm asking the board why you're leaving it up to us residents and not you leaders to ask these tough questions." So the takeaway from Glen Carlin is clear. Advance the healthcare goal, but change the site plan. The wellness hospital may be good for Arlington's plans, but it must fit in with the surrounding neighborhoods, schools, and parkland. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hemmel. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is, Dixie Duncan, followed by Suzanne Smith-Sunberg.
Good morning, Board, and thank you for your service. I know
Hang on just a second, Ms. Duncan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just the topics here, I think you've talked with our clerk, but just let's.
They are separate and distinct.
Got it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Board. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your time. I know it's a difficult job and difficult times. I'm here to go back over the most dangerous road in Arlington, and some of you may look at the statistics and think it's not the most dangerous road. However, the uniqueness of the road does classify it as the most dangerous. Having 3 schools within 0.6 of a mile and 2,000 students that commute daily, that right there makes it the most dangerous road. If you go to any other school in Arlington County, which I did, I rode by all of them, they're not 3 schools. So this road needs dire attention right now. I'm coming to you today to figure out one solution. I gave you 7, but one solution that I'd like to lead and find out how to change the name of the field, which is a very easy solution that will take the soccer and any other athletics off of Carlin Springs Road and put that traffic on 5th Road. It's a very easy change. I talked to the school board on Thursday night, and I would just like to know how to proceed to get this one implementation done. And I would also like for you to consider putting in speed bumps, which I know I've heard but for now, it's a cheap, easy solution until we can do other things. So please give your attention to this road. And I didn't mention the public safety. For us who live in Glen Carlin, our road's dead end into the park. So you can't get to us in case of an emergency. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So since our road's dead end into the park, if the police or the fire department try to get to us, it's going to be a public safety issue based on traffic. The next time I address you, I will bring some pictures, but I don't have time, I'm too busy, but I'll bring you pictures and show you if you don't understand what that means. I've also talked to the fire chief and the police chief about an emergency situation for us.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Next speaker, I believe virtually.
Yes, Ms. Suzanne Smith-Sunberg, although she had indicated that she may not be able to attend this morning. I do not see her, but to call just the same, Suzanne Smith-Sunberg, going once, going twice. We'll move on then to Mr. Jay Hamilton.
Mr. Hamilton.
Do I have your slides? Give me just a moment.
Good morning. I'm representing, actually I was volunteered for Neighbors for Neighborhoods a couple months ago, and we just produced the part 2 of a report I introduced in the town hall. And first slide, everyone get out their phones and hit the QR code. And it's a comprehensive report. Part 1 was all about affordability. And the before and afters, which we now can see with EHO, we have actually buildings that have gone on the market. We can see the prices that they were, bought for, the prices they were sold. And so one of the issues in part 1 was all about the affordability issue with the EHO. Part 2, we go into a little more depth about some of your goals, particularly metro access, sort of the concentration of the permits that have been approved, and then the size of the lots. And we have a side-by-side comparison on 7th Street South, where the developer originally wanted to put up 2 sixplexes, pivoted into 2 single-family homes. You can see the lot sizes are much bigger for the EHO properties. I understand that some of the board members went on a tour with the YIMBY group. We want to invite you all to come on a tour to actually meet the neighbors, not the residents. I think there are a number of students on 14th Street North. I'm not even sure they're residents or they're even paying their rent. They're students. So we have actually neighbors that want to discuss this on the ground and also give you a tour so you can see how EHO is fitting into the neighborhoods. So that's sort of one ask. And the second ask is we'd love to go into a deeper dive and have meetings. I think there are 2-on-2 meetings, which means there's a 5th person that may get their own meeting. So we want to do personal briefings on our report. And we've emailed it to all of you this morning. And I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Is that the last speaker, Mr. Clerk, or are there others?
I believe so. One moment, please. That is our last speaker for the morning.
Thank you. As is our practice, I'll provide brief or responsive remarks, and colleagues at the end will have a chance to share those remarks, your thoughts on each of the speakers. First, Ms. Clement, thank you for coming in, sharing your thoughts. Just 2 thoughts. The details of the legislation, I think, are very important because there were some changes in the latter part of adoption of that legislation that, frankly, I am still working to fully consider, and the implications I want to think through. I think that may be true for colleagues. Second, I think it's important to note that in every affordable housing project that I'm aware of in Arlington in the last few years, you also have to finance that project. And so I'd suggest I understand why this may concern some. I definitely feel that those earning between 50 and 80% of area median income are neighbors that we have more units there than lower incomes, but I do think that is a piece of the market that our investments are also important. So we would need to invest in any case for any project to move forward. I both think it's important to look towards the future and think about what will happen, and I also hope that we all can approach such projects with a sense of curiosity in addition to if we have any worry about future pieces. Broadly, faith in housing is a piece. If the details are right, I think there are significant benefits, at least from my perspective. Mr. Bender, thank you for, first, I am decidedly not the mayor of Arlington. There's a chair role that we rotate, but I am in that role right now. So thank you for starting with a positive. Thank you for your advice in the second part of your comments. I think Mr. Bender is still here, or did he? Oh, okay. Then I'll keep my comments just succinct and say there's a lot of detail that's in this work that we're thinking about as far as the Custis Trail that we need to work through. Samer, thank you for coming and sharing your views and your concerns. Heart strongly felt. And I will just say that both with respect to AED and also with respect to the board, our ethics policies and approach are still under review. And we are thinking that through with respect to, we have to work through that process. I cannot say where that process would end, but any ethics policy would need to be consistent with all applicable laws. The same, I believe, applies to Mr. Dresdner, your comments. Although on the separate topic of the Virginia-Israeli Advisory Board, I appreciate your coming in and sharing the concerns, and the world is certainly, in many respects, the example that I had not been aware of the example that you cited. The world is certainly broken in many respects. That doesn't abdicate responsibility, but it's also, I believe, the case that we both have to absorb the responsibility we have, and we cannot fix all problems for certain. So doing those 2 things together is our ongoing charge and responsibility. Mr. Hemmel, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. I actually wanted the chance to clarify my remarks with due respect to the Arl Now article that I think you're citing from. I actually had a lot of other context to what I was saying, in the sense that I do believe that I understand why it, to the specific individual who asked the questions, I understand why the process can drive you crazy, but the process is still ahead of us. And so I do believe that we'll address many of the concerns, not promising that we'll address all of the concerns with respect to the VHC site, but actually I believe the person who asked the question is just behind you. And I think she might say that I had more than just, a statement that I do think we've been being diligent, and colleagues will speak to this. I'm not the primary liaison in this respect, but I do think, even though you might be frustrated the process hasn't worked to this point, let's not prejudge the rest of the process to try and work on and listen to all of your concerns. Ms. Duncan, thank you for coming in with respect to the road. You emailed me, and it took me 48 hours instead of 24 to get back to you. I think you mentioned a lot of stakeholders that are worth checking in on this. I also think there's sort of a planning team, perhaps. I don't know whether it's Department of Environmental Services or Community Planning, Housing, and Development that we need to touch base with. And that was sort of what I was alluding to in my email to you yesterday. So we have work to do. Give us a little time, and, if we can do this, and if it can lead to different traffic, I'm interested. There's detail there that I would rather not fully overpromise in that regard. Mr. Hamilton, thank you for coming in. Thank you for your comments and for the report. I would say that I think it's very important to share your truths as well as the truths of the YIMBY residents, because I believe whether I've been in the county 30 years or 2, my vote should count the same. That is very important to me. I think that we need to listen and engage with everyone. I am open to taking a tour. I think by now, like, the likelihood that I will just change my views, not there, but it is part of who I strive to be, to listen to everyone in our community and ask for grace even when we may disagree. So open to tour, and I think I'll look at the email that you shared. That's my comments for this morning. Colleagues, did you have comments that you wanted to add? You are not required to. I suspect that if one speaks, maybe all of us will speak, which is okay, but I also want everyone to have a chance to share their truths, as always. Vice Chair Coffey.
I think for time sensitivity, I will just flag there has been a request to pull an item, and we need a decision on that by 10 a.m.
Okay.
And it is 9:57.
Got it.
So.
Okay. All right. Let's pause on further responses, and I don't know how best to look through this. I will certainly, Mr. Clerk, if you can give me just a moment, let me just pull. All right, colleagues, we had a request on item 31, which is the CMRI, and let me see if I understand the request. Colleagues, I'll just share this sort of real time. The request is to pull this from consent to doing to next Tuesday. And that is in the area that is board member consent for pulling. And Mr. Clerk, is there typically a deadline for asking to pull items?
By 10 o'clock a.m.
By 10 o'clock. Okay, I did not know that. That's a new piece. And so we have a request from a board member to pull. So without...
A request from a board member?
We do. If you look, there is, I believe, Ms. Cunningham, you would like to pull, and it would be pulled till Tuesday. And I don't know if this would be, we have the request. It will be till Tuesday. We will hear it on Tuesday. I believe, according to our newest procedures, it would be 6:30 that we would start. Or, no, it would be after the...
It will follow any regularly scheduled agenda items, and then we will hear pulled consent agenda items in the order they appear on the agenda.
Great. We will pull it, and thank you. That's on the fly. That item is pulled until Tuesday after our initial items. So now...
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
You have some comments.
Yes. Yes.
No, the lights were, well, first, I want to understand, I know the board members have authority to pull certain things, but typically in my 16 months of being here, this is a new one, and I would like to understand, with 3 minutes left, why are we pulling this when we've already had robust discussion about consent agenda items? I feel this is not in keeping with the tradition of how we've done business. So I need to really understand how the sausage is made in this one, because it feels kind of caught off guard. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Spain. I had not, clearly, I just admitted, I had not known that the polling deadline was 10 a.m. I am not one who, and I'll leave to colleagues, each board member has the authority to pull an individual item. I'm not one who believes that endless process. We always must comply with the law and provide fair process. I'm not one who believes that, I think there are instances where process can be your means for opposing the substance that underlies things, but in this case, we have had the request beforehand. I understand the concern. Those are my take on that item. Are there colleagues who would like to speak further to the polling issue? Ms. Cunningham.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to it. I think, first of all, just to clarify, the request to advertise is a very preliminary step. So the bulk of the conversation happens. Sorry, I mean the initiation resolution. Sorry, is a even earlier step that has been newly required of this board. It is absolutely reasonable that we would do that without any process. But the chair and I had a conversation early on, given the topics here, that if there were any community members that asked for it to be pulled, that I would be supportive of doing so. I did not expect that would happen, and I didn't expect it would happen with 3 minutes remaining, but just staying true to that discussion, the reason we have the initiating resolutions right now is because there have been times where community members felt they did not have enough warning. I think we're working through that situation. I think Tuesday night we can spend a few extra minutes to hear any comments that we have on this one. The bulk of the conversation will happen at the public hearing after the request to advertise. But I understand the frustration, particularly given the timing, because I only had that conversation with the chair, and we thought it wasn't going to be relevant on this particular one. So I hope that's helpful.
Thank you.
Do you want me to give my other comments as well?
Let's resolve this issue and then go to our comments. Vice Chair Coffey, did you? Mr. Karantonis, go ahead.
I have nothing to add to that. This is an initiating resolution, so there is nothing to advertise yet. So this is just saying to staff, please look at this and come up with things that then merit and initiate a public consultation process. What I wanted to say is that if somebody asks, and that's for all the public, if somebody asks to pull an item, it would be very welcome if we have some, advance notice, a little bit more advanced than a few minutes, and some justification for what the particular issue is that any individual has a problem with, especially if we are so early in the process and there's actually no there yet. So nothing else on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Vice Chair Coffey.
Yeah, I think that I would just clarify that the timing of these initiating resolutions is such that it comes prior to the initiation of any work on the topic. And so the idea that there will be more to share with the community beyond what is written in the board report, I think is incorrect. And, I also would debate a little bit that this is because there has not been sufficient notice to the community before. And I think that my understanding of why we do this is it is in response to the ruling from Judge Schell, not because of a choice that we have made. Yeah. And so I don't know what is going to possibly be shared on Tuesday that is going to elucidate the issue beyond what is in the board report. And I also think that it's a pretty rough and short notice to our staff, who will now have to have some sort of presentation for us on Tuesday that they were not planning to give. So those are my comments, but I understand the rules and we'll do it anyways.
Sure, so let me just I know you'd have thoughts in addition, Ms. Cunningham. I do recall that we may have talked about this. The detail with which my memory is there is not strong, colleagues. And so I'll just say, for me, I understand all the concerns. I'll leave it to our public to see whether there is a desire for extended discussion on something that is really just perfunctory. But I accept the rule, and I accept the authority of course, of you, Ms. Cunningham. I will say that it's an open question for me whether 10 o'clock is the right time for us to have that deadline. I would say I'd love to know before we walked in for the meeting. So those are prospective steps, taking everyone's concerns about the surprise that's there. Those are prospective steps, and I'll leave it to Ms. Cunningham.
Did you have something, Takas? Did you want to jump in on this topic or no? Okay, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was confused. I just want to clarify with the manager. I think Ms. Coffey's point is well taken. There is not more information to share, so I would not expect a full staff presentation at all. I think we can put the board report up. It really is just if there are 1, 2, 3, if there are community members who want to be heard by this board in a public forum, so be it. But
Sure. So just the question Ms. Coffey, Vice Chair Coffey asked, is there a public hearing element? And I don't know, it's an official public hearing, but posted items, there would be testimony allowed, correct?
Yes, that is the process we're moving.
Right.
And then
So that's my intention. I really would not expect any additional work from staff because it actually would violate the principles of the initiating resolution. Like we've put a couple words on the page of things we want to have, or we can hear from the community now and again at RTA of, what concerns or interests they may have, and that's it.
Thank you. Okay, the item is pulled. We'll mention it we'll mention handling it, and I hope that additional context might lead to judicious, it is not our purview, but to judicious use of the public comment on this particular item. And I'll submit that with the hope for grace to Mr. Handler and others who might wish to speak, any others who might wish to speak. We'll move on, and that item will be pulled. I'll mention make sure that I don't forget to mention item 31 in addition to the other item that is pulled when we get to that point of it. Now, I'll turn to, I think it can be to anyone, but I think it's back to you all to respond to public comment. And I think I'm not clear a little bit. You were in on the pulling of the item. I see Mr. Spain, and then we'll go to Ms. Cunningham. Go ahead.
So we're back to public comment, right?
Response,
okay,
correct.
Good response. I'll make it brief. So there's 3 areas. Good morning, everyone. There's 3 areas within the what I heard today that I just want to talk about. First, there's been a lot of conversation, and I'm not naive. I understand about faith in housing. And just to let the record reflect, I think most folks know that I was supportive in many ways, as well as a lot of folks across the Commonwealth. In this, is it perfect? Perhaps not. But look, the Commonwealth has made a very clear decision. When I say the Commonwealth, I'm talking about the General Assembly, state law, that we're moving towards more intentional housing production and affordability in the Commonwealth. And with that, I am I'm happy, but I just for us at this moment, I think anyone who's asking or demanding about a particular bill, we're still working through a few things here over the next several months before this bill becomes law, I believe, to really socialize and let the community knows how these particular bills, not just faith in housing, how it affects us. Secondly, with our ethics policy, I think also folks know that I am also supportive of, us reimagining and looking at our ethics policy here in Arlington within the confines of state and federal law. With that being said, our chair has stated openly that we are still working through a few things. So I'm gonna leave it at that. I just want folks to know that you're being heard and all things are on the table in that regard. And to Ms. Dixie Duncan, thank you very much. We've known each other for many years. And to the president of Glen Carlin, thank you for coming by. We are definitely looking at that area and understanding with the soccer fields and what's going on with the center and the density and traffic. There's a lot moving there, and we need to make sure, and I think the concern you're addressing to the full board is that I used to say this in the Marine Corps, right? You prepare for war in a time of peace so that we can make sure that whatever happens in another area, that we are protecting life, protecting neighbors, because what you're seeing, that's your neighborhood, that's our neighborhood. We need to get out in front of it. And so thank you for continuing to be forward leaning. With that being said, I think there was one question. Someone came up, pardon the name, there was kind of reference of someone went to a missing middle tour. The board was invited. Thank you. I went. It was me. I went on that tour, and I was asked to go. And then Mr. Josh Handler, thank you for being here. You and I had a call earlier this week, and you asked me if I would go on a tour with you. And what did I state? Yes. So let me know. I'll go tour with anybody here in Arlington. So thank you for coming out this morning. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. We'll go next to Ms. Cunningham because I see your light on. Go ahead.
Yes, very briefly on VHC. I just want to reiterate that we are at the very beginning of the process for the actual design, not the beginning of the process. There's been many years of trying to get here for the wellness hospital, and I think that there is much commonality in concerns that staff, individual board members, and community members have raised. So I do believe many of those will get ironed out, probably not every single one to your individual expectation, but I do trust the process, and I hear very common themes across. So stay tuned there. And then just on the faith and housing item, I do want to lift up, again, leading with the positive, the conversation in Richmond really focused on the wonderful projects that have taken place either in Arlington or by Arlington nonprofits, which I think we should really take as a victory lap to some level of, we have been getting this right largely. It is very, very hard. Any affordable housing project is like a bundle of magic that may or may not ever come together. It is very tenuous. And we have for a long time been working to help faith partners as well as other partners make their properties into what makes sense for the fabric of our community and is financeable and can therefore be productive in the future. So in Arlington, we will continue to do that. The institutional partnerships effort was already part of our Housing Arlington efforts. I think a number of people in the community have been asking for the inventory. I think this has accelerated the production of that inventory. And I think as we get into the summer, there'll be a lot more conversations as Housing Arlington team kind of comes back into the public focus and hears from folks about things. I personally, I think as a board, our position was, please don't take away local control in general, because it's a bad idea for Richmond to try to manage each of the localities. It was clear Richmond was going to go forward on something here. And so in my personal capacity, my efforts were to make sure that it was less problematic for Arlington, and I was thrilled that the governor did make an amendment to the bill to make sure that consideration of height was the by right height, not the negotiated height. Now, that doesn't matter to almost any other locality in the Commonwealth, but for us, that has been our secret sauce. And so I think we're in a better position than we could have been. I think it won't change a whole ton here because each of our projects are still going to be hard and going to take the whole community to get them right in order to be financeable.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following on Ms. Cunningham and on the discussion on the Yes in God's Backyard bills and all housing bills that form the part of the affordability agenda of the governor, an agenda that I fully support and will continue to fight for. It shouldn't be the product of magic or some sort of conjunction of secret sauces to produce housing. Housing is a basic deliverable in any civilized society, and therefore we should make it as easy as possible. If we cannot achieve that, somebody who is above us, a legislature that's above us, will eventually hear the voters and actually do the thing that we have neglected doing for many, many years. In Arlington, if there is one tragic event for housing in Arlington in the last 25 years, was the massive loss of market rate housing. No magic there. No, market rate, affordable housing, 80% of that stock was lost. And there was nobody here from Neighbors for Neighborhoods, et cetera, to actually point that out and say, hey, wait a minute, something very serious is happening here. They weren't here in 2005, not here in 2015 when the Affordable Housing Master Plan was approved. We were very well aware as a community, as a society, of the consequences of not producing housing for all Arlingtonians, all the different layers of Arlingtonians. And so we ended up needing to do the magical standings and the financial lasagna deals to be able to produce the most basic thing. And if that inconveniences a lot of people, imagine the inconvenience for a working family right now who has almost zero possibilities to find housing in this community. So that was my addition to that. Mr. Chair, I just want to point out on something that wasn't talked about again. I'm absolutely appalled by the Supreme Court decision to get the Voting Rights Act. I cannot, everything that we discussed today has to do, including the changing the U.S. Foreign policy, has to do with our ability to win elections, to be able to vote in a fair system. And that has been undermined severely this past week for both Supreme Courts, the U.S. Supreme Court and the Virginia Supreme Court. With all due respect to these institutions, they are so wrong. I cannot really be silent on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Vice Chair Coffey.
Thank you. Mr. Hummel, thank you for being here. I know we've had a number of conversations about the VHC site, and you know, I would highlight that as much time has passed, we have somehow just barely begun this process. And I recognize that from the submission to where we are now, none of the issues have been addressed, even though staff and board members may see them and agree with them. The SPRC has just kicked off, and that is really where we should expect those changes to start to be made. If we are going through the site plan review process and we're not seeing changes, that's where we're going to want you to come back and make sure that you are escalating that to us, because the last thing any of us wants with a project that is this consequential is for it to make it too far through the process, off the rails, and then it gets to us and we have to find a way to clean up the mess. And so appreciate you with the forewarning, and just stay in touch, which I know that you will. Ms. Duncan as well, I know we had a nice convo at Open Door Monday, and appreciate the advocacy and in particular coming with not one, not two, but 7 suggestions for how we can work on this. And I think, you know, it's all certainly under advisement, and some intriguing ideas that we'll have to figure it out. But I think me and Mr. DiFranti are hoping to meet with some of the neighborhood members again. We're happy the sidewalk project is in motion. It's not enough, and it's not the end-all be-all. And there's also a transportation corridor study that will happen. And so there's somewhat also a balance of how much investment to make before a major study that could have pretty serious both cost and changes, because if we invest in a bunch of minor changes beforehand and then we decide actually there's a lot that has to happen here, it may not be the most effective. So thank you for that. Mr. Bender left, but I would just highlight, in terms of thinking about transportation of the future, and I think especially e-bikes, the sections of the W&OD trail in Falls Church where we've separated pedestrians from the bikes fares the best and the safest of all of our bike infrastructure, because especially as the e-bikes are coming online, you don't have the dodging issues the way that you do. The W&OD in Arlington, I would say, is very narrow, and the Custis as well is narrow and very hilly and curvy. And so I just highlight that for my colleagues, that as we think about transportation of the future, e-bikes and our bike infrastructure, the more separation we can provide, I think the safer it will be as an experience. I think, Mr. Hamilton, on your comments, I noticed that you said the neighbors and then the residents as though they're two separate groups. And I find that particularly odd, given that if the residents have moved into the neighborhood, I believe they are neighbors. And to consider them so separately, I would encourage you to try and move away from that, because these folks are part of our neighborhoods, they're part of our community, and they deserve equal respect. I think we can all have different conversations around the planning and the land use, but at the end of the day, the people who live in all of these places, whether they're living in the brand new McMansions or a townhouse or a duplex or a unit in a sixplex, they're still people and they're still part of our community. And whether they have kids, whether they rent, whether they own, they deserve respect. And I really encourage you to think about that in your future remarks. And then finally, on ethics, AED, and VIAB, I align myself with Mr. DiFranti, Mr. Spain, and Mr. Carantonis. I think we are working things through. We are working to comply with all of the relevant laws, and we can't say much more at this time. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Coffey. Appreciate all of colleagues' comments. I will merely say, when people don't like what you're talking about, they say you're being, quote, political. One of the best speeches I heard Governor Spanberger say was that. And as having taken voting rights in law school over 20 years ago, the voting rights decision of the United States Supreme Court is a threat to our country. And it is a deep threat. And so if folks want to find that political, I can dance with that. I can lead with that. Thank you, Mr. Carantonis, for highlighting that, amongst others, and all colleagues for your comments. I think they reveal that we're trying to wrestle with the hard questions. You may stay, but we're done with responses to public comment, so you don't have to if you don't wish to. Now we will turn to the consent agenda. There are two items that have been pulled in the consent agenda, item number 5 and item number 31, as far as I can remember. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
That is correct, as displayed on screen.
Great. So got it. So I will move approval of the consent agenda. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Mr. Carantonis. All those in favor of the consent agenda without those two items, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes 5-0. Now, for everyone in the room, I will just say that those here, if you're here on the Waverly Ridge item, I do not anticipate us getting to that for 40 or 50 minutes. Certainly not before 11 a.m. would be my guess. If you want to get coffee or whatever needs to be done, you need to do, go for it. I'll try to work expeditiously through some comments on the consent agenda. We will hold a public hearing on anything pulled from the consent agenda during the evening segment of our recess board meeting on Tuesday, May 19th. The public hearing will begin no earlier than 6:30 p.m. If you want to speak on one or more of the items pulled from today's consent agenda, you can register on the county board's website or call our office 703-228-3130 on Monday. The board just voted to approve the consent agenda. It includes minor site plan amendments, use permit requests, ordinance amendments, requests to advertise, and more. These items were put on the consent agenda because they were considered non-controversial, but that does not mean they are not important. So we'll take a few minutes to highlight several items very briefly. I'm turning over the sand timer. 3 minutes is what I'm going to try and give myself. Number 1, 1901 Moore Street, temporary hotel use. And this will be a little difficult to make the 3 minutes because I have some comments that I think are important on this item. The board is approving a site plan amendment at 1901 North Moore, that street, allowing up to 125 units to be used temporarily as hotel rooms for no more than 24 months during lease-up. When complete, this project will deliver 422 new housing units on the site of the former RCA building. The board supports this request to temporarily use 30% of these units as hotel rooms. In reality, and based upon past experience with this type of project, it is unlikely that all 125 units would be restricted to hotel use for the entirety of the 2-year period, the lease up. Through this approval, the board is setting a clear direction for future cases. We will look most favorably on similarly situated proposals limited to no more than 2 years, involving a reasonable share of units and including strong conditions to protect the community. When done this way, this approach can support housing financing, thereby helping to grow Arlington's supply of housing. It can also help provide a greater support to local businesses and neighborhoods, innovatively expanding capacity and generating tax revenue. While future cases may warrant a more expansive approach, that's the direction and the guardrails that we're indicating through this decision on consent. Let me be clear, this board currently has concerns with supporting requests of more than 24 months. We are approving 2, and that is the outer limit to which we intend to support. This is a balanced approach. We hope it provides flexibility while protecting our long-term housing goals. Next, sure. Go ahead, Vice Chair Coffey.
Thank you. I don't usually interrupt on consent agenda, but I just want to particularly express appreciation to Mr. Painter, who's here on a completely unrelated issue, and Jag, the applicant, who I think we had some very direct conversations with about our concerns around this use and the precedent it sets. I think you all provided us some very thoughtful information in response to that, and pretty fundamentally changed the request as well. And so I think this would not have been on consent prior to those conversations. And so I just want to express, and as Mr. DiFranti said, the board remains concerned about some of this type of utilization, but I think in partnership we have worked towards something that feels like it best balances all of the different fundamental considerations here. So just an appreciation for that.
Thank you, Vice Chair Coffey. And perhaps this could be moderately precedent setting that we now have a direction, and we might not need to spend a huge amount of CPHD time on this particular item, but thanks is warranted. Item 12, which is the next item on the slides, we approved general obligation municipal bonds. This is how we pay for infrastructure, stormwater, utilities funds, and other projects, schools, et cetera. So we approved the sale of a series, and our experts will help us maintain our AAA bond rating, which I think is in the top 55 of 3,100 counties in the United States. Next is Neighborhood Mini Grant Program. This is, I love this program because it gets small grants to help government align with the work that communities across the county are doing. We approved 25 to 28 grants for up to $1,000. Next slide. Item 16, Innovative Transportation and Technology Program Funds. This will support the performance parking pilot. And it's going to move into a longer term approach, but I want to make one comment similar to item 1, which Vice Chair Coffey just indicated. We have had questions about this, and it doesn't start until July 1st. So the manager has separately assured me, and I believe Ms. Cunningham, that we would have conversations about this, and that implementation of this as we work towards July 1st, we have some work to do on that. Mr. Manager, did you want to say anything to that effect or on this item?
Yeah, I think what you're referring to has to do with the residential permit parking program. This is a related item on funding, but I did want to tell the community, at least on the residential permit parking program, we are going to be standing up a way for residents to check who's parked in front of their houses, and also have a much better approach for handling those people who might not be comfortable with using smartphone technology.
Well, not who, but just whether they have a permit.
Right, right. It's a yes or no binary kind of information, not who. I should be very clear about that.
You cannot stalk your neighbors.
We're going to do, yes, we're not be stalking.
Thank you for clarifying that. It's a different item, but it seemed like the logical place to work on it. And this is an example of all of us working together to sort of fill in the information that is important. The next slide. Clarendon House State Funding Grant. The board accepted and appropriated $134,000 for this program. It is certainly, Ms. Harry Truman, or I believe, said you measure people by how they treat folks who are most in need, in a much more eloquent way than I could. So this is an important investment for our community as we try to serve all of Arlington. We approved, next slide, we approved 5 separate requests to advertise. These essentially are sort of trying to provide notice to our community that there are items that are coming to us. There's the Nellie Custis Elementary School, Millwood Local Historic District will take up that next month. The solid waste rate will take up that. That's due to a process that we've tried to work on to make sure that we provide the level of service that our community expects. And we needed that extra time, didn't have the ability to do that during the budget as well. Enforcement language on EV charging spaces. Next month, you'll hear several of us very pleased with this step. electric vehicle supply equipment, and Virginia law changed, so we are all pleased to move supervision of the independent police auditor from the manager to the board, consistent with the history of enactment of that particular ordinance several years ago. So next, we'll move on to the next slide, which is item 31, which has been pulled.
Which has been pulled.
Yep, and so we'll have nothing to say on that piece. I think that is the end of the slides that we intended to highlight. Colleagues, we will now turn to our first agenda item. Mr. Kushner, if you could read our first regular hearing item, please.
Certainly, just a moment. The first item of the day is item number 33, which is a adaptive reuse site plan amendment to convert 2 office buildings to residential use with ground floor retail use, with modifications as necessary to achieve the proposed adaptive reuse of the buildings located at 1800 and 1901 South Bell Street.
Thank you, Mr. Kushner. Mr. Manager, it's kind of like play ball in the baseball world. It's over to you for the presentation.
Yes, thank you, Chair DeFerranti and the board. Before I turn it over to Courtney Badger, I did want to take a few minutes to make a couple of comments about where we are with our adaptive reuse policy. And so the board adopted that policy back in 2024. Seems so long ago, but since then, we've had 4 adaptive reuse applications come with essentially within the past year after the policy was adopted. I just want to remind everybody why that policy was here is that we are at a time where we have never had this level of vacancy in our commercial office space. And through the adoption of those 4 adaptive reuse plans, we've made a significant dent in that issue. And it's still going to take a lot of time from when the projects were voted on by the board until they actually, the changes take place on the ground. So the places where they're happening, specifically here in Crystal City and National Landing area, those urban places have gone through a lot of change, and we've addressed a lot of the needs. Not many will remember, not many on this board, no one was here on the board back in 2010 when we dropped the Crystal City sector plan, but that was a very intentional way of addressing what had happened with base realignment and closure steps, and it was really focused, the board then was focused on how we realize transforming what was an important part of our community, and realizing that the changes that we need in that community, which include not just the buildings, but the infrastructure, the civic infrastructure, whether it be parks or libraries or those fire stations, could not be delivered solely through what the developers do. So that is a challenge, and part of that challenge was addressed by the board back then in setting up a tax increment financing district. And that is something that we need to spend more time talking about how that adoption relates to what's going to happen here with the impacts of that. And so we'll have an opportunity to talk about that here, also in our CIP that's coming up that I'm proposing on Tuesday. And there have been a lot of changes since 2010. We have a business improvement district that works with us closely, so a lot more to come on that. So I know with that appetizer, I will turn it over to Courtney Badger, who is going to give us the presentation. Ms. Badger.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. I'm Courtney Badger with the County CPHD Planning Division, here to present on item number 33. I'm just going to pause for a second while the presentation comes up.
While the presentation is coming up, there's one item that I forgot that was reminded. I'd just ask this isn't a grand surprise, although it is important to remember. I'd ask, and Ms. Cunningham brought this forward, I'd ask that we take a year ago, we lost a firefighter right at this time. And so Lloyd Edwards passed away, and this is the 1 year, we're right at the 1 year anniversary of his death. We won't take the longest forever, but I do think it's appropriate to pause and have a moment of silence for Mr. Lloyd Edwards. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you for those in the audience who are just noticing. Back to you. My apologies for the interruption, but I hope all will grant why it is worth doing. So go ahead.
Thank you. It looks like we're still having some technical difficulties.
And give me one moment. Our PC is not working correctly.
Thank you.
Do we have a way of another PC doing the sharing in this case?
Absolutely.
Not trying to get unnecessarily in the weeds, but
There we go.
thank you, Mr. Davis. We're
Perfect.
good?
Thank you so much. So this item that's before you today is an adaptive reuse site plan amendment to convert 2 office buildings in Crystal City to residential. The subject sites are located within site plan number 56 on the JK block in Crystal City. You can see the limits of site plan 56 outlined in white on the map and the adaptive reuse buildings outlined in red. 1800 South Bell, also known as the Mall 1 building, is the northwest portion of the block, directly south of the Crystal City Metro Station. And 1901, also known as the Mall 4 building, is mid-block on the southern half. The site is zoned CO Mixed Use District, which corresponds to the general land use plan designation of high office apartment hotel. There is an open space triangle on the southern portion of the block in the location where the 1901 South Bell building is located. The applicant is not proposing any changes to the existing zoning or GLUP designations. The site is located within the Crystal City Sector Plan in the Central Business District. The Crystal City Sector Plan calls for redevelopment of 1800 South Bell, and it calls for the removal of the 1901 South Bell building to expand Center Park. 1800 South Bell, as I mentioned, is identified as a redevelopment site in the sector plan, which allows for a 300-foot height at this location and a base density of 4.8 FAR for residential. The sector plan also calls for active retail on 18th Street, which is the northern side of the 1800 building. The sector plan also envisioned the 1901 South Bell building going away to allow for the expansion of Center Park. The sector plan identifies Center Park as the largest park in Crystal City with a target size of just over 74,000 square feet. The sector plan envisioned the removal of this building to be achieved through allowance of additional development and density on other sites where the plan envisions new growth. In 2020, redevelopment of the eastern side of the block was approved for the two new residential buildings that are there today. With the construction of those buildings, the county was able to acquire a 45,000 square foot public park easement for what is existing Center Park today. In addition, JBG at that time contributed $300,000 towards the master planning effort of that existing Center Park area and built the grand staircase that leads into that existing park area. To achieve the full sector plan vision of the park, the 1901 South Bell building, shown in red here, would need to be demolished and that land or an easement for that area be conveyed to the county. JBG's adaptive reuse application consists of the conversion of both Mall 1 and Mall 4, 1800 and 1901 South Bell buildings, converting them from office to residential with ground floor retail. 1800 South Bell was constructed in the late 1960s and it's currently completely vacant. JBG is proposing to do minor changes to the exterior of the building to facilitate the conversion to 129 residential units with approximately 5,000 square feet of retail on the ground floor. The 1901 South Bell building is also late 1960s construction. This building is not fully vacant, but projected to be vacant within the next year. JBG is proposing to convert this building to 186 residential units with approximately 4,600 square feet of ground floor retail. So combined, JBG is proposing to remove over 543,000 square feet of vacant office space from the market and convert it to 315 residential units and provide just under 10,000 square feet of ground floor retail. With new residential projects, we coordinate with our colleagues in APS staff. They analyzed this proposed development and determined that it was estimated to generate a total of 16 students between both of the buildings. I'm now going to turn it over to our planning director, Anthony Fusarelli, to discuss the adaptive reuse policy.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Badger, and good morning, Mr. Chair and board members. So as noted earlier, the proposed conversion of these buildings are both part of an adaptive reuse site plan amendment application. This is a distinct process to consider such conversions was established following the county board's adoption in November of '24 of a policy on the transformation of commercial office buildings, which the manager spoke to earlier. But it's worth repeating here that it was adopted in response to the urgent challenges facing the county resulting from the declining commercial office sector and presence of a large supply of obsolete office in the county. So as outlined in the policy, chronically vacant office buildings put significant strain on our neighborhoods and communities, including negative impacts on local economic activity, declines in neighboring property values, diminishing the overall quality of place and public realm, and also adversely impacting the county's fiscal health. Therefore, a core principle of the adaptive reuse policy is that repurposing these obsolete office buildings is a public priority. While emphasizing the urgency of implementing a streamlined approach for the review of these applications, it also acknowledges a potential need for policy trade-offs between meeting current county standards or visions and ultimate project viability. The matter of how these trade-offs are balancing out over time with these projects is something that the county will continue to monitor closely over time and to assess whether any future adjustments may be needed in the future. It's also important to note that one of the key objectives of the adaptive reuse policy and associated process is to reduce the amount of vacant office space in Arlington, thereby making way for other important and productive uses in the county. So looking at office vacancy in Crystal City specifically, as of Q3 last year, the vacancy rate in this sector was 27.7%. The adaptive reuse application approved last July by this board at 2100 and 2200 Crystal Drive reduced the overall vacancy in Crystal City by 3.7 percentage points. If the buildings that are before the board this morning are also removed from the office market, it will further reduce Crystal City office vacancy down to 20.5%. So at the same time as working to effectively bring down the office vacancies in Crystal City and other neighborhoods throughout Arlington, these proposals are helping to grow the number of housing units, a critical need for Arlington and the region more broadly, and with the ability to bring these units online more quickly than with full redevelopment. And with that, I will turn things back to Ms. Badger for the remaining slides.
Thank you. During our review process, staff conducted community outreach to the Crystal City Civic Association, Aurora Highland Civic Association, as well as the National Landing Bid. One of the goals of the adaptive reuse policy was to provide a more streamlined review process to be more responsive to changing commercial market sector. Therefore, they did not undergo the typical major site plan review process, as they're focused only on the change of use of the existing buildings. However, given the trade-offs surrounding Center Park, staff hosted an additional engagement opportunity at a Lunch and Learn event for the community. At the Lunch and Learn, there was a lot of discussion about the trade-offs of this proposal with some general support for additional housing and also questions about open space in Crystal City. We went to the Planning Commission earlier this month where they recommended approval 11-1 with 2 motions regarding recognition of trade-offs in adaptive reuse projects and prioritization of county funds. During the review process of this application, staff and the applicant engaged in discussions regarding the potential acquisition of the 1901 or Mall 4 site to expand Center Park. And this was not the first time that we've entered into these conversations. When the sector plan was adopted in 2010, it established the recommendation for the creation of Center Park with the target size of 74,000 square feet. To achieve this target size, it would require the removal of that building. And the sector plan envisioned that removal to be achieved through allowance of additional development or density at other sites. In 2012, there was a site plan for office buildings at 1900 Crystal Drive, which is that eastern portion of the block. And during that time, staff initiated negotiations with Vornado at the time to acquire the 1901 building. There was no feasible acquisition beneficial both to the county and Vornado in 2012. After expiring, that site plan came back in 2020 for the Grace and Riva residential buildings, which are there today. And that's when we were able to get the 45,000 square foot easement dedication for the existing Center Park area in that grand staircase built, linking the existing Center Park to Crystal Drive. When this adaptive reuse application came in, we again entered into negotiations with JBG on the acquisition of 1901 South Bell. However, no mutually agreeable option was found that was economically feasible for the county at this time, given the significant site purchase and demolition costs. The county will continue to plan for updates to Center Park within the existing easement area that we control, as well as continue to look for future public space acquisition opportunities within the Crystal City neighborhood. Every adaptive reuse project has inherent trade-offs that may cause plan objectives to be delayed or foregone, and in this case, the redevelopment of 1800 and with greater height and density and the expansion of Center Park. However, in this case, staff believes that the positive elements of reusing these structures within this uncertain economic climate outweighs the negatives. With this project, we'll be removing 543,000 square feet of vacant, unproductive office building. We'll be adding a tax-positive building to the market, reducing the Crystal City office vacancy by 3.5 percentage points, adding 315 housing units to the market quicker than a typical site plan process, adding about 10,000 square feet of ground floor retail and activation near the Crystal City Metro and existing Center Park, and contributing to carbon savings by retaining the major building elements. The subject adaptive reuse application for both buildings is consistent with the intent of the county's adaptive reuse policy, which recognizes that repurposing the obsolete office space as a public priority that may necessitate certain policy trade-offs. The proposed conversion from vacant office to residential and retail uses presents an opportunity to revitalize the Crystal Mall block with new housing and retail opportunities adjacent to the Crystal City Metro Station. For all these reasons, staff recommends approval of this adaptive reuse application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Badger. We will have questions. We now turn to the applicant for the applicant's presentation. Mr. Painter.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And we were also having some technical difficulties on our end. And so I think I provided the presentation to Ms. Badger and to the clerk as well. So I don't know if one of them would mind bringing it up.
Do you have shareability?
We've got you covered.
We've
Great.
got it. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
All right. Well, again, Andrew Painter with the law firm of Walsh Colucci speaking today on behalf of JBG Smith, the applicant in the case. I'm joined by Dolores Navia of JBG Smith, as well as our project team, Brian Earl with ZGF Architects, who is the architect team for 1800 South Bell, and Anna Barber with BBB Architects. They are the architecture team for 1901 South Bell. I do want to say thank you very much to Ms. Badger, Mr. Fusarelli, Mr. Schreiber, who's not here, and the manager on this. We were originally slated to come before you in December of last year. We deferred hearing on this to today to allow time for the full exploration of ways that the 1901 office building could be conveyed to the county and this site prepared for the full Center Park as envisioned by the sector plan. Ms. Badger did a good job of summarizing the application, but I thought it might be good to highlight just a couple of points. First, I believe that this board is to be commended for the prioritization of adaptive reuse, both in terms of the speed and the quality of review in the process of converting these obsolete office buildings when compared to other jurisdictions both north and south of the Potomac River. If we can go to our next slide. We are very excited about this application that does seek to take a major step forward in the realization of the 2024 adaptive reuse policy, and finally find a workable solution to breathe new life into two 60-year-old obsolete office buildings that Ms. Badger mentioned. This proposal would remove 500,000 square feet of vacant or soon-to-be vacant commercial GFA from National Landing's office inventory and convert that space into 315 sorely needed residential units. What is somewhat unique about the proposal is that the average residential unit size in these buildings will be approximately 1,100 square feet. That is significantly larger than the approximately 750 square feet that we typically see with new construction. And more than half of the mix is skewed towards multiple bedroom units, which, as you know, is also atypical. But the goal here is to provide product differentiation and broaden the type of housing that National Landing residents are offered, and allowing growing families to stay connected to this community as it evolves into a walkable mixed-use environment. I wanted to show this image on the screen here because inasmuch as this is a tale of two office buildings, it is also part of the fabric of a larger story about the evolution that has been happening in National Landing for the last 10 years. And that includes more than 1,600 new apartments with the Grace and the Riva and the Valen and the Zoe, and the introduction of 55 new ground floor retailers, which has tripled the amount of retail that is offered in National Landing. If we can go to the next slide, please. We've also been doing continued investment in open spaces, including Center Park, but especially Water Park, which was delivered in October of 2023. And that has really evolved into the cultural hub of this section of National Landing. And it includes things that were originally scheduled to go in Center Park, like the performance stage and outdoor seating. But JBG has really been investing in high quality spaces that have helped this part of National Landing evolve into a strong mixed-use center. If we can go to the next slide, and that evolution does continue. On the drawing boards today, about to be delivered or breaking ground, 2100 and 2200 Crystal Drive with new apartments and new hotel units. We also have the new Concord Event Center, which is a 12,000 square foot state-of-the-art meeting space that will have a culinary program. And then, as Ms. Badger mentioned, I think we're all anxiously awaiting the opening of the second Crystal City Metro Rail station entrance. And so when stepping back, the changes that have been going on in Crystal City, especially along Crystal Drive, have in many respects exceeded the expectations of the sector plan, and it all builds upon JBG's more than $500 million investment in National Landing's remaining office portfolio. But we are transforming the neighborhood into a vibrant, pedestrian-oriented destination. Next slide, please. And so that comes to these two buildings. For the last 3 years, JBG has been focused on the best use for 1800 and 1901 South Bell Street. Both buildings were originally created for GSA office tenants. They were both constructed in the late 1960s. As Ms. Badger mentioned, 1800 South Bell is entirely vacant today. 1901 South Bell is anticipated to be vacant by the close of this year. Both buildings experience outmoded floor plates and vintage glass, constrained 8-foot finish ceiling heights, outmoded mechanical systems, and in neither building offers the opportunity for large event or office conference meeting space. So they are both functionally obsolete, and the prospects for re-tenanting them really are non-existent. Next slide. There was some discussion about the Crystal City Sector Plan, which is a broad 40-year plan horizon vision to convert National Landing into a livable, mixed-use community. In the bottom side of the screen, you can see the land use recommendations. The 1800 office building, as Ms. Badger mentioned, is recommended to be redeveloped with a building up to 300 feet in height, while the 1901 office building is recommended to be redeveloped entirely with open space, forming an approximately 27,000 square foot of a larger planned 72,000 square foot center park. The sector plan also calls for the county to construct this park, and it also envisioned the Crystal Mall 2 building, which is shown on the right-hand side of the screen, or if we can go to the next slide. The right-hand side of the screen, this is the large office building that's right there, to not have any porosity between Center Park and Crystal Drive to the east. At the back of the Crystal City Sector Plan are a series of implementation actions. The 29th implementation action called on the county to finance or to come up with a strategy to finance and acquire the 1901 building and develop Crystal Center Park. And so for Center Park to be viable, the sector plan does recognize that there has to be a strategy for value creation, cost recovery, and the public acquisition of that building. On the right-hand side of the screen, you can see what has been developed today. JBG Smith provided a 45,000 square foot public use and access easement that came with the 1900 Crystal Drive site plan, as well as $300,000 for master park planning purposes for Center Park. And then with the Grace and Riva project that came online in 2020, or was approved in 2020, we introduced the concept of the monumental staircase and a 25,000 square foot connecting space that connects Crystal Drive to the east with Center Park. And that has really changed the orientation of Center Park from being at 18th Street South and South Bell Street to being one that is east-west in configuration to direct the energy towards Crystal Drive, and has been a success. And all of that ties into the water park to the north along Crystal Drive. As Ms. Badger mentioned in your staff report notes, we did engage in discussions over the last couple of years with the county to try to find a financially feasible way to demolish 1901 and realize Center Park earlier than anticipated. We proposed a variety of concepts. And I think it's fair to say that there are significant fixed costs to the tune of excess of $15 million associated with demolishing the building and preparing it for public park purposes. And as the staff report notes, we have not been able to come to terms to make this financially viable. If we can go to the next slide. And so that leads to what Mr. Fusarelli and the manager were talking about with the adaptive reuse policy and zoning ordinance text amendments. We began exploring the potential for the residential conversion of both of the buildings as a potential beneficial use. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. It is a public priority, and the public benefit, of course, is activating these buildings and accommodating new residents. Next slide. What's on the left-hand side of the screen here would be the repurposed 1800 South Bell Street. On the right-hand side of the screen, lower right-hand side, you can see the repurposed 1901 South Bell Street. And we can go to the next slide. And this really will result in the conversion of two of the office buildings, these two office buildings, into 315 uses or units, along with some ground floor retail and retail equivalent uses. Again, there's a focus on multi-bedroom units. There are a series of interior and exterior renovations, including window replacement and the addition of operable windows, facade enhancements and repainting, the architectural designation of the new residential entrances, and then replacement of those very large planters along South Bell Street and 18th Street, which really cut off and don't allow any porosity between these buildings and the public realm and the Center Park. Next slide. And so before I went to law school, I went to planning school, and I learned that at the end of the day, land use planning really is about achieving a balance. And I think a balance has been achieved here. The proposal that's before you conforms to the GLUP. It satisfies many of the recommendations of the Crystal City Sector Plan. It satisfies the adaptive reuse policy. It removes vacant office supply and replaces it with sorely needed housing supply. It generates new tax revenue, and it allows JBG to continue the transformation of the Crystal Mall block and focus National Landing's remaining office supply where it can be most competitive. And I think most importantly, it adds housing supply in a transit-rich environment. So we're very excited about taking this next step. Our entire project team is here to answer any questions. We appreciated the conversation that occurred at the Planning Commission, but we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Painter, and thank you for giving us the 2 steps of your higher education. Appreciate it. Next, we will turn to our commissions and advisory groups, and we have Tenley Peterson. Ms. Peterson here on behalf of the Planning Commission. Come on forward, and would love to hear your summary. We have the letter, but we'd love to hear your summary and thoughts. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you very much. I'm Tenley Peterson from the Planning Commission. We heard this item on May 4th this month. So first I wanted to start off by saying our adaptive reuse policy is something that as a commission we're really proud of. It has been one of our most effective tools in the county to address commercial vacancy, which has been a significant issue in the community for years, as I know you all know. And with this project today, we are going to see a decrease of 7 percentage points with this project and the projects that have been earlier approved, 7 percentage points in commercial vacancy. So that's really significant. It will activate the site. It will bring more people, more businesses, more retail opportunities, converts an unproductive building, a couple of buildings to productive uses. So we're really excited about that. In addition to more housing near transit, and more tax revenue. But as you know, the conversions don't bring our traditional community benefits that we're used to with a lot of these projects. And we have often looked at these projects as the conversion is the benefit in itself. From the earlier 4 projects that we have worked on, we didn't see any significant issues with that trade-off. This project, however, will result in important community goals for the neighborhood from the Crystal City Sector Plan not being met. These goals were identified by the community and by the county as needs for the neighborhood. So the fact that the county isn't going to see those realized, I think we need to look at ways to approach those, maybe not through redevelopment, but through possible tax revenue or other ways. I had actually asked staff to provide a list of the remaining projects that are eligible for adaptive reuse and to see if they are concentrated in certain neighborhoods so that we can kind of identify now whether there are neighborhoods that we will likely see a disproportionate loss in benefits through this policy. So those were kind of the big picture conversation that we had. We also have we discussed architecture. We have a couple of architects on our commission, and they did not think that this was the savviest redesign of this commercial space. They noted that the structural grid in the columns aren't nicely aligned, and so we'll have columns like right through the units. If they were better aligned, we could probably see even larger units. One of the benefits of the adaptive reuse policy is that we can see the larger size units, which we appreciate. We talk on the commission a lot about family size units and being able to house children in some of these high rises. So if the design had been a little bit better, maybe we could see even larger units. We are getting 2 and 3 bedroom units with this project, but maybe we could see more 3 bedrooms and even a couple of 4 bedrooms. We do not see 4 bedrooms with this unit. So that is the overall summary. I'll say ultimately we did approve this. We do appreciate the adaptive reuse policy. We appreciate the benefits that just come from the policy itself. And so I'll read our motions.
The Planning Commission recommends that the County Board adopt the attached ordinance for SPLA 25-00028 to permit the conversion of 2 existing office buildings to residential use with ground floor retail, modifications for reductions of residential and retail parking ratios, density exclusions, and other modifications necessary to achieve the proposed adaptive reuse located at 1800 and 1901 South Bell Street, Mall 1 and Mall 4, subject to the previously approved conditions of Site Plan 56 and the conditions of the attached adaptive reuse site plan amendment ordinance. That did pass 11-1 on the commission. Our next motion was the Planning Commission recommends that the County Board, at the time of the project approval, specifically identify plan goals that will not be realized due to the county's adaptive reuse policy for 1800 and 1901 South Bell Street site and future adaptive reuse sites, and prioritize county resources to support these plan goals. That passed 10-0. And then we had a third amendment that was very similar to the second amendment, and I think that's why the vote was like a little bit mixed, because some people were like, how is this different than the earlier one? But I can explain how the person that proposed it explained their rationale. But the Planning Commission recommends that the County Board direct staff to identify relevant sector plan goals that may not come to fruition as a consequence of the adaptive reuse policy, and consider increasing the county's budgetary resource allocation for these initiatives to support the identified goals. So that passed 6-4. Again, the 4 people that didn't support it were kind of like, this seems redundant, why are we doing this extra one? But the 6 that did support it felt like this motion was directing staff to do that work kind of in advance of when the project is being considered, whereas the earlier motion was more speaking to you all and having you identify the resources to meet those plan goals. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. I appreciate your giving us context as we read the letter on the last 2 motions. We may have questions, perhaps in particular in that area. The next step before us, I do not believe there are any other commissions. I believe we're now to public comment.
Yes, sir, that's correct. And
Mr. Davis, would you call the first? Are there public comment speakers on this item?
Yes, sir, there is. There's Mrs. Guinevere Giron. Excuse me for mispronouncing it. She should be in person.
Okay.
Put the list on the screen.
Here. Yeah, that would help if you're able to put the list, and let me see if I can scroll to this as well.
Looking to see if she's on the online as well. She doesn't appear to be
Ms.
online.
Giron, or Ms. Giron. Let's go.
We'll go to the next one, if it's okay, Chair. Mr. Musso, who is here in person for 3 minutes.
Mr. Musso.
Good morning, members of the County Board. John Musso, Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the Arlington Chamber, I want to express our strong support for the adaptive reuse amendment before you all this morning. This really advances 2 critical visions for the county. One, advancing our public priority for reducing and repurposing chronically vacant office buildings in this county, as well as advancing the vision of Crystal City into a vibrant mixed-use district. First of all, as you all know, the Chamber was a very strong proponent of the County Board advancing a public priority, and specifically declaring a public priority for repurposing chronically vacant office buildings. As we all know, we are still very much in a critical point of office vacancy. As noted in the presentation, we have a 27.7% vacancy rate in Crystal City before taking into account these adaptive reuse policies. And we believe that this project, particularly in terms of removing 2 functionally obsolete office buildings and bringing in 315 new residential units, many of which are significantly larger than the average units in Crystal City, greatly advanced that goal, while also advancing the county's goals in terms of bringing on a greater supply of housing units in transit-rich neighborhoods like Crystal City. Additionally, in terms of our vision for the neighborhood, we are all strong proponents of Crystal City being this lively mixed-use neighborhood that is attractive to workers, residents, visitors alike. And we believe that adding this and additionally activating the space by the Crystal City Metro, which we're going to see a lot of great vitality with the new entrance and so many other projects coming online, it would be a tremendous addition to our future in this neighborhood. So we're very strong proponents of the adaptive reuse policy writ large. We believe it brings tremendous benefits to the county, and we strongly urge you all to please adopt this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Musso. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Ms. Tarcy Dunlap. Excuse me.
Ms. Dunlap.
Good morning. Pleased to be here today, and thank you all for your service. We understand that the circumstances change and that adaptation is necessary. We support the economic benefits of adaptive reuse projects, but we object to the lack of community benefits with these projects. With this proposal, the community is again losing the potential for cultural benefits that were called for in the Crystal City Sector Plan. Restaurants and retail are great. But where are the amenities like a center park, a library, and a theater that would attract more folks to these economic outlets? We call to the board's attention that long-term cultural benefits are again being sacrificed on the altar of short-term economic benefits. With the constant development in Crystal City, density has increased dramatically, but the cultural amenities have not. Only last month did Crystal City see its first small public park opened after almost 50 years of planning. We are fighting for the quality of life for future and current residents of our increasingly dense and growing area. We also call to the board's attention that 5 of the proposals for adaptive reuse projects in the county are happening in Crystal City or Pentagon City. Continued approval of adaptive reuse proposals without cultural benefits will ultimately lock our community into living with these decisions for the next 30+ years. We recognize the significant value of this proposal to the county for economic benefits. These properties will be contributing more to the general tax base and to the TIF in particular. So we urge the county to dedicate a percentage of the Crystal City TIF to partially compensate for the lack of cultural amenities and contribute to the goals and deliverables of the still valid sector plan. As you approve this project, which we expect that you will, we ask the county board officially acknowledge this decision has real long-term impacts on the quality of life for Crystal City residents. It is time for the Arlington County Board to recognize as our representative government in a real, tangible financial way the need for the capital improvement project investments to boost our civic assets and deliver public benefits and infrastructure for current and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dunlop. I believe that is our last public speaker.
Yes, sir.
And that puts the conversation with the board. Colleagues, the rough categories that I had in mind are 3. Adaptive reuse policy as a whole. You don't have to make up questions in a category. We'll get started. It's not a game show. Office vacancy is the other next category that kind of came to mind. I think Center Park is probably the biggest other topic. And I think to your comments, Ms. Dunlop, you raised a question of the TIF and the number of projects. We will, under a Center Park, I believe we will come to those issues. But I'll be open to anyone who has questions to start. Vice Chair Coffey, I see your light.
I think I will start with a motion, not to cut off any discussion, but just to put it on the table before we get too carried away with ourselves.
Go for it.
I move that the county board adopt the adaptive reuse site plan amendment ordinance, SPLA 25-00028, attached to the board report dated May 8, 2026, namely to permit the conversion of 2 existing office buildings to residential use with ground floor retail, with modifications for reductions of residential and retail parking ratios, density exclusions, and other modifications necessary to achieve the proposed adaptive reuse, located at 1800 and 1901 South Bell Street, subject to all previously approved conditions of site plan number 56 and the conditions adaptive reuse site plan amendment ordinance.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Vice Chair Coffey, seconded by Mr. Spain. Now I will give you an opportunity to speak to your motion.
Absolutely. And it will come with questions, but to start, I think this is one of those policies and proposals where everything everyone is saying is true all at the same time, even though it somewhat feels like they're pointing in different directions. I think I just really would validate what the Crystal City, Pentagon City neighborhoods are feeling as far as it is a concentration within that neighborhood of where these projects are landing. And it is an economic kind of imperative for the county right now to pull these vacant office buildings out of the market from where they are. And doing that does mean that we are not recognizing the planned community benefits that were put in the sector plan for, as Ms. Dunlop said, at least 30 years. We don't really know what that timeline is going to look like. And so all of these things are true all at once, and that's part of what makes our job really interesting and fun. And I think we have created an adaptive reuse policy that overall is working very well. And I've heard praise from across the region, frankly, of how did you do it? And so that's a kudos to staff for coming up with something that really did accomplish the goals that this board set out, which is that this is a priority and we have to find a way to make this easier. And I think, it was slide 14 in the staff report showing that across the projects we've approved in Crystal City, a 7.2 percentage point decrease in the office vacancy for the sub-market there. And I just wonder, this may not be a stat we have off the top of our head, but when is the last time that sub-market was at, 20% vacancy or lower? Because between BRAC and COVID and where we are now, I think it's been a very long time.
Yeah, no, I'll take that question. Yeah. I think you're correct. I don't have the specific stat off the top of mind, but you did allude to BRAC, the sequestration, the Great Recession. There were a lot of, over the past 20 years, there have been a lot of disruptors, so to speak, to the Crystal City office market. And so if it has gone below 20%, it's probably not much below that, but the numbers that you see today are where we're at.
Yeah, it seems pretty substantial progress, and again, kind of speaks to why I think regionally the policy is being regarded as one of the most effective that anyone has adopted. And so I appreciate that. I think I'm happy to pass along, or I can just complete my set of questions and discussion.
How many questions? You have multiple or just one or two? Go ahead.
Probably one or two left.
Let's go with your first two, and then we'll go to Mr. Spain. If that's okay, unless there's a topic, Mr. Spain, that...
No, I was going to stay with the adaptive reuse on my initial question.
Mr. Spain.
Yeah, go ahead.
Madam Chair, you're okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this, well, one, I want to thank you to not just the applicant, but also to Ms. Dunlop. Thank you so much for coming and voicing your concern, which is not unique, about what's going on in the Crystal City area, right? We hear you. I hear you. I think my question and what the vice chair stated, right, this is a good news story not only for Arlington but for the region as we continue to bring more housing. But I think this goes to staff, Mr. Manager. What I'm picking up on is this lessons learned as we go through adaptive reuse, perhaps, and if it may be time, or should we consider this policy doesn't need any level of refinement based on what we're hearing. We just had a community from our auditors, the community, losing my words here now, benefits audit. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. It's only early. I had one cup of coffee. But as we have a couple good projects, do you think we need to maybe look at this a little more closely? Because it's not just, I think, Crystal City right now. We will see this happen in other areas. Any thoughts?
Yes. So two things. First, I'd like to make a couple of comments, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mark McCauley, who is available virtually, who's going to talk a little bit about this. But I wanted to acknowledge that when the Crystal City sector plan was adopted in 2010, the board back then added a tax increment financing mechanism. And that mechanism was meant to focus, essentially what that does is it takes money off the top of all our tax receipts and focuses it on what's going on in Crystal City. And we see some of those fruits just some of those seeds bearing fruit, not some of the fruits bearing fruit, but with the additional entrance for the metro and also CC to DCA and some other transportation improvements in the area. So we've seen a lot of that. And the deal back then was that we thought there was going to be much higher height, and that wasn't going to be community benefits that came with that. Now we haven't seen those higher heights, but what we've essentially seen is adaptive reuse step into that. So we still have the same issues. And so those require, I think, studying now that we're 2 years in where we are with that. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. McCauley, who's going to talk a little bit about that.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mark, and members of the county board and board member Spain in particular. So the happy coincidence, which really isn't a coincidence, but a good plan, was we always intended in FY27 to do a pretty significant study and assessment of where we were at adaptive reuse a year and a half later. So that is on our work plan. We're scoping that out now. We can work with the manager to get you sort of the process for that starting this summer. We are also engaged with the state on some more resources for additional study, which we may be able to update you on. So there'll be a lot of opportunity for study. And when I say study, I think to Chair Board Member Spain's question is, I think there's a lot of analytical lessons to be learned in projecting to go on and sort of what our office market will look like, what the supply and demand will look like, what our vulnerable office properties look like today versus where they were several years ago, to answer Ms. Peterson's part of her question. But also, I think there's lessons learned in sort of how we deliver major plan elements that are long-range plan elements, and how the economics of adaptive reuse can play into that, and how a plan for maybe using other tools to get those. So I think that's all coming forward. That'll be certainly ready for reporting out by the end of this year, if not a little bit earlier, and we'll have a robust conversation as is needed around that study. I'm happy to answer any further.
I think that is duly noted, and thank you. And as I close, Mr. Chair, I think these the cumulative impacts of all of these projects at the end of the day, and how we convert under the adaptive reuse policy is going to be interesting to watch. And I think that's what the community at the end of the day is going to want us to really be mindful of, how this is impacting promises made, whether that's in sector plans or whether that's in area plans, which we'll get into later. But yeah, as long as we're keeping our promise. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have various questions to the topic of how the adaptive reuse policy is going. I think that in 24, we embarked in doing one thing, which was lifting barriers, making it easier, more accessible for owners of these buildings to do something. And now we begin to collect experience with how they are doing that and what happens next. So one thing that I appreciated Mr. Musa's summary to say we want if I paraphrase you, vibrant, mixed use, etc. And I hear also Ms. Dunlop saying, yeah, to the vibrant and mixed use is also the civic assets, etc. So this has to be. So my question is, first, when we, and maybe for our staff, first, when we look at an adaptive reuse project, are we how are we evaluating the context? I mean, where it is, how it is. It's just a building, or is it a building in the context of a neighborhood and the functions of the neighborhood? There is narrative in the board report that says, yes, well, we support now the housing goals, we support that. But how holistically do we do that? Are we also looking in what may be missing and, making a note to see, for further planning? With other words, is there a point where we take a, sector plan from 2010, if I'm not mistaken? I still remember that. Mm-hmm. I wasn't here, but I was over there, and I remember that. So, and we say, okay, here's an additional, vector, an additional to-do in the list for maybe looking at some point at an update of this plan. Because I'm asking that because in the Planning Commission, the discussion was a lot about, and Ms. Peterson may correct me, was a lot about, are we transparent about what the trade-offs are, right? Can we summarize them? Is that a fair question? Do we have a process of maybe rethinking?
It is a fair question. I'm going to let either Anthony or Courtney respond to the specifics around this building, but, I'm going to be introducing my CIP on Tuesday. So one of the things that we try to focus on there is, have we delivered the kinds of green space or community facilities that were envisioned in the sector plan for Crystal City? The short answer is we have not yet. Okay, we made some promises there. And I think that we have set aside funds. I think I noted that a lot of the tax increment financing dollars have gone for transportation improvements since the TIF was put in place. And we're realizing some very significant ones. The hope is that as we move past those, that we'll be able to do some of those others. But I realize if I were a community member, I want to get all of them sort of up front as opposed to the year 39 or 40 of a 40-year plan. So that's something that I think we should have a lot of conversations when I introduce the CIP, if we have the balance right. And again, we've also reduced the level of the TIF from 33% to 25% over the life of the plan. And the question is whether that is now at the right level to realize that. As to the specific buildings, I'll let either Courtney or Anthony talk about that.
Mr. Fisarelli.
No, thank you. I appreciate the question. A couple, I think, points of response. One is, first, absolutely yes. With any adaptive reuse application that comes in, we are not just looking at the building sort of on its site area, but we are evaluating that building within its broader context. Ideally, taking into account any sector or area plan guidance that may be applicable or in place. Sometimes that's not the case, but we're still looking at, what could the potential impact, benefit, opportunities be, not just with the use conversion of the existing building, but in certain instances, some of these applications are proposing, improvements and changes to the ground plane and to the public realm as well. So, I think consistently across the board, that is something we are evaluating. As to the second or other part of your question is, if I receive it accurately in terms of, is it time or when is it time to go back and evaluate or update some of our sector and area plans? I think that in working closely with Mr. McCauley and colleagues in AED and our department in developing the policy, I think we took great care to ensure that the policy was communicating a clear enough level of flexibility to consider, some trade-offs in terms of maybe perhaps not realizing a specific element of an adopted plan, because on balance, in this moment, an adaptive reuse, supporting the adaptive reuse may be, the more appropriate decision or supportable. That being said, we took that approach mainly to not try and overburden our collective work programs by having multiple sector plans or area plans that would need to be updated, because while the project we're speaking about today is in Crystal City, which followed an earlier project in Crystal City from last summer, we are seeing these types of projects proposed in other neighborhoods, in Courthouse, in Pentagon City, et cetera. And so, there would be significant work and burden involved in updating all of those individual plans, if that were the case.
Thank you, Mr. Fisarelli. I observe that the initial investment in transportation assets, et cetera, actually enables us to have these conversations today. So we got the sequence very well right. It would be almost impossible to have 1801 in a place without public transit or, completely without retail, without the pre-investment, also the private money that was put there. So for me, the formidable challenge right now, and actually a very welcome one, is to see, oh my God, now we have the ingredients, right? It is beginning to look good. We don't want to fail in this next step. And set up us for success. TIF is not the only response to that. I have some more questions on the architecture of the buildings and how they accommodate families and what the rents will be, et cetera, but maybe for later, right?
Okay, Ms. Cunningham.
Yeah, I first want to thank Mr. McCauley and Mr. Fusarelli and Ms. Flanagan-Watson for really walking me through the sector plan and where we're going with evaluating the adaptive reuse plan. You don't often get a chance to sit with the folks who authored some of those plans and to see how in each of the bumps along the road, and there have been a number that you just went through, the planning quality has enabled us to pivot and adapt and be resilient across time, it's really quite a good news story. So thank you for reminding me of that and helping give us that context. I think it's very important that we are at this juncture of now we've done a few adaptive reuse projects, and I think our staff had anticipated we would be here and start to have some of the harder ones and start to see some of the challenges. So I am encouraged that we are about to start in fiscal year 27 that analysis of, both the fiscal impact and the civic asset impact and what we may have gotten right and what we may have gotten wrong and how we should tweak the program going forward. I grappled a lot with this one actually because 1901, it's hard to give up that vision of a larger center park, and the cost of not moving forward is also considerable. And so I've grappled with that. I think all planning is about trade-offs and balance, but this adaptive reuse stuff even more so. And we're probably not getting it perfectly right, but I think we are being judicious about it, and we, with the community's support and deep engagement, will continue to refine and get it better. I wanted to focus a little bit on the fiscal impact analysis. I know we haven't done the full deep look back yet, and that is coming probably later this calendar year. But can you just recap how we go through even now in these adaptive reuse projects? Do we have enough school space? Do we have enough transportation capacity? Can you flush the toilets? All those things. How have we gone through that? And then likewise, the fiscal impact, are we certain that the revenues that are being generated are sufficient to cover the cost of serving new residents, neighbors, I should say?
Certainly, I can start perhaps, and if Mr. McCauley or anyone else has more to add, they could certainly do so. So in terms of, I think the first part of the question is really focused on infrastructure. And I think an important point to note there is because these buildings are already in place and have, in this case, have been in place for 40, 50 years, at its peak, it was full of office workers, and the potential now is they'll be full of residents in the future. So in terms of transportation and transit, water, sewer, et cetera, some of the core infrastructure, knowing that this building has been in place, and yes, the use will change, but understanding that on the developer and the applicant side, there's a lot of work that they have to ensure that change in use can be supported. But so it's different, right? Distinctly different from perhaps an entirely new development, perhaps something that we're more aligned with what the sector plan envisioned, where we'd be looking for significant increases in additional building. I think over time, the planning we have done, the investments in infrastructure have certainly put us in a good place to know that we can support it. But there is, as was noted, the review process for these projects can be a little bit more streamlined because the building has been there, right? So hopefully that addresses in part the first part. And then on the fiscal impact, again, we don't, we do not look at necessarily a very precise fiscal impact analysis project by project as they're coming forward for entitlements. But based on some recent work in this arena, we do understand that, high-rise, condo or apartment elevator buildings in these types of transit-focused neighborhoods do have, in terms of like student generation, for example, they are among the least productive in terms of student generation, if not the least productive, in understanding the share of, public service costs that schools relate to. We would expect this to perform relatively well from that perspective, and especially given the level of investment that we understand the applicant will be putting into this building, will bring the assessments, increase the assessed value of the building over and above the existing conditions.
Yeah, and I'll just chime in, Mr. Australia, because I think it's a great question, and just to layer onto that, in terms of the basic fiscal, yes, our study that I referenced before will look at the fiscal impact model and look at the projects and hypothetical projects. I will remind people that even as we do that study, that we don't have a project yet that is complete. So we are still going to be doing a lot of projecting in this round, but that opens opportunity for several years from now to look at completed projects in the same way. But I just want to note that we'll always be projecting. One of the things that's difficult to project in this environment, as we all know, is the impacts of different uses, because uses have changed so considerably. So how a residential building is used today in an urban environment is much different post-pandemic than it was prior. So we've already seen impacts on how our public spaces, our infrastructure is used differently, and we've seen the adaptability of our urban environment to accommodate. I think with that said, I think clearly the question of are we getting enough tax to pay for basic services? I think we feel very confident we are, given where the taxes for these properties are now and where they'll be likely reassessed to once they are fully functioning multifamily rental buildings, or in one case, hotel. And we do think that that spread is going to more than cover the additional costs of serving high-rise residents. But we'll be able to confirm some of that math with you later this year.
Great. And then just one clarification. I think the student generation numbers here, the first report had it as 8 for the whole, for both buildings. And on reanalysis, it was 16. I think there's a supplemental report. So thank you for looking at that. I do have a question, though. I think we base that generation off of historical analysis of how what elevator or multifamily buildings have done on the corridors previously. But as we finally get to doing some 3 bedrooms and sort of larger size units, does that analysis scale at all with the size of the unit, or is it just, it's the same if it's a studio or a 3 bedroom? Because it does feel like there'll be more than 16. I hope there'll be more than 16 school-age children in these 2 buildings.
Yeah, so I can start to answer that, and then if anybody has additional information to add. So the student generation analysis is done by our colleagues at APS. So we provide them with the breakdown of bedroom size and different characteristics of the residential building. So if there is an elevator, if it's condo versus rental, if it's market rate, if it's committed affordable units. So we provide them with all that information, and they have some equations and stuff that they do on their end to give the numbers back to us. I'm going to turn it over to anybody else who has information to add about bedroom size.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. Yeah, and so in recent discussions with colleagues of ours who, from the Research and Strategic Initiatives Group, who are, from the county staff who are working directly with our partners at APS, I was reminded recently of the opportunity roughly 10 years ago with the community facilities study. Among other things, that process entailed a look at the way in which APS and the county work together to generate, produce estimates for student generation. We had outside consultants at that time to really essentially evaluate our methods, and what we found was that they found that the methods were valid and appropriate. They did have recommendations for potential improvements. And while they had, as I understand, had recommended that additional data, future data collection include things such as bedrooms, in that recent conversation, I've come to understand that, if that were to try to be implemented today, there are serious impediments and challenges methodologically in terms of not necessarily having a complete data set on the number of bedrooms in all of the tens of thousands of housing units in Arlington in which students reside. And then furthermore, the challenges of like, as students move from unit to unit, like tracking that in real time. So I was reminded that the recommendation from the consultant or opinion was, sometimes trying to track the student or approach student generation rates at the bedroom level. Sort of the juice isn't worth the squeeze necessarily. The labor intensive, the labor intensive nature of that work doesn't necessarily produce, an equal benefit on the outcome side.
Yeah, got it. So I think that all makes perfect sense. And maybe just to tag, as we do this initial look back at adaptive reuse, as they do lease up, just testing whether, because one of the benefits is we are getting family size units in greater quantity than usual. So just to check back on that, because that can swing the math fairly significantly when those numbers change. Then one last comment, not even a question, but just lifting up that while this isn't what we planned, the climate value of keeping those two buildings longer rather than scraping and putting a double tall one up is really kind of profound. So again, as hard as it is to swallow some pieces, that's a true win for our climate and for our community.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Vice Chair Coffey.
Great. And this will be probably my last go round, but yeah, I think just back to the Center Park question, and I note the Planning Commission's request for us to track benefits we're not receiving and find ways to do it via public dollars. This seems like a particularly sticky one, given that if the building doesn't come down, we do not have 75,000 square feet of space to turn into a park. And so I think the subtext of the Planning Commission's motion really speaks to me, which is find other ways to do this, find other ways to build in other community benefits. And the manager and I had a bit of a conversation around whether these new adaptive programs, as they get approved, should be in some sort of separate TIF district, like for adaptive reuse specifically. And that idea intrigues me, and I don't think we are nearly at the level of discussion that warrants anything lengthy among the board here, but I think I would just put it out there as one of the possible options, is that as we do these, we continue to look at, should there be a dedicated, as we see concentrations in neighborhoods, an adaptive reuse Crystal City TIF that would be over and above the existing one, but that really recaptures the economic benefit and says we're using not all of the benefit, but part of the benefit to pay for things that we need to do in different or creative ways now because we just can't do them with the adaptive reuse being approved. I see Mr. Schwartz.
Well, I just want to, I just did want to add something, and I know we're really getting into budget arcana here, but it's really important. When the Crystal City TIF was adopted back in 2010, and I think, and Anthony will know, I think it was in 2013 or 2014, the General Assembly also gave the county the ability to add a 12.5-cent tax for commercial and industrial properties. This property we're looking at right now is going to flip from, this is not in real estate, from a commercial to a residential property. That 12.5 cents of revenue is going to go away. And you're going to see that when we propose the CIP. There's less money available there. So back in 2013, 2014, the world was completely different. We envisioned that we needed additional revenue for transportation kinds of needs. Now, we need additional revenue for some of the residential needs. So that's just echoing what you said. And then, of course, because I have to say this, at the end of the day, it's still the same pot of money. Mm-hmm. It's a matter of how you slice it and prioritize it. So we'll have plenty of conversations about that over the next few months.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the last thing I would identify is if there are specific community benefits related to the adaptive reuse in Crystal City that we know are really unlikely to deliver based on the other things that we're doing. I would be interested in knowing what those are, if there's specific identified areas that we were thinking. I think when I looked at this proposal for adaptive reuse the first time, and it was shared that the idea was for 1901 to just fully go away, and that's how we were going to get the park. I think I remember asking one of my first questions of being like, well, how did we expect that to happen? Because the world is very different than 2013, and I wasn't here in 2013, and I've only done this kind of planning in the economic environment we're in now, and I think that is a premise we would not include in a sector plan now because we know how hard it would be to achieve that. And I appreciate that at the time the idea was, well, if 1800 can go twice as high, then you take the density on 1901, you move it over to 1800, we're all kind of in a good place now. That is not the world we live in anymore. And so I don't know if we've done any overall kind of looking at those benefits to see it, but if there are ones that we know immediately are maybe problematic in that way, I'd be interested in knowing that. And then I think, because our applicants have sat here so patiently this whole time, I would be interested, I know you don't have any further applications in from JBG on adaptive reuse. Do you envision, given the number of residential projects now concentrated in the area, do you envision there being more applications in the next, let's say, 2-year time horizon? Or have you kind of, hit that tap as deep as you can get?
I think it's a great question. Thanks, Ms. Coffey. In terms of where our pipeline is, I think these two buildings are some of the last that are fully obsolete, meaning that we can't provide additional investments similar to what we did at the Concord to bring new tenants in that space that are commercial. And so if I were to have a crystal ball, which I don't, I would say potentially maybe there's one other that we would consider, maybe two, that would classify as totally obsolete. But frankly, these are the ones that we're focused on right now.
Absolutely. And I think that's just helpful to get a sense of the problem, so to speak, as we think about how much time of our staff also to invest in some of these questions. So, all right, with that, overall, on balance, I would be happy to support.
Great, thank you, Vice Chair Coffey. Mr. Spain, and then to Mr. Carantonis. Mr. Carantonis, go ahead. And you said,
he's not.
Oh, okay. So, Mr. Spain, I'll just see if I can ask a specific question that I think is for staff. So we have the end of the year from Mr. McCauley. We have the CIP, which has been alluded to several times by Mr. Schwartz. We have the list that Ms. Peterson asked of you were asking the full list of remaining projects using adaptive reuse, and then we have your reference, Ms. Dunlop, to the 5 properties in the area. I think it's for staff, and it's okay to say not there yet. This is pretty high. We haven't seen the CIP, so I'll have a list that will grow as we see the CIP in detail. But this is high area on my list, and that's true for all of us. But the list that Ms. Peterson mentioned, is that in the work plan from your perspective? Is that something that sort of can be done, or should we be clear with our community that that's likely the end of the year type thing? And the same is true with the 5. Ms. Dunlop already knows those 5, but it's a little different to know the 5 and then do any analysis on the full list and the list in Crystal City. When would that be likely for Ms. Peterson? And that might give context to the board. And it's okay to say not till the end of the year. I just want to understand.
Apologize for asking. If you just clarify which list in particular, are we talking about the list of buildings we think may
the
come
full
forward
list of possible adaptive reuse, and within that list, is there a way to just check off and get alignment on the 5 properties in Crystal City that would be adaptive reuse that have either are on the horizon to do? Those are the 2 lists I'm trying to refer to.
All right, thank you for clarifying. And I may ask Mr. McCall if he's still on the line, because AED had done some of this thinking and assessing earlier, and he may be better positioned to address that question.
Thank you. Mr. McCauley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mistrelli and Board Chair DeFronte. I think the question I'll answer in a couple of parts. One is that I think, yes, as part of this upcoming study, we're going to re-earth the initial study we did back in 2022, 2023 of what's our vulnerable list of properties and what's our scope of order of magnitude of vulnerability in our office sector. As you remember at the time, we did not have a list of eligible properties. One, because eligibility, as we know under this policy, is really any site plan that's can be amended if it meets the criteria can be eligible, and office and the conversion of use is allowed within the zoning district. So the question really becomes, what are the likely candidates? And yes, we can provide an order of magnitude of where we've come from and where that list goes. Just as an important reminder, we don't list actual properties publicly because that's a privacy issue. We don't know the individual decisions of these properties, but we do have a criteria methodology through which we look at what are the conditions and we think a building is ripe for potential conversion or adaptive reuse. So we will be doing that, and we can certainly communicate where that will be in the process. So if it needs to be accelerated, we can do so even before a final report is done.
Great, thank you. I don't think I need to be abstract. I think several colleagues have gotten the opportunity to talk with you, Ms. Dunlop, this past week. I might have been slacking, but maybe a short conversation would be useful for us. And Ms. Peterson, if you have a separate sense of when, the background of that, I don't think it's different from what Mr. McCauley just said, but that would be interesting, and I think it might help inform me for the relative as we think about. We all want everything in the CIP, but we have to prioritize. And so over the coming weeks, if you have a wisdom to deliver to me, I'll take it. And that's really the only big question that I have. I see multiple lights on. I think, is this on the same topic, Mr. Spain? Then we'll go to you, Mr. Carantoni.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. And thanks to everyone. And thank you, Mark McCauley, for lifting up. I think I'm looking for perhaps a little bit of definitiveness on when the report may come out. You say end of the year, but we can talk about that a little later. I think in my closing comments here, adaptive reuse, quite honestly, is a plus for Arlington. It's not only solving a lot of our office vacancy dilemmas and issues that we have right now, but what we have to be very careful about, I think, and we're hearing this in the Planning Commission and other areas, is that by creating all of this, are we in fact putting forward a deficit when it comes to, let's say, our parks, libraries, civic space, community infrastructure, you name it. So I think we need to be very diligent as we move forward in this arena in ensuring that we are in keeping with some of the promises, again, that we've made to these communities in the not so long ago past. We quickly forget the promises is made, and I think people are expecting us to deliver on that. And I think we could do both. Mr. Chair, we can walk and chew gum at the same time here in Arlington. But thank you, and I look forward to supporting this measure.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Mr. Carantonis.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to comment on one thing on this list. When we started in 24, we had all the intentions of the perfect planners to create perfect, transparency into the future and, already, measure and identify the potential properties and have kind of an advance preview of how this play out, play scenarios on this. I think that it's still premature to do that, and I don't see the hard benefit of insight here. I think what we did in 24 was to say, let's open the gates, let's lift the barriers. And the barrier was we were staunch, zoning fundamentalists on commercial use, right? We wanted commercial use, and because this is the best, and most profitable use of land in close to transit, on top of transit, actually, etc. So we lifted that, and we began to redefine the uses and take all these barriers out and enable this. And now we see that things that we never thought. I mean, I would never have I never thought that a building like 1800 was a viable adaptive reuse candidate. I still don't believe that, by the way. I think that there are significant issues with that, and I'm excited to see that I'm wrong, honestly, and that we learn as we go. So I would leave it still open, because in the balance, what transparency is about and accountability is what's the balance of deliverables here. On the one side, yes, we are lagging behind, or not exactly lagging behind. We are not seeing the pathway, the clear pathway to the park, or the clear pathway to a library, or the clear pathway to other civic. Because the old style planning was just net new density. It doesn't come very fast, but it comes in big batches, so big batches of value. And so this is a credible path to get this. Now we have a new one that sequesters faster value, because we are going to add value to these buildings. We have done it already on Crystal Drive, but it comes in smaller batches. Far smaller ones. So we need to digest that first and see how it really works. So I would be still here in the exploratory mode, but with an inventory of what the actual needs are, because the new residents who come in, and I found Ms. Cunningham's question about the conversion rate there on schools brilliant. I think this is a fantastic place to start. How many families will choose to live in a building like that, in big apartments, but not with a lot of light, etc. So that would inhibit me for today to task staff to prepare some sort of a formal report of that, but rather have a regime of observation, that the planning commissions, SPRCs, et cetera, should be part of that. The neighborhood should be a very big part of that, because they are the living measure of how their neighborhood is changing. They are not coming to us by asking to deliver on a 2010 plan. They do. But more importantly, they're coming to us to say, wait a minute, my neighborhood is exploding. It's a showpiece of good planning and good work. Yeah, but there are certain things missing. You delivered a fantastic car, but one wheel is missing here. So that's the new quality of adaptive policy that we have to accompany with adaptive reuse, in my opinion.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Karantonis. Ms. Cunningham.
I will just include in my concluding remarks, A, I am in support of the project, so excited about that. And B, on the civic asset conversation, I think we do have a lot more to talk about. So, and I know we've been talking about it, and with community members, I think both Ballston and National Landing have some similar pain points that we just need to figure out how to make sure that we are investing in libraries, in parks, in just making it a great place to live, as well as getting the buildings to be occupied, which is what we all mean to have. On that note, a question for the applicant, and maybe a plea for other projects as well, is we hear from families in particular about the need for play areas. And so curious how you're addressing that with indoor or rooftop or other topics. And then similarly, we hear from everyone from 3 to 103 about more community garden space. And so also curious how you're thinking about that, whether it's rooftop or, water gardening inside. And you don't need to belabor it, but maybe just a quick answer, and then I will stop talking.
Thank you for the question. I think one of the things that we're really excited about is being able to open up some of the amenities to children, because we do anticipate that there's going to be additional families in these converted buildings. And so one of the new amenities that we're bringing in that we typically wouldn't put into our high rise is actually children's rooms. And that's going to be a big part of our amenity platform, is just really thinking about how families would use these buildings. And obviously we're very early on the design and the interiors, but that's one thing that we're excited about. We'll take note of the gardening as one of the needs of the neighborhood, and hopefully we can be able to, incorporate that as we continue design.
Thank you, colleagues, and thank you to The Planning Commission, I'll have just very brief thoughts. First, ultimately, I think that the 10-0 vote on the Planning Commission is more aligned with where I am than the 6-4 vote. There's a condition precedent concept in the law, and I don't believe that we're in a condition precedent situation. I do align in part with the, I think it's possible to align with that vote, align with I believe that adaptive reuse is a benefit, given that our vacancy rate is still at 20%. I just believe it's a benefit. And then thirdly, I believe that the list and the details of how we work that list for what's next in the CIP and by the end of the year is how I believe it's best for me to approach the valid concerns that you've raised. That's just my perspective. With that, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of this Ms. Vice Chair Coffey's motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. You guys can stay, but you do not have to. Same is true with you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Operable windows, please.
Thank you. Thank you. And we'll have a shift change for those who are here on the next item. And I'm not trying to be Scrooge-like. Congratulations on the project, but we're also kind of trying to keep moving. What I propose to try to do, we have 13 speakers on the next item, and then we have two presentations. And those presentations will take some time. I believe lunch is here. I also believe that there may be some people who are interested in this afternoon getting to other things besides the county board on this next item, which I certainly can understand. I guess what I'd say is we're 6 minutes to 12. It's going to take too long for us to do 2 full presentations. Colleagues, can we do a efficient lunch and be back at 12:10 and hear the full item? Is that good? Ambitious. Okay. All right. It's ambitious. My apologies to all of you, but you knew that we were eventually going to have to eat lunch, I believe, and you'll find that we're nicer in general when we're fed. And so by 12:10, we'll hope to be back here, and we'll take the item fully from there. So those who want to stay, apologies for not announcing it earlier. That's the way the real world works. We are recessed until 12:10. Thanks.
That was downtown Rams.
Yeah, I like that. Oh, nice. We have three. We're back in session, and we'll not try to rush. But it's over to our clerk to call the next item, please.
Certainly. Item number 34 on today's agenda is a site plan amendment number 452 to construct 47 townhouse units with modifications for lot coverage, front and side yard setbacks, and other modifications necessary to achieve the proposed development located at 2134 North Taylor Street.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Manager, I will
thank you.
share it with you, and
Sure.
we don't have to rush, but we all want to get Mr. Lamb's presentation. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. DiFerenti. I'm going to turn it over to Kevin Lamb, who is assisted today by Bryce Johnson. Over to you, Mr. Lamb.
Thank you. So good afternoon, board members. I'm Kevin Lamb with the Planning Division, and today I'll be providing a brief presentation on behalf of staff for the Waverly Ridge project. So this item is a site plan amendment to construct 47 townhouse units with modifications. So based on staff's analysis during the public review process, staff finds the proposal includes numerous deviations from the Langston Boulevard area plan with regards to land use, housing, public space, and tree canopy. Collectively, these deviations result in a project that fails to adequately achieve several area plan goals listed here, which include expanding land use and increasing density in appropriate locations, progressing towards housing production targets, including affordable housing goals for the corridor, increasing community access to public spaces that promote social connection, and expanding tree canopy to strengthen the corridor sustainability and resiliency. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the site plan amendment application. So taking a step back, the site is located at the corner of Cherry Hill Road and North Taylor Street in the Waverly Hills neighborhood. The 2.8 acre site currently consists of 4 unoccupied single detached dwellings, 5 outbuildings, as well as a large forested area back here. It is also bordered by several condos, apartment buildings, and townhouses. So the applicant is not requesting a change in either the general land use plan designation or zoning designation. The existing GLUB designation is low-medium residential, and is also located within the Langston Boulevard Planning District. The site also includes a triangle denoting public space, Meanwhile, the existing zoning is RA 818 multiple family dwelling district. So the existing site plan at the site currently consists of site plan number 452, which is also known as the Artist Senior Living Project. So this project was approved back in 2020, and it consists of a 175-unit assisted living facility that is 6 stories and includes new public space. So while the site plan approval remains valid, it also remains unbuilt. Back in 2023, a site plan amendment application was submitted by a new contract purchaser of the site in order to facilitate construction of the elder care facility, which was at that time to be known as Solera Reserve. However, unresolved contractual reasons prevented them from proceeding, and the county board ultimately deferred the site plan amendment indefinitely. So the site is located just off of Langston Boulevard and is therefore subject to the Langston Boulevard Area Plan. Adopted in 2023, the area plan establishes a vision for the Langston Boulevard corridor as a green main street of connected neighborhoods with improved access, safety, sustainability, and amenities. It provides a framework for future growth along the corridor and outlines goals and recommendations related to key planning elements. The site itself is located in Area 3's residential district, which is largely characterized by multifamily residential development. So diving deeper into the area plan, to encourage new housing occurs within appropriate locations. The area plan includes use mix maps, as well as building height and form maps that inform future land use types and densities. So as you can see here at the subject site, the area plan recommends multifamily residential up to 7 stories. So to enable these recommended land use and building heights, the area plan also envisions future GLUP changes along the corridor when redevelopment does occur. So again, at the subject site, as shown here, the area plan recommends a designation of low office apartment hotel. In addition, the area plan seeks to increase access to a diverse network of public spaces as growth occurs. The area plan identifies a 20,000 square foot public space located at the corner of Cherry Hill Road and North Taylor Street, approximately 17,400 square feet of which is to be located on the subject site itself. The area plan further recommends that the public space includes a hybrid of plaza and park amenities with a mixture of hardscape and landscape elements to support large community gatherings. So going back to the proposal, it includes, again, 47 townhouse units at a density of 16.8 dwelling units per acre. Each townhouse unit includes 2 parking spaces with another 11 spaces located on site, dedicated to residential visitors. The site includes private internal streets and a 10,279 square foot new public space. The applicant is also requesting modifications for lot coverage as well as setbacks. So in support of the corridor-wide vision, the area plan establishes several goals, including increasing density through GLUP changes at the subject site. Again, that low office apartment hotel GLUP designation, which corresponds to allowing densities of up to 72 units per acre. Achieving housing and housing production targets, including 2,500 affordable units on Langston Boulevard by 2040. Expanding equitable housing choices, increasing access to public spaces, as well as expanding tree canopy. At this site, it recommends 35% tree canopy coverage, as well as corridor wide. So on the left, this shows the concept plan in the area plan depicting the site as envisioned by the area plan. So in support of these goals as a multifamily residential development. So in reviewing the proposal in relation to these goals, the proposal maintains the existing GLUB designation, providing 16.8 units per acre. It does provide 47 market rate units with no required contribution for affordable housing. It does provide home ownership housing with larger size units. It installs and maintains that 10,279 square feet of new public space. And then in terms of tree canopy, it includes 26% coverage. So staff finds the proposal fails to adequately achieve these area plan goals, which is largely attributed to the proposed housing typology. So the fact is the proposed housing typology presents a major deviation from the area plan, which again recommends that multifamily residential. The impacts of the proposed townhouse typology is reflected in the proposed site design compared to what is envisioned by the area plan. So typically, multifamily residential consists of compact multi-story buildings with vertically stacked units, as well as shared entrances and parking facilities. However, as you can see here, townhouses feature side-by-side units and are often characterized by increased lot coverage to accommodate various internal sidewalks and streets to support the individual unit entrances. There's private garage access, there's the visitor parking, as well as fire access to consider. So while the area plan does acknowledge that townhouses contribute to more housing choices in the corridor, it also stresses that by right townhouse redevelopment would likely result in a form of development inconsistent with plan goals for moderate to higher levels of residential density, and the urban and pedestrian-oriented streetscapes, consolidated public open space, and a coordinated multimodal planned street grid that can be achieved through multifamily housing. As a result, the area plan recommended a zoning ordinance amendment to require approval of townhouses within the Langston Boulevard Planning District via special exception site plan. Despite this, the area plan does identify transition areas along the edge of the corridor for townhouse development, where this housing typology can provide appropriate height transitions between high density to lower density areas, as shown here. So within all the RA zoning districts, there are residential uses that may be developed by right, subject to various requirements for things such as height, street frontage, lot area, bulk, coverage, and placement. So listed here are the by right residential uses for the subject site, along with the maximum densities that could theoretically be achieved. So just going through these, a maximum of 20 one-family dwellings, 34 two-family dwellings, and 101 multifamily units could be developed by right. It's also important to consider the proposed townhouse project in relation to the currently approved Artist Senior Living Site Plan in purple, and the site as envisioned by the area plan in green. So the Artist Senior Living project, which does predate adoption of the area plan, provides over 3.5 times the number of units, all senior housing, a $350,000 AHIF contribution, and the same amount of public space, which is outlined in pink here, and a greater tree canopy coverage than currently proposed. Meanwhile, for the multifamily residential project as envisioned by the area plan, this project would theoretically provide at least 200 units, the recommended public space and tree canopy, as well as affordable housing in the form of an AHF contribution, 30 on-site CAFs associated with the recommended GLUP change, and potentially additional CAFs associated with requests for bonus density. So looking at the proposed density and associated site plan features and improvements, should it receive county board approval today, the applicant will provide new sidewalks and street trees, site landscaping and trees, contributions for public art. They are undergrounding some utilities. They are providing a contribution to the utility undergrounding fund, as well as implementing a transportation demand management program. Since there is no additional density requested, there are no features or amenities associated with additional density. So the area plan itself did evaluate existing conditions through an equity lens and found the corridor provides limited housing opportunities for lower and middle income households to live or stay in the area. It also identified there are connectivity gaps in areas with insufficient public spaces. The corridor lacks robust tree canopy coverage, which disproportionately impacts those who rely on non-vehicular transportation. And the existing transportation network is generally undesirable for walking or biking. So as a result, the area plan does seek to address these inequities through the policies and recommendations previously mentioned. Staff finds the proposal does not advance the equity goals for housing, public spaces, and tree canopy, but does contribute to the transportation network. The project was reviewed by the SPRC, which included representatives from various commissions, civic associations, and the adjacent condos and HOAs. So during the SPRC meetings, members were generally receptive to the proposal despite the deviations identified by staff. Some SPRC members raised concerns about the anticipated sales price being unattainable for most Arlingtonians and the lack of green building elements. Some also suggested the limited size of the public space could be mitigated through other site improvements, while there was strong support expressed by civic associations and adjacent condos and townhouses. The following commissions and community groups also provided letters and comments, which are attached to this agenda item. And just to wrap up, following the SPRC meetings, the project was heard at the Transportation Commission, where they voted 9-0, recommending approval. The Planning Commission also heard this item, where they voted 5-2, recommending approval. And as you know, last month, the County Board voted to defer consideration at the applicant's request at their April County Board meeting to no later than the May County Board meeting. And to conclude, staff recommends denial of the site plan amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb. We'll now turn it to the applicant, Mr. Cummings.
Good afternoon. Nick Cummings with Walsh Colucci here on behalf of the applicants, Brian and Christine Normile of BCN Homes, an Arlington-based real estate development company, and the rest of our team, including Chris Gordon at KGD, Karen White at Walter L. Phillips, Felice Brichta at Grove Slade, and Frank Poley, also from BCN, as well as my associate, Jess Washington. BCN has built more than 200 homes, multiple townhome projects, restaurants, and other commercial projects, including a school on Langston Boulevard over the last 28 years in Arlington, and has an active townhouse project in Penrose right now. In addition, the design and engineering teams of KGD and Walter L. Phillips have worked on projects totaling millions of square feet of new development in the county. They are all very proud of these contributions to Arlington County and look forward to this new townhome project at Waverly Bridge, bringing to fruition the redevelopment of a long-stalled site in accordance with the Langston Plan goals. As you know, we were deferred last month, and during that time made a strong effort to improve this proposal. Significant changes were made, including commitments to green building measures that are now codified in our conditions, and due to the critical importance of affordable housing to the Langston Plan in this community, an AHIF contribution that matches the one approved in the Artist Plan. This project brings much-needed housing to Arlington on a parcel that has been vacant and blighted for 30 years. It is important to note that the housing created will be new, family-sized housing supply and an ownership product in high demand, but in short supply throughout the county. This is done while fulfilling the goals of the Langston Boulevard Area Plan. The plan provides guidance for redevelopment throughout the corridor and recommends housing on this site. It also anticipated flexible implementation over a 30 to 50-year period, of which we are in year 3, characterizing its recommendations as just one concept for each area plan, and stressing the need to accommodate changing community needs and desires and market changes as each project comes forward for review. It plans and allows for townhouses as well as multifamily uses and recognizes the role that townhomes and for-sale housing have in the housing market and the need for that type of product. Townhomes are allowed everywhere housing is allowed in the plan area, and while previously a by right use, now requires site plan review. That was not done to discourage or prevent this desirable product from being built. It was done to ensure that each project was reviewed for conformance with the plan and to ensure that the community benefits were realized with each project, and that is exactly what was successfully done with this proposal. There are a litany of specific plan goals we knock out of the park, also referenced on this slide with some specific quotes. Our project will increase and diversify housing supply, provide ownership opportunities, offer family-sized units with a total of 188 bedrooms, delivers the open space and landscaping and streetscape improvements, undergrounds utilities, includes green building features, and makes an AHIF contribution. This is a project that meets the goals of the plan. We're also amending an existing approval, the artist site plan, which was approved prior to the adoption of the plan. It includes a number of community benefits that are identified as plan goals, including a 10,000 square foot public open space, road and streetscape improvements, stormwater management improvements, and a $356,000 AHIF contribution, among others, all of which are included in the current application that is before you, including, of course, that AHIF contribution. And although that sits outside the site plan conditions, was not mentioned in staff's report, it is the same contribution approved in the artist plan and is offered to match the benefits that plan delivered. One more piece of context that is important to reiterate today is that when the LBAP was developed, this was the only large parcel on the corridor with an active approved site plan. Because Artis was already approved and those working on the plan believed it would be built, the site was not subjected to the same type of community visioning process as every other parcel on the corridor. LBA Executive Director Ginger Brown spoke at SPRC and said, when we were going through Plan Langston Boulevard, this project and this parcel was an approved site plan. It really wasn't under any real public discussion at that time. That history matters when evaluating plan conformance for this specific site. Critically, our project will provide upwards of 188 bedrooms in the Waverly Hills community, which is essentially the same number of beds in the approved assisted living facility, and consistent with the number of bedrooms, especially considering how many studios, efficiencies, et cetera, are delivered these days that might be seen in a multifamily building on the site. All of these are critical goals of the plan and are fulfilled with the project. All of the community benefits that were provided, as I stated, in the currently approved artist site plan, including that public open space, street improvements, stormwater management, were retained and even improved in some cases. This was done despite a significant decrease in density, nearly 35% in FAR, and a lower height at 4 stories, all changes that have been well received by the surrounding community. And specifically, the project provides, consistent with that artist approval, public open space, just over 10,000 square feet in size, utility undergrounding fund contribution in addition to undergrounding all on-site utilities, increased tree canopy on site, more new trees, reduced lot coverage, and remember that tree canopy replacement coverage contribution has gone up to nearly $724,000, which is substantial, as well as a number of green building features that I mentioned earlier, and of course the AHIF contribution. The result is a project that will accomplish all of the community benefits the artist project promised, but was never able to deliver because it could not be financed and built. The plan has also received broad community support since the acceptance of this application and through the entire SPRC and PC process, an 8-0 recommendation to approve from Transportation Commission, and a 5-2 recommendation to approve from the Planning Commission. In particular, the plan has received enthusiastic support from the major stakeholders, including the LBA, Waverly Hills, and Cherrydale Civic Associations, and neighboring properties and communities. This support is evidenced by previous testimony, letters of support, and a number of speakers that you will hear from today. Many of the folks involved in this review process have been working on plans to develop this site for almost a decade, myself included, and the record shows more than 27 years of unsuccessful attempts to redevelop it, none of which have delivered a completed project. BCN will deliver this project, which maintains and improves that package of community benefits while delivering a much needed and desired housing type that blends in beautifully with surrounding development and is strongly supported by the neighborhood. The project does provide density. 150 plus residents who will be part of the Waverly Ridge Townhome community who will walk to Lee Heights shops, bike to local trails, walk their kids to Dorothy Ham and Glebe Elementary, enjoy the public open space provided next to them, and who will be part of the transformation on Cherry Hill Road that brings the vision of a green Main Street to life along the corridor, all as envisioned and allowed in the LBAP. The strong demand for this type of housing speaks to the lack of it across the county and the strong desire of Arlingtonians to remain in Arlington when purchasing a home. Townhomes, which are a much denser type of for-sale housing, offer housing solutions to a wide array of different purchasers and are a flexible housing solution. We've heard from many long-term residents who own in the surrounding neighborhoods and want to find ownership housing with less upkeep and with an elevator to age in place and stay in the community, where new single-family homes are often twice the price and square footage of a new townhome. In closing, I want the board to know the Waverly Ridge site plan process did not divide the community, but rather the community and the neighboring citizens around this parcel are in fact united in support of this project. And after having waited nearly 30 years for this site to be developed and support this project, we respectfully ask this board to end that wait today and approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings. We will have questions. We'll move next to our commissions, and I believe we have Ms. Peterson here for planning, and we'll see if there are any others. Ms. Peterson.
Okay, good afternoon. Good to see you again. I'm Tenley Peterson from the Planning Commission. We heard this item at our April hearing. This for us was a difficult decision. It is not often that staff recommends denial on a project, and we take that very seriously. As the Planning Commission, since we're looking at these early projects for Plan Langston Boulevard, we have really been reinforcing that it needs to follow the plan. We really want to set a precedent that we expect people to follow the plan. All that said, as you heard, this site wasn't really considered during the Plan Langston Boulevard process really thoroughly because we already had a really nice, much wanted project already approved, the Artist Senior Living site. We were all really excited for that project. It was one of my first projects on the Planning Commission, so I think it was really disappointing for the entire community when that wasn't going to be able to go through it. And then there was the second senior living project that was being considered that was, again, determined to be infeasible. This site has been vacant for a really long time. It's been unkempt, and the community, I was just feeling really frustrated that this is a very unproductive site. And we were also aware that by right could produce, we were told that at our hearing, 14 single-family homes. I think there were some updated numbers, but there's still a potentially attractive by right option here that made us a little bit uncomfortable. So this site will bring 47 townhouses. It is not multifamily, which generally the Planning Commission is very supportive of, but as was noted, a lot of multifamily units are studios and one bedrooms. And so if we're looking at 47 townhouse units, which are more likely to have families in them, we're probably going to get close to the same number of residents actually living in this area. And it will be more likely that kids can live in the area since children often don't live in those studio or one bedroom apartments. They will be offered at a different price point. So we did note that. And we are disappointed that there will be a lack of on-site affordable housing that is usually really important to us and something that we focus on as a commission. So that was one of the reasons that this was a hard decision for us. We're also disappointed that we're going to get a much smaller park space than the plan calls for. The tree canopy is disappointing. We like to see tree canopy. We feel like there's too much street space and interior driveways that, really, is there a way that we could have redone that so that there could have been more park space? The project has a lot of potential for being really green. The applicant talked about, solar panels on the roofs and EV parking, but they weren't willing to put any of that in the site plan conditions. So there's no way for us to enforce that would actually be followed through on. Part of that is because the county no longer has our Green Home program. That program has been discontinued because of staff turnover. And so there weren't a lot of great opportunities for staff to really put including site plan conditions or have a program to really require a higher standard. One of our biggest concerns with this process was that the C2E2 Commission has a standard questionnaire that they work with applicants to fill out, and usually applicants are really supportive of that process and are very happy to share information with our colleagues on the C2E2 Commission. And in this process, they did not reply to emails, they did not respond to the questions. And so, for part of the site plan review process, it's really important that the applicant engage with us and respond to us and work with us. And C2E2 in particular didn't feel like that was happening, and all of my colleagues on the Planning Commission were disappointed about that. Though ultimately, we have very much respect for staff and the hard work that you do and respect that you recommended denial of this project. We understand your rationale. We ultimately ended up voting in support of this project. From our perspective, this site has been vacant and unproductive for far too long. It has seen a couple of failed projects. We do not want to see a third failed project. The site wasn't actually fully considered and assessed during the Plan Langston Boulevard process, and it does have really strong support in the community and will provide a lot of density and actual number of humans that live here, if not our traditional way of assessing density. So we did ultimately vote in support of this. I will read the motion. The Planning Commission recommends that the County Board approve the application for site plan amendment SPLA 25-00027, aka Site Plan 452, to permit the construction of 47 townhouse units with modifications for lot coverage, front and side yard setbacks, and other modifications necessary to achieve the proposed development located at 2134 North Taylor Street. That was voted in support 5-2. Thank you very much, and I'm available for questions if you have any.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. I believe we have our C2E2 representative, Mr. Sandoli. Yes. Mr. Sandoli? That's better. You'd think I'd know. Oh.
Would you mind button in the center of your microphone?
There you go. Thank you. Good afternoon. And thank you to Ms. Tenley Peterson from the Planning Commission for raising several of our points. I'm Rob Sandoli. I serve as the Vice Chair of the Climate Change Energy Environment Commission, or C2E2. I also serve as C2E2's lead representative to this Waverly Ridge project. Regarding the project, C2E2 prepared a draft letter to the board just yesterday, following a call with the developer on Wednesday, and following our access to the negotiated site plan amendments only 1 week ago, where we observed for the first time the limited sustainability commitments that were negotiated with county staff. This is not how it's supposed to be. But before I address our proposed process improvements, let me summarize C2E2's assessment of the project from a sustainability perspective. Based on available information from the applicant, C2E2 applied our scorecard rating methodology with which the board is familiar. To be fair, our scorecard framework works best with commercial buildings and large multifamily housing developments, so scoring for a townhouse project development like this one may produce a slightly lower score than expected. Nevertheless, applying the tool that we have, we rate the project at 48%, which falls short of what is necessary to meet the county's carbon neutrality and other sustainability goals. I'll begin by noting the positive elements of this project, which include enforceable commitments now to install Energy Star appliances, WaterSense fixtures, efficient electric HVAC systems, pre-wiring for rooftop solar PV and EV charging, programmable thermostats, and paints, sealants, and carpets with low volatile organic compound content. The applicant also commits to install reasonably efficient windows, though specifications appear to fall short of Energy Star criteria for the windows. While pre-wiring for solar and EV charging is commendable, C2E2 believes the applicant should actually complete the installation of the devices. More significantly on the downside for this project, we note the applicant chose not to pursue green building certification, conduct any energy modeling or benchmarking, or address construction waste diversion, embodied carbon, and many other sustainability features. Open space features and tree canopy coverage also fall short. We note that these are two of the 4 areas of concern that compelled county staff to recommend denial of the site plan amendment. Since Arlington's Green Home Choice program was discontinued, C2E2 recognizes that the applicant is not technically required to incorporate many sustainability features under the baseline site plan conditions for a townhouse development. Nevertheless, C2E2 finds that the development proposal is inconsistent with the spirit and intent of the county's climate action resolution. We believe adjustments can be made to improve the sustainability features of this project. Now, turning to process improvements, C2E2 notes that no sustainability documentation was made publicly available throughout the Site Plan Review Committee process, or SPRC process. In fact, I was on the project website just yesterday. I counted 80 documents to support the project, including plan sheets, justification letters, request forms, and other documents. When I clicked on the file titled Sustainability Commitments and on another file entitled Energy Model Summary and Proposed Savings, a one-pager with the same text popped up. It read, "The applicant will submit the requested documentation at a later date." This is the printout from the website right here. So now the county board is about to vote on this project, so how much later can we get? Accordingly, C2E2 recommends changes to the SPRC process. In short, we suggest that no project should move forward to county board review unless sufficient sustainability documentation is submitted in a timely fashion during the SPRC process. Furthermore, we suggest such documentation should be submitted in advance of the first of 2 planned SPRC meetings. C2E2 stands ready to work with the board and county staff on these process improvements, which will help advance climate and environmental priorities for the benefit of all county residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandoli. Next, we'll turn to our public, our community, and I believe we have public speakers. Mr. Kushner.
We do. Our first speaker, registered virtually, is Ms. Nicole Toulouse, followed by, Stephen Fedorchik.
Ms. Toulouse. We will come back.
Going once, going twice. We'll come back. Next speaker is Stephen Fedorchik.
Mr. Fedorchik.
Good afternoon, county board members, county manager, others in attendance. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Stephen Fedorchak. I'm grateful to have lived and worked in Arlington for the last 20 years after first living and working here in the early 1990s. Hard to believe. During my time in Arlington, I've been fortunate to be immersed in the community in a variety of ways. As a business founder, co-owner, and operator of the Liberty Restaurant Group, as a board member, volunteer executive, and donor across multiple nonprofit entities, including Doorways and Arlington Free Clinic, and currently as a commissioner and executive committee member on the Arlington Economic Development Commission. Throughout this time, I have frequently interacted with and been appreciative of county public officials and staff. With that in mind, I would like to voice strong support for the Waverly Ridge project proposed by BCN Homes based on the following. The project activates a long dormant site in a thoughtful and productive way, adding appealing new housing product that's well positioned to attract a diverse stream of potential residents. BCN builds high quality, durable, and aesthetically pleasing real estate that resonates with buyers and stands the test of time. This has been proven over the course of nearly 30 years of building in Arlington. And finally, the project will greatly enhance the sense of community, vibrancy, and connectivity between the Cherrydale and Lee Heights neighborhoods and provide welcome new economic stimulus within that corridor. As an example, our restaurant company is finalizing plans for a new business on the Essie's Carriage House site. We would certainly welcome the opportunity to serve 150 plus new residents in the context of this project.
Thank you, Mr.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Fedorchik. Next speaker.
Our next speaker, speaking for 3 minutes, is John Musso, followed by Ms. Caitlin Platt.
Mr. Musso.
Good afternoon, members of the County Board. John Musso, Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber. On behalf of the Chamber, I want to express our support for this project, and we urge you all to please adopt the development project at 2134 North Taylor Street. Currently, this site remains vacant and continues to deteriorate as the numerous previously proposed projects detailed in other presentations have stalled or failed to materialize over the last 27 years. Currently, this site generates no housing, no community benefits. The proposal before you all today would transform this site into a place with 47 townhomes and up to 150 different residents. This would not only create home ownership opportunities along Langton Boulevard corridor, but also alleviate a shortage throughout the county of larger 3 and 4 bedroom units that provide additional opportunities for families in Arlington to grow, stay, and thrive within Arlington and not having to move outside of the county for larger spaces. Additionally, as mentioned, this would generate numerous community benefits, improvements to Cherry Hill Road, North Taylor Street, more than 10,000 square feet of open space, stormwater improvements, and so forth. We believe that the benefits in this project would align ultimately with the goals of Langston Boulevard that we all share. And as noted, this has been endorsed by the Langston Boulevard Alliance, the Waverly Hills Civic Association, the Transportation Commission, and Planning Commission. They've all have thought that the benefits of this project outweigh any negatives. So we very strongly urge you all to please adopt this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russo. Next speaker.
Sorry, our next speaker is Ms. Caitlin Platt, followed by Mr. Bernie Byrne.
Ms. Platt, are you there virtually?
I am here virtually, yes.
Go
Hi,
ahead.
my name's Caitlin Platt, and I'm an Arlington resident raising my family here with my husband, and I have my kids in the Arlington school system. I manage sales efforts for BCN, but I'm here in the capacity as a licensed realtor for the last 13 years here in Arlington. I'm not speaking as a representative of the applicant, but to share my experience selling townhomes. I've sold many new townhomes across Arlington, projects like Ballston Grove and Ballston, Irving and 9th in Lyon Park, and working currently on the launch of Bradbury Square and Penrose in the next few weeks. I've also sold many resale townhomes across the county, and I know firsthand how scarce this type of home is and how hard buyers are searching to find one. The buyers I work with aren't looking for a condo or a rental apartment. They want a fee-simple home with space, privacy, a garage, and the ability to build equity. And townhomes are nearly impossible to find in Arlington. At any given time in this market, there are as few as 5 to 6 townhomes for sale across Arlington. This represents less than a month's supply of inventory. I also sell many new single-family homes, but they've become more expensive for buyers, too expensive for buyers, and older homes at a more attainable price point present a challenge because they need to be updated, renovated, or expanded. My buyers are typically coming from apartments or condos, and typically they're residents of Arlington. I find that many of these buyers love the layouts of townhomes and the fact that they're low maintenance, yet they still come with outdoor space through balconies, terraces, and nearby open space. Other buyers express the desire for an elevator so they can age in place in the future, and many buyers want to live in the Arlington way, walking to shops and restaurants and biking to trails. Lee Heights and the surrounding parks and trails will fulfill that goal. I see how these buyers free up housing stock, whether it's rental supply or ownership supply, because they're moving up or downsizing, and that's important with the shortages we face in Arlington and the surrounding areas. I strongly support this product for the clients I know who desire more options for ownership housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Platt. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Bernie Byrne, followed by Mr. Sean Louder.
Mr. Byrne, are you there virtually?
Hello.
Mr.
Can you
Byrne,
hear
go
me?
ahead. We can. Go ahead.
This is not a good project. The project does not align with the Langston Boulevard area plan. As a result, it has several features that the plan recommends, but are not appropriate to the proposed project. This is an important point which you must consider. Because it is residential, this project needs more green space to accommodate trees and low vegetation. Green space supports butterflies and other pollinators. It also increases livability. The area plan recommends a public space containing a paved plaza and a lawn. These are supposedly needed to support the large population that the area plan recommends for a project at this site. However, a project as small as this one does not need a plaza or lawn. This is one of the major problems that occurs from this type of impromptu planning. The pollinators should remove the lawn from the public space. Lawns provide little habit for pollinators. They also increase stormwater runoff, yet this is what the applicant is proposing. Most lawn grasses are invasive non-natives. Their mowing uses energy and creates air and no noise pollution. The applicant needs to replace the lawn with native trees, shrubs, and perennials, but it won't. To its credit, the plant palette contains common milkweed. This plant feeds many monarch butterfly caterpillars in Arlington and its vicinity. However, the plant palette also contains 10 species that are native to North America, but are not native to Arlington and its vicinity. These include a tree, southern magnolia, Shrubs such as inkberry, summer sweet, and American beautyberry, a perennial, purple coneflower, and 2 ornamental grasses. Native pollinators may not recognize these, and they are virtually useless. The applicant should replace all non-natives with plants that are native to Arlington and its vicinity, but it won't. These should have similar characteristics to the non-natives that it's planning to install. Now, the important point. The present site presently contains a woodland or forested area that provides many benefits to the environment that this project won't. If the applicant cannot provide the type of project that the area plan proposes, the county should purchase the property at its assessed value, preserve the woodland and make it a park, and let the applicant make some money on this thing. In short, do not approve this project. Save the woodland and its tree canopy. Make it a park, and don't follow the area plan blindly when the applicant's not going to follow it in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mr. Sean Louder, followed by Sean Wilson.
Mr. Louder.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to be able to address the county board about this project. I would like to strongly recommend that you approve the project. I've worked in Arlington for the past 20 years, and I've been lucky enough to be a resident for the past 8 years. I rent a home along the Langston Boulevard corridor and have watched this project as I just got married last year, and like most newlyweds, my wife and I are looking at options to buy a home. What we're seeing is a lot of older homes that are built in the 1940s and 50s that require a lot of upkeep, maintenance, and frankly, a lot of renovation to bring it, to modernize the home. When I saw this project, it was the first inkling that as a longtime person that's worked in Arlington, I could own a brand new home in Arlington. I strongly recommend that you approve this project for me and people like me who want to be able to own a new home in Arlington. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Louder. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mr. Sean Wilson.
Hi, can you all hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you for your time. So my name is Sean Wilson. I have been a licensed residential real estate agent here in Arlington for a number of years, and I have worked alongside my mother, Ann Wilson. We've helped a ton of families build homes here in Arlington, and this is my home. I've grew up here, and I've built a career here. Over the past few years, I've watched a ton of clients have the same conversations over and over again. There is a good amount of inventory of homes in Arlington. However, they don't check all their boxes, and I believe this project does that perfectly. According to Real Scout, which is a tool that a lot of residential real estate agents use, there are currently 500 active and qualified buyers searching for this criteria, which just only shows and supports that there are people who are ready to move to Arlington or upgrade into a larger home or even downgrade into one of these developments. What I love about this project is it fills the gaps, and for years, like you all have addressed, I have love for the corridor, but it's dominated by car dealerships, and this area has been underdeveloped for I believe 27 years. This project is what I would refer to as a no-brainer to move forward with, and I strongly advise that we do. And I genuinely think that this project would mean a lot to Arlington, and there probably isn't a better development team to do it, as BCN has built some incredible homes in the past. So thank you for your time, and I would love to see this be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Appreciate your comments. Next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Mr. Jay Hicks, followed by Mr. Michael Augustine.
Mr. Hicks.
Good afternoon. Jay Hicks, 2015 North Kenmore Street. I live in Cherrydale and near the property. That's in that capacity that I'm here this afternoon. I also have the distinction of being the fellow who sold the property to BCN. I provided the board with a letter that gave you some insights into the process. But to summarize, we marketed it, we tried to develop it, had agreements with 2 separate senior living companies, both of which fell through, decided we had to sell the property. Marketed it heavily to senior housing, multifamily, and townhouse developers. And the market was resounding to me when it said of the 12 offers, 9 were from townhouse developers, 1 from senior and 2 from multifamily. And as I said in the letter, While price is always important, commitment to close, given the star-crossed history of this property, was every bit as important, arguably more important than price. We took a loss on this whole enterprise. Commitment to close was important, and the townhouse offers were unique in their ability to provide the kind of commitments to suggest that it would go from contract to approvals to closing to construction. And among the townhouse developers, we were particularly impressed with BCN and BCN's offer. Certainly their track record in Arlington is unparalleled, and I'm happy to see that, at least from afar, they're maintaining all the commitments that they expressed to us during the negotiations and contract process. So like I said, I've heard this property described as being star-crossed. It really is. It's a curiously challenging piece of property at a challenging time. I think the public benefits package that comes with this in the aggregate is exceptional. And as a nearby resident and somebody who's lived this property for years and know how challenging it is, I would implore you to take advantage of this opportunity and approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. Next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Mr. Michael Augustine, followed by Jay Hamilton.
Mr. Augustine.
Good afternoon. Yes,
Go ahead.
I'm here.
Great.
Yes, my name is Mike Augustine. I've been an Arlington resident for over 26 years, and I'm here to speak in support of the Waverly Ridge project. Now, Arlington has done a lot to add housing in recent years, but if you look closely at what's actually available, the choices are limited. For people who want to own a home here, put down roots, raise a family, stay in the community long-term, and build equity, the options are scarce. So my son lives in Arlington. He works in Reston. He spent several months looking for a townhome and found almost nothing in supply in Arlington because it's non-existent. He eventually purchased a condo, but a townhome would have given him the opportunity to provide rental housing to subsidize his mortgage. And here's the thing. He bought the condo and he vacated an apartment. That's one more rental unit freed up for someone else. That's how housing supply works, especially when new dwellings, are built, and it creates opportunities across the board. So my son wanted to build equity over time. A lot of older residents looking to downsize for a lower maintenance option. A townhome makes sense for them. So bottom line, 47 four-bedroom townhomes for sale in an established neighborhood, filling a site that is set undeveloped for decades is exactly the kind of project Arlington should approve. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Augustine. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mr. Jay Hamilton, followed by Mr. Paul Romness.
Mr. Hamilton, are you there remotely?
I'm dialing in. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, good. I'm double dipping because this is an important project. This is the type of project that fits in perfectly with the site that it's going to be on. The metro access is incredible. The 3Y goes right into where I used to work, McPherson Square. The 55 takes you into Roslyn. And I heard one of the administrators talk about why it was not approved. There is a sidewalk right to Lee Heights about 2 blocks away. So I don't understand what the heck that opposition's about. And to get to a bigger picture, my daughter and her husband, as of 3 months ago, moved from an apartment in Arlington to a townhouse in Falls Church, a very similar courtyard type structure that I saw the plans for the Waverly Ridge. And so you're in competition with Falls Church. Young people are looking for this type of housing and they're going elsewhere for it. These are the kinds of people that would fit in perfectly with this townhouse development. And more in line with what Neighbors for Neighborhoods is all about. We know about Arlington's decades-old transit-oriented development model. This perfectly fits into that model. And as one of the, I think it's the past board chair even mentioned this morning, this offers that different type of layering that missing middle is all about. It's not a McMansion. These are beautiful townhouses that will fit in. Some of the concerns, I think, are not valid because there will be trees. It's like anything else. When you clear cut a land, which happens all the time in these EHO approvals, trees are part of the process. So I really urge you to accept the scorecard as I see it. Everyone in favor of this except your staff. And that doesn't sit well. And you guys are the elected officials, and I think you can do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mr. Paul Romness, followed by Melissa Heinzer.
I'd like to thank the board for considering this
Mr.
project.
We can hear you, but we could hear you better if you were a little louder.
I'm happy to speak louder.
Perfect.
Is that better?
Sorry, thank you.
Oh, no problem. I'm Paul Romness. Thank you to the board for considering this project. I am a 60-year-old townie of Arlington. My wife and I are very proud about our time living in Waverly Hills. It's just a great neighborhood. And we'd like to someday move into a place, not so long from now, in between where we are now and either Jefferson or Sunrise. And so this is a great opportunity for people like us to integrate with some of these younger people that could buy these townhouses and walk to our favorite places. And it seems like this is something that we've been hoping someone would build in Arlington for a long time. And so that transition between where we are now and Jefferson or Sunrise would be a great opportunity. These places possibly could have some elevators, which we're going to certainly need soon because it's hard to find a good orthopedic surgeon around here. But that was a joke. But we really hope that the county, the board passes this, because this is something we are very interested in moving into, and it'd be a great transition. And other than that, to Jay's point and some of these others, there are other places that we could move to, and we really don't want to because I've lived here my entire life.
Thank you very much for your comments. Thank you, Mr. Ramos.
Our next speaker is Melissa Heinzer, followed by Mr. George Cranwell. Ms. Heinzer, if you're joining us virtually, you'll want to press the microphone to unmute. Going once, going twice.
We can come
circle
back if we
back.
need to.
Next speaker is Mr. George Cranwell, and then I do believe Ms. Toulouse is on the line.
Mr. Cranwell. Are you there? Oh, are you here? Excuse me. Sorry. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is George Cranwell. I'm a lifelong Arlington resident. I've owned a real estate brokerage here for the last 50 years, and my offices are just down the street from this project at 4113 Cherry Hill Road. I see this property sit there every day undeveloped over the last 30 years. It's clear that this site does not support multifamily housing. The market has said so repeatedly. What it does support is exactly what BCN Homes is proposing. I'll be honest, I hadn't planned to speak here today. I followed this application, I support it, but I didn't feel the need to come forward publicly until I saw it described in a headline in the Arlington Now this week. Controversial. I want to address directly because it's simply not accurate. This is not a controversial project. The underlying zoning already permits townhomes. The site plan process exists precisely to unlock community benefits beyond what by right development would provide. And this project delivers them. Meaningful, public, open space, streetscape improvements on Taylor Street and Cherry Hill Road that are long overdue. And stormwater management on the site, where I can tell you from personal experience, drainage is a real recurring problem for neighbors. Arlington has serious housing shortage. Everyone in this room knows it. This project adds 47 new for-sale homes that do not currently exist anywhere in the pipeline. That is a significant contribution to supply and comes with board community support. From all the neighboring civic associations, from Langston Boulevard Alliance, from neighbors who have watched this eyesore sit vacant for decades. I ask you to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cranwell. Next speaker?
Yes, and I believe because we do have Ms. Toulouse on the line now, I'd be happy to return to our 2-minute speakers for a moment.
Ms. Toulouse, are you there?
I am. Thank you so much for having me today. Can you hear me all right?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. Oh gosh, that's very close. I was actually just walking past this site with my son as we were coming back for a nap. So sorry for my tardiness. I've lived here almost my whole life. I know many of the speakers' kids, actually. This site has been sitting vacant since I was a child. Everyone knew that it was going to be housing. So that's not really a surprise to anyone. I have said this for years and years, but the amount of for sale housing that's available in this county is very nominal. And I think that it's 97% of the units that are planned right now in Arlington County are going to be apartments. And when we talk about supply, we have two different markets. We have our rental supply and our for sale supply. And I think we often loop them all together in total supply, but they're completely separate. And so the ability for us to be able to add for sale housing in an area that is prime for development, that the community wants it, I think is a huge opportunity for us to take. I think that it's just a no-brainer. So I don't have anything really more to say than that, but I just support this project and hope you'll consider it.
Thank you, Ms. Toulouse.
And then very briefly, one more time, see if Miss Melissa Heinzer has joined us.
Ms. Heinzer?
All right, not seeing her online, so we'll move on to our 5-minute speakers, beginning with Miss Sandy Chesron.
Ms. Chesron.
Good morning, County Board members, County Manager, and County staff. I'm Sandy Chesron, the president of the Waverly Hills Civic Association, and we are here to support this project. Although the White House, the Congress, and the courts are all ignoring the will of the people, as was mentioned earlier, we hope that our local government will continue to listen to the voters. All of us, the Langston Boulevard Alliance, Waverly Hills, Cherrydale, and the surrounding multifamily developments on Cherry Hill Road strongly support this project. The application is consistent with the zoning, and it is consistent with the Langston Boulevard area plan. The project will bring many community benefits, although, as you know, often townhouse developments bring none because they're by right. Housing. As everyone has said, the land has stood vacant for a long time. We supported senior housing for over 5 years. As you heard from Jay, Artis tried very hard and Solera tried very hard. And just to mention, Solera was under McCaffrey, which is a very good Arlington developer who did the Clarendon Crossing and Mom's Organic Market. Neither of them could get financing. Well-designed townhouses fill a gap in a critically low supply and high demand pattern. They are an HO housing type, representing only 3.7% of our inventory. This is important in Waverly Hills, where seniors hope to age in community, and there is also tremendous demand from our families. Townhouses avoid high condo fees and are a sweet spot for building equity. In addition, although BCN is not asking for bonus density, the county staff, I believe, although I didn't hear it this morning, has negotiated a generous contribution of $357,000 to affordable housing. That is the same amount that Artis provided. Both the new tree-shaded sidewalks and lighting on Taylor and the new bike lane along Cherry Hill Road will enhance our safe walk to school. The plan also provides parking that meets the code. The Green Oasis Pocket Park of 10,000 plus square feet sits across from our Latino market and will provide important open space and also softscape that will not only facilitate shade, but also overland relief. With regard to climate change, the project provides much-needed stormwater management, including underground vaults to keep the water on site and to prevent it from flowing into our flooding neighborhoods. This is an improvement from the Artis plan, which had no vaults. The tree canopy at 26% and the contribution does meet the requirement of LBAP, as the project is less than 7 stories. Per the LBAP Green Main Street, the applicant is providing shade, including 77 new trees, native plantings, electrical HVAC and Energy Star, solar panel ready and EV ready charging stations. For all of these reasons and the community benefits, this project has been supported at all the neighborhood meetings, commissions, SPRC, and the Planning Commission. If this development plan is turned down, it sends a very negative message about development in Arlington and especially along the Langston Boulevard corridor. BCN will be left with a by right option, 14 McMansions or 24 duplexes. There will be no community benefits, a serious loss of tax revenue, and fewer, more expensive housing units than these 47 townhouses. Lastly, BCN is a local business who we respect as they continuously invest in Arlington's quality of life. In a time of vanishing bricks and mortar and empty storefronts, and with investment going to Falls Church, BCN provides us with excellent restaurants, Liberty Tavern, Lion Hall, Northside Social, and housing. To summarize, as neighborhoods, we have worked on this site with the county for 7 years. This is a good development, and there is no logic in not supporting it, and every reason to support it. We implore you to get to yes today on this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chesman. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Ginger Brown, followed by Jim Todd.
Hi, good morning, Chair DeFranti and members of the County Board and County Manager and staff. I'm Ginger Brown. I'm the Executive Director of the Langston Boulevard Alliance. Many of you know the history of our organization. We, over many years, organized 17 civic associations to push for change and investment along the corridor, which is decades overdue. While we were lobbying for county resources to make Plan Langston Boulevard possible, which took many years, those 17 civic associations came together to carefully negotiate guiding principles for advocacy for the community. Those principles included many topics: transportation, economic vitality, etc. But to prepare for today, I gave the most thought to our housing principle. It was to design a range of new housing options, emphasizing affordable units, but meeting the range of needs and incomes of many. Those aging in place, young professionals, families, those with disabilities, everyone can benefit from housing options closer to jobs, services, shopping, and transit. You can imagine that we're very excited about the first two projects that were passed. We're very excited that we met 10% of our goal with the Lecky project and 250 units. We're very proud of the project that's going in at Spout Run. We're excited for the next project that's probably coming through, which is assisted living. And so I had to think about this project. When considering our support for it, it's likely homeownership, and I thought of two different examples, one from a long time ago and one from this week. Years ago, I was the Waverly Hills Civic Association president. We updated our neighborhood conservation plan. It took 12 volunteers and a year of work or more. We surveyed the whole neighborhood. We learned lots of things, but the single most definitive thing that we learned was that people wanted to age in their neighborhood, 70%. Considering we only got 50% support for improving the park, that was eye-opening. The townhouse project offers a type of housing that will help address those needs. On Tuesday, I was at the economic development meeting. They had a workforce panel discussion. Top Arlington companies were there, and they were talking about recruitment. One of the panelists was a worker that had the skills that all of those companies were trying to recruit. He had recently moved to Prince George's County because he couldn't buy a home here. This project offers the type of housing that might address the need. This project offers a type of housing that will increase the supply. As you all know, Arlington has a supply problem for this range of housing types. So when I thought of our guiding principles, I thought, yes, we support this type of housing and this townhouse development. Other plans in Arlington have townhouses in them: Roslyn, Columbia Pike, Ballston. We believe they are appropriate for our corridor as well. And we are pleased that an affordable housing contribution is also being made. It's important to remember this site, a longtime vacant lot with a few dilapidated buildings, brings its own unique history and a clear reminder of why this project should be approved. LBA was fully involved when this project was going through the site plan in 2019 for Artis, which was approved prior to the adoption of the Langston Boulevard area plan, but not by much. Given the timing of the approval and then intense scrutiny of the plan process, the site was largely left out of the public dialogue. We were talking about lots of other things, but not this site. LBA was extremely disappointed when the elder care project failed, and LBA was disappointed for a second time when the property was sold and the second attempt at development failed. The Artis project has lots of community benefits, as many people have already said today. In short, this is a good development that adds a needed housing type, increases supply, and is supported by our neighbors. We strongly encourage the County Board to approve this project. Thank you for considering the views of the Langston Boulevard Alliance and the community.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Jim Todd, and then we'll circle back to see if Ms. Melissa Heinzer is joined.
Mr. Todd, are you there virtually? Mr. Todd?
Going once, going twice.
You want to circle back to the other?
We can certainly circle back to Jim Todd. We will go back to Ms. Melissa Heinzer, who may be joining us virtually for 3 minutes. Ms. Heinzer, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Excellent.
Go ahead, Ms. Heinzer.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this morning. I wanted to say I have been a member of this community for 21 years. I live on the corner of Cherry Hill Road and and North Taylor. The proposed park is catty corner to where my house lives. This neighborhood I have raised my children in. They're still in school, and some going off to college. My husband and I are highly excited about this project, bringing townhomes, bringing more families, investing in the community. This will be a huge asset to the community, to this neighborhood. We highly recommend that the county consider allowing this to go through. We believe that the increased sidewalks, the tree cover will all benefit everyone in this neighborhood. So I implore that the county board consider this and vote in favor.
Thank you, Ms. Heinzer. Next, do you want to give one last chance to Mr. Todd?
Yeah, we'll try one more time for Mr. Jim Todd. Are you joining us virtually?
Okay.
I do not see him online. Going once, going twice.
No speaker.
There are no further speakers.
Okay. We've heard from our public. Conversation is now with the board. Colleagues, I would suggest we have some discussion before we move to any motion. There's lots to try to work through in this case. And I'm open to how we do it. There are categories identified in the staff report and the Planning Commission's consideration. And I am open to how we do it. There's loosely, I'd say there's land use, housing, sustainability, including stormwater, tree canopy, and loosely I'll say green building or conditions with respect to green, to climate-related green pieces, green work. Those are the biggest that come to mind. So I would start there, and we'll go to land use first. And I see two lights. This, you've gone first a few times. Maybe we'll go to Mr. Carantonis first this time, and then back to you, Vice Chair Coffey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a fundamental question. This is important for my edification and for framing the conversation. Most testimony was about these 30 years or 27 years that this site has been impossible to successfully develop. Is there anybody, that's both to staff, to the applicant, is there any understanding why this is the case? This is a block, there are 3 blocks that have 5 or 6 mid-rise buildings. They are 7 to 9 stories high. They're just next door. They are older. Wouldn't be unusual or unique in this place to see a bigger building. So what is the reason why this site is not able to fulfill its land use potential in a pretty sought-after corridor in a pretty supply-starved market?
Should we go first to staff? Does staff have any thoughts first? Then we'll come to you, Mr. Cummings. Okay, then we'll go to Mr. Cummings. I saw negative head nods quick.
So I can speak at least for roughly the last 10 years. I started working on this site with Mr. Hicks right when I really started practicing land use in general. And at the time, it was subject to an estate that was looking to sell. And they had some tax issues and other things to resolve. Sometimes those transactions can move slowly. But there was, at that time, a discussion of, all right, what's next? And townhomes were the main competitor then, and they were the main interest, really. And myself and some others with Mr. Hicks convinced the seller at the time, represented by Mr. Barnes Lawson, who many of you know, that the county would not want townhomes. They don't favor them, and that we should try to get assisted living in there if we could. At the time, assisted living was not allowed in Arlington County. It was mostly banned and only allowed in the SD Hospital District. This was a quirk of the zoning ordinance that hadn't been updated in many, many years. And so we launched into what became a multi-year effort to attempt to amend the zoning ordinance to allow for assisted living and allow for that use. That took a long time. Eventually, including the property did not have an ability to connect to water and sewer correctly because a pipe that would serve the site runs through the Horizon property, and the owner previously did not want to grant an easement to that, even though it was a public utility. The county had to threaten to condemn it, et cetera. It's now owned by a different landowner who's a local landowner and a very good neighbor. But there were a number of issues with the site. That all ran right into COVID like a buzzsaw. And the assisted living industry suffered enormously from occupancy restrictions. It still is. That's largely why during the interim period where, again, I talked to, it wasn't just Solera and McCaffrey trying to do assisted living here. There were a lot more behind the scenes over years as the owners behind Artis waited and waited and waited for anyone to try to come forward or any ability for them to actually build the building. From there, it went to a competitive bidding process led by, and Mr. Hicks described this in his letter, led by, the owners of the site. I think it's the Bainham family. They're the ones behind Artis. And they were looking at this and saying, all right, we've been sitting here since really 2016, 2017. We've been carrying this property, we've been paying taxes, et cetera, on it, and nothing has happened. We want to finally sell this thing. And they had also been tied up in previous contract negotiations, like with McCaffrey, et cetera, that hadn't ultimately come to fruition. And so they said, all right, bring in your offers. We're going to look at whoever can buy the site. We're finally moving on. And there were upwards of probably 20 offers. I was talking to many of them. I can't speak about those conversations given that they're privileged, but what I can tell you is that the site has inherent value that sets a floor based on those by right options that staff presented. And that has always been a bit of a challenge because that is the backstop for anybody looking at this, but also the source of a seller's determination of what they can sell the property for. Because a home builder is always going to be willing to buy and pay a certain amount to build those single family homes on this site. That means that the site is more valuable. Then at that point, we're looking at, with the site with the land value of that amount, what is actually economically feasible to build, which leads us to this application in this project. A good comparison or a good sort of food for thought thing is the Walgreens site. I think that they paid about half as much for that site as BCN paid for this one. This site was about 16. I want to say the Walgreens site was about 8. This is all publicly available information. That value for that Walgreens site is in part set by what can happen there without the board's approval. It's Zone C2, I want to say, which is a commercial district that permits basically the Walgreens that's there today or uses like it. If there were a more lucrative by right use, for example, if the county allowed auto-oriented uses by right, things like drive-thrus, you would see them right next to there, and that would have happened instead of the Walgreens building because it would have had a lot of value, a lot. Instead, it didn't. And so that helped incentivize there the ability for a multifamily building. Obviously, you also have a better location there, closer, more walkable distance to the metro, et cetera, into the corridor. But the site has had a long history of folks trying to get things done, trying to get them done in a way that really accomplished the county's goals and looked at the uses the county would want, but it has continually run into unluck, bad luck, and unfortunate situations over the many years. I think COVID was a big factor as well, but certainly time kills all deals too, and that happened many times. I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that long-winded description, Brian.
I'd be happy, Mr. Carantonis, to explain to you, just from a developer standpoint, in a very...
You bring the microphone a little.
Yeah, there you go.
In a very simple reason as to why this site hasn't been developed as multifamily. This is actually very simple. What's happened since 2020, we've had financial crisis, obviously, and development financing has become scarce. And what we've seen in the county is we've seen projects like Artis, and we've seen projects in Clarendon along the metro corridor that have much more accessibility and are much more favorable sites. We've seen approved site plans that have sat undeveloped for years. BCN has revived 2 past site plans that could not be built. This is a site right here where if I were interested, or frankly, anyone were interested in building a multifamily building, when you break it down to its simplest components, this is an expensive construction project. What the county says should be built here, a 200-unit building, is basically a project that would be well in excess of $100 million on this site. And I can tell you that the development community would rather go to a site in the Clarendon, Roslyn, Ballston corridor. Frankly, Columbia Pike, which you are so very familiar with, is much further along in a development cycle than where we stand on Langston Boulevard. And as such, in a market like right now, when financing is very, very scarce, the projects that will be built are going to be in a transit corridor. They're going to be with more amenitized buildings. The cost to build at Langston Boulevard and the cost to build the same identical building in Clarendon, they're identical. There's no difference in construction cost. And the problem with Langston Boulevard is you have an increased parking requirement that you can't have in a metro accessible location. The demand for parking in a building that isn't as transit accessible leads to needing to build more parking. And parking is about $70,000 a parking space. So when you start to incorporate the necessity of parking cars for building a site on a site that is nowhere near metro accessible and is really only serviced by 1 bus at this point, it just makes no financial sense. And frankly, your question about the surrounding buildings and what's happened on Langston Boulevard, when you look as a whole from Roslyn all the way to Falls Church, the buildings that you're referring to, they were built in the 1970s. And what happened is once metro became focus and the corridor pushed to Roslyn and Ballston, all this development has moved that way. And it's not magically going to move back to Langston Boulevard today. It's just not. The rents do not support building multifamily at this location.
Thank you both. I'm sure we'll have more questions along those lines. Yep.
Thank you for that. I mean, I just wanted to establish that there is not a objective, but there is a commercial. And thank you for making the case for the very high cost of parking, especially because we need from time to time to remind ourselves that this our parking policy is really transit-oriented development. So I will yield for other questions later.
Thank you. Vice Chair Coffey and then Mr. Spain. Vice Chair Coffey.
Thank you. A little deviation from land use, but I think important for me to ask up front. For staff, Mr. Manager, could you confirm that staff did not negotiate an AHIF contribution and that this has been offered as a gift to the county?
I can confirm.
Great. And for the applicant, could you confirm that staff did not negotiate an AHIF contribution and that this is being offered as a gift to the county by the applicant?
Yes.
Thank you. Just important for us to be very buttoned up here. Now, as far as land use, I was not, I know some of my colleagues, either because they were on the board or because of their personal proximity to Langston Boulevard, were very involved in the Plan Langston Boulevard process. And I know kind of the language explicitly around townhouse in Plan Langston Boulevard, alongside our general view as a county that mix of uses is a positive thing, and having different options, different types of housing is important for the overall health and success of our community. And I'm wondering if, and my colleagues should feel free to jump in as well, if there were any explicit conversations about kind of why that language around townhouse got added into Plan Langston Boulevard, because it feels different, I think, than what we have seen on other corridors and in other discussions around different housing types.
I think I could start answering that. So you're right. So Plan Langston Boulevard, recommends increased density corridor-wide to meet the different housing goals, affordable housing goals. It also, recognizes townhouses do provide that different housing choice. It's just a matter of where that is located. So I think Plan Langston Boulevard really focused on where does higher density make sense and where do townhouses make sense. I think that excerpt where it talks about townhouses, I think is, it is a fact, townhouses don't necessarily help the corridor as a whole. If it was just townhouse development, meet those ambitious goals. So you kind of do need higher density. So that was kind of the intent of that excerpt. But overall Plan Langston Boulevard, does recognize the value of both multifamily and townhouses.
Great. I think Mr. Fusarelli will have more.
No, thank you. And I would just have one point to add to build upon what Mr. Lamb had noted, which is I think there are actually other areas in Arlington where a similar approach has been taken, in the sense that townhouses, the language that's in the Langston Boulevard area plan, where it notes the likelihood for appropriateness of townhouses along the edges to really transition from sort of the areas of greatest concentration of development potential to the single family or one family neighborhoods. That is an approach, that's a technique that has been used elsewhere in the county. It's a big part of what you see, why you see what you see in the edges of Ballston in particular. And so I think there is some consistency in terms of the plan's approach to targeting townhouses as a transitional land use that can help harmonize with what's lower density nearby, building up to the higher intensity uses.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Coffey. We'll come back.
Yep.
I can say for my part that the two pieces of Mr. Lamb and Mr. Fusarelli aligns with my recollection of the context of what I worked on as I sought amendments on the Langston Boulevard area plan. I was very detailed in some other areas, but I think that the language and what the two folks is really consistent with my recollection. Mr. Spain.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm tracking land use, housing, sustainability. We're going to have a robust discussion about this particular project. And again, I want to thank the developer, the applicant, and definitely staff for the years of work you've put on this. I do have a question. And my questions are going to be quite pointed. And I think when we get to the end, you'll understand why. So for staff and Mr. Manager, Andrew, you can lean in on this. Just to be clear, because we're hearing mixed testimony and we also have a staff report. But so for clarity and for the record, are we following our adopted land use plans, or are we effectively in this endeavor rewriting them through some individual project, i.e. this one? And what level of precedence are we setting when it comes to land use if we depart from the adopted plan?
Yes, I'll take that to
Just
start.
be clear.
The staff recommendation for denial of this is based on staff's examination of the proposal in the context of the board's adopted area plan. Ultimately, we could not find, enough consistency, or alternatively, we found sufficient inconsistency with the adopted plan to be able to be in a place of support.
So this will be somewhat of a new precedence if we change.
This would being the third site plan, I believe, coming to the board following the adoption of the area plan, it would be the first of those 3 site plans where we would find ourselves in those place. In terms of the question of precedence, I may see if the county attorney may have more to add there.
Thank you. Mr. Attorney, the word is fraught with a lot of meaning. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I would have to brief you in closed session on that.
Good. The next question, which kind of lands, if we can pull up slide 19. This may still be in land use, but it also may be in housing, but let me pull it up and put it on the screen here. I've heard over the past several months about what we can, what we cannot, what we've tried, what's feasible. And for staff, folks know me as thinking about the art of the possible. Can you talk a little bit on the third part of this slide, on this hypothetical, how you arrived here, and just talk through this a little bit for the public?
So this kind of piece of this slide, it represents what's envisioned by the plan. It's a hypothetical. Based on reading the plan and what it calls for, that's kind of reflective of what's on the screen. It's not necessarily running a development scenario, seeing what's possible. It's kind of just looking at the plan, seeing what it recommends, and then how that would compare to the current proposal.
Yeah. Okie dokie. So, Mr. Chair, as far as land use for right now, that's my 2 questions. I'll come back later with some more, but we can move on.
Thank you for staying with it. I do have one question that's along the lines of yours, which is staff has an opinion whether the artist would have complied with the plan or not. Mr. Fusarelli, go ahead.
Yeah, so I appreciate the question because I know there were some comments raised during that. And so I would concur and agree that there wasn't as much discussion about this particular site as there was with other sites, largely in part because of the approved site plan. That being said, I would also indicate that in the development of the area plan, there was some additional level of liberty in terms of thinking about what if, right? There were comments raised previously that not all site plans that get approved ultimately get developed. And so an example of how that shows up in the area plan is really with the public space that is illustrated in the area plan is not, if you were to overlay that with the approved artist site plan, there's not alignment or consistency there. So, Mr. Chair, to your question, if the artist's site plan were to come back in the future, so to speak, proposed exactly as it is, there may be a slightly different examination of that, but it is an approved site plan that, continues to remain entitled and could be built, the market, contingent upon market support.
Sure, thank you. I guess in some senses, it's a hypothetical that you haven't done such an analysis of a future site plan, but it's also helpful. It wasn't certainly my understanding as we worked through this that there was a perhaps unstated or undocumented view that the artist was what was going to be built in the location, but unstated or undocumented is not necessarily what we would be governed by. There's the text, and then what you bring to the text that leads to interpretation of the plan. Ms. Cunningham.
I think maybe just to clarify what you just said, Chair,
the site plan preceded, the artist's site plan approval preceded this plan, right? So it just would have been allowed because it already existed. Can we put page 19 back up for a moment? So what's not shown here is what could be done by right without a site plan project. Could you remind us of that? Because there is an underlying by right zoning here. Can you remind us?
So the slide right before it, it kind of frames what is theoretically possible in terms of the maximum densities. That does have an asterisk where there's different requirements for like streets and coverage and bulk and what have you. So it'll likely be lower than that. And I think the applicant has alluded to, I think it was 14 single family homes.
And then can you also compare the tree canopy requirement and stormwater requirements in the by right option?
Under a by right option, again, they wouldn't be reviewed against the area plan, which does have higher tree canopy goals and even public space goals. So by right option would not necessarily be reviewed against that. It would be much, much lower.
Right. Okay. And I think, I was there for the Langston Boulevard planning, not quite as much as several people in this room, but quite a bit. And I also moved a few blocks from here, probably just a year after it first became vacant. So like Ms. Toulouse, my whole adult life has been next to this vacant property. When the artist plan was adopted, this plan would have been allowed by right, not even as a site plan project, right? You could do townhouses by right.
So prior to artists?
Yes.
Correct. So there would be different, the zoning was different though. Because with artists, it did come with a rezoning.
It did get rezoned,
it.
yeah.
So it was actually split zone between single family zoning districts, townhouse zoning districts, multifamily zoning districts. So this chart wouldn't be exactly what would have been.
It would have been
allowed.
a blend. Yeah, gotcha. But all that to say, I think this is hard because it's an early one along the corridor. And like the project we handled earlier today, it's just a hard one a little bit because you had dreams and hopes that might be bigger and denser here in the overall plan. But I know we'll talk through lots of other topics here, but I absolutely think this is the best plan for this era and that we've given it a couple decades to try some other things. And that if we, I'll leave it there. So I am generally in support of the plan, and I appreciate the additional effort that's gone in the last month to really get back on top of the sustainability issues. We'll talk about that more when we get to sustainability.
Thank you. So for that, Mr. Cantonis, you stuck assiduously, Mr. Spain, to land use, and I haven't stayed within the box. So we'll try to work land use nexus housing, and so. But Mr. Cantonis, go ahead. You're up.
I'm going to be I will stay in the frame of a land use consideration. So another discussion is the type of product, or the type of townhouse. And, there is a reason why previous county boards and a lot of people they approach this product with consternation sometimes, not always. I mean, these townhomes are an integral part of American cities, and they have delivered a lot of housing, good quality of life, etc. However, here we have townhome sticks. They are surrounded by asphalt all around. This is basically a lake of asphalt, and it has homes in there, out of which only one stick has a quasi garden in front of it. So one of the questions is that if we are having to, if this is a form that is more or less more economically viable, why does this preclude stacked flats? That would increase the number of households that would be housed there, or a mix, and it's all one type of housing. Even if I recognize it's not the same size of townhomes and there are some variations in the mix.
Absolutely. This is something that we deal with really throughout the county, but also throughout the region. Condos are very difficult to finance and very difficult to build. Stacked flats are a condominium product. What you want to get to generally for something that is much easier to build and very easy to sell, that is in high demand, is fee simple for sale housing. The difference is, and the critical issue is, that when I buy a townhome, it's like buying a single family home. At the closing, all liability merges into the deed, and the seller is not left with an open-ended legal commitment to the buyer as far as any defects, et cetera. Builders are on the hook as well. It can be even difficult to find people to build these. That is the reason that you don't see as many condo projects in the county. And certainly that when you see them, they are very high dollar ones, because that's the kind of market where you can finance and build those, and find people that will still finance and build those. The model for that is almost Miami, right? I mean, that's the type of condo that you're seeing get delivered more frequently. BCN is certainly not a builder that would be willing to do that or that thinks that they could finance them. I'll tell you that all of the leading other builders in the area, including national ones, avoid that type of product for that same reason. There are other approvals in the county. I think you're going to see them come in front of you, and that they'll shift for that exact reason. I can think of one. I don't want to necessarily throw it out here in public, but there's one that is in Ballston, where it was entitled as essentially stacked flats, really. I mean, it's a condo product. It fits the multifamily definition, which is great, because in that zoning district, you can't get towns. But that's not something that owner was able to find anybody who was willing to build. And so that's very likely to come back as something else. The model that is working in those areas that are closer into transit, et cetera, that can help pack a few more units in, is putting the fee simple towns on top of a garage. That can qualify as multifamily. We successfully did that as a component of the Crystal House project, where you had market rate units that are cross-subsidizing the affordable units there. Those are selling well, and they are small. They sell at a price that will probably be a bit higher than these, but similarly attainable, which unfortunately today means in the low seven figures, just over $1 million, but that is what attainable for sale housing is for my generation, quite frankly. And so you'll see that product coming up more and more. Hopefully the building official can continue to work with us. I say that with a smile, just because it's that subdivision was very difficult to get through. And there's more regulatory help, both locally and certainly at the state level, that could help on this. Really, I think all of the outcomes that you're seeing today are unfortunately a function of how we have designed the zoning ordinance, our sector plans, and simply the economy where we are today, right? I mean, I think that the example that was put up on the screen with the building that staff modeled, that would be great if it could be financed and built. It really cannot. And quite frankly, I think that if someone were able to get this site at the land value it would have taken to build a multifamily building, they may well have been building the by right building. Because you can build a by right multifamily building here that would not come with the millions of dollars of additional costs that come with the upglup and the upzoning, et cetera. It's unfortunately a situation where I think you're going to see some of the sites in Langston that are closer to sort of Main Street, closer to transit options. Those are going to potentially have the ability to go as multifamily, but a lot of others won't, because the incentives are simply not sufficient in that plan to motivate anybody to do it. And that's just a function of the economy, and then in the real estate market, and unfortunately the design of the plan that may well need to be revisited in a decade or so. We'll see, right, what the delivery numbers are. It'll be a mixed record across.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis. Land use density question. I guess before we leave this, 3.7% was a number that was mentioned. Is that an accurate? I'm trying to remember in the long glory of townhomes discussion in the expanded housing options debate. Eventually, we settled on townhomes are available, but they're not available at the percentage rate that we might wish for. And so I guess I kind of put that in if there's someone who could work that online, or just tell me if that is it's a density related question. And I guess, is that a number that sounds accurate to staff, or do you need time to look at it? Someone, I was listening, I did hear someone say 3.7% of our units as a whole are townhomes, and I don't know if that sounds within range to you, Mr. Fucirelli.
Yeah, we can look that up and confirm that shortly.
Sure, I did not mean to put you on an immediate spot. Now, you had your light on. Are we other things on
I had
density? Go ahead.
one carry on to Mr. Karantonis' question about stack flats. So understanding the condo issues, which have some state level challenges that we need to work through. One thing we did talk a lot about is how you can have flexible arrangements in a vertical path, right? So can you say a little bit about elevators, about in-law suites, caregiver suites, potentially ADUs if we change our rules a bit?
Yeah, I'll start off, and then Brian is absolutely the expert on this because he knows how these units are built. But with 4-bedroom townhome units, again, these are not palatial, ultra-luxury townhomes. Those could have been the choice. They were not. They are smaller so that they are more attainably priced. But with multiple bedrooms, you certainly could do exactly what that gentleman was mentioning, and you could be a young person who buys and then rents. I have heard of many examples in the past when I was young, 10, 12 years ago, of people doing that successfully. You certainly could, over time, as regulations change, create an ADU in these units. BCN themselves would be happy to work with anybody when you're buying one of these units to do that in install, but certainly if it were legally possible by then, but these will be built, quite frankly, very quickly if you approve them, which is a good thing. So, you know, I won't say the sky is the limit with what they can do within the box of that structure, but they can do really whatever Arlington would legally permit as far as folks being able to use that structure to allow for additional housing for relatives, loved ones, friends, whatever.
Thank you. I'm mindful that we will move from density to housing, and we had discussion about housing supply and then housing affordability. Did I interrupt? Did you want to add briefly, the applicant? Go ahead.
Just for a second, that would be great. To your question, Ms. Cunningham, the opportunities in how these units are built out is actually, there's a lot of flexibility in townhouse construction. Right now, our proposal is governed by the zoning rules that require extensive parking of 2 spaces per unit. I know we'd all like to be a more walkable community. And obviously, as we can get toward that avenue or toward that goal, this creates opportunities to recreate how these first floors of these townhouses are used. There's no reason that these couldn't be turned into an ADU or an accessible dwelling where you've got access at grade. I mean, that's really the big thing for accessibility to units. We've got a situation where, because of the way these townhouses are constructed and been laid out, they're very close as it relates to grade of the floors. And down the road, these could easily be converted to accessible units in here if you were willing to give up a parking space. The units are large enough on that first floor to be able to do that. As Nick mentioned earlier, the elevator component, we've already have designed into 2/3 of this project elevator capability, which certainly allows multi-generational living, and it also allows people that want to age in place, which a lot of people spoke about here tonight or today. And that's something that we see from a lot of purchasers in Arlington that are here that really need that, and they want to stay. So that's just a little bit about what we see as future opportunity. And obviously, we want to continue to work as a developer and as a builder in Arlington to try to make sure that we're staying ahead in terms of what we can do in accessibility, but also sustainability. And I'm looking forward to talking about that a little bit later, because I don't believe that what's been characterized so far about BCN's commitment to sustainability of this project is accurately being reflected. So thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go from density onward to housing, but you were next, Vice Chair Coffey.
I think this may be kind of a bridge of the two, perhaps. I think we've heard a lot from the applicant around the financial feasibility, and I find the Crystal House example to be an interesting one, not because we're talking about, could we put committed affordable housing, but really the kind of idea of the cross subsidization of types of housing, all contained on one site. And a question I don't know that I've ever asked of you all is, was there ever any consideration of doing kind of 2 types of multi-unit here, like having some portion that was townhouse? I'm thinking of like Clarendon Crossing, which is one of my favorite developments, but it does have the townhouse side of it, and then it has the multi-unit side of it. And I just wonder if that was ever considered, and if not, why not?
I'll start us off and then I'll let Brian speak to it. But I do think that they really looked at all options to maximize the number of units that they were delivering on the site. Because like I was speaking earlier about how, the amount that they have to pay for the site, especially in a situation which is like an auction and you have to close immediately, is set by that sort of like floor value. So at that point, once they know they got to pay X amount, they're really looking to, all right, how many units can we get here while still getting, all of you to approve it? And so anything that they could have done to build more that they could have sold, they would do. I think that the issue once you start to mix the unit types is that you end up sacrificing more land area to do that and hurt your efficiency on delivery of the actual towns, because it's easier to keep sticking in sticks of towns in different sizes and have all of their utility hookups working in concert than it is to have a different type of housing on a site this size and then continue on with the towns elsewhere. Bigger sites, if you guys remember that site that was almost a historic site and became a whole lot of houses and could have maybe been something different if it had been planned ahead, et cetera, something that big would have been an immense opportunity for 1,000 townhomes plus an affordable housing building, because you could have done exactly what you did at Crystal House and had the for sale product cross-subsidizing affordable units. It actually would have been a really, really great opportunity. Once you have the kind of space to do that, you can really do it well. It's just finding acreage sites like that is extremely rare in this county. This might be the only one that's even this big, which we, did an analysis that we sent you guys looking at all the sites of similar sizes and smaller throughout the corridor. There's really not anything else that is this size that would accommodate a development like this. Brian, if you wanted to speak more about housing types that you got, I think the layout.
We looked at this site. We looked at this site extensively. The development community as a whole looked at this site as Jay spoke. Multifamily wasn't viable here. It's not that it wasn't viable for BCN. It wasn't viable for anybody on a national level. They went nationally to try to find people to build, whoever would pay the most for this price, whoever would pay the largest price and ultimately close. So when we looked at it, our goal here was really to redefine and reimagine a broken site plan. It was clear that Artis was never going to be built to us. It had happened, there were 2 subsequent contracts. We looked at this and we looked at the project as a whole, and we came very early on before we closed on the site, and we came and met with the board and we talked about this project, and we talked about, well, how do we get to yes and what makes this project work? And really for us, we wanted to develop this in the confines of a project that was already approved. Basically, this project had been vetted. Artis had been vetted. It was approved 9-0 by the Planning Commission and 4-0 by the County Board. Everyone was very happy with that project, and they were happy about the community benefits associated with that. And we talked to the neighboring communities, and we talked to Langston Boulevard Alliance, and we've done other successful, larger projects on Langston Boulevard. We built the children's school on Langston Boulevard. We had a working knowledge there of the community, of what would be successful, what would work. And we looked at what was already approved, and it made the most sense after doing a study of housing type and what could go here, that how could we develop a project that would bring the most housing to Arlington, the most amount of bedrooms. We knew when we spoke to the board members that that was important, and we did that. And we did that in the confines of trying to manage every other goal that's out there in the plan, from lot coverage. Our project is actually 3% less lot coverage than Artis was. We looked at tree canopy, we looked at everything, and we've done everything we can and worked tirelessly to meet the goals of the plan. And if you really look at this plan, this checks so many boxes. So that was a long.
Sure.
Yeah.
We did
Go ahead.
look at everything that could be done on the site.
Go ahead, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. For staff, specifically Mr. Fusarelli, because I think this is a broader planning history question than a site-specific question. But I think onto the housing of the topic, there's been a lot of conversation around the need for ownership, the fact that that has been a struggle of ours to get. And I am trying to think of, in recent years, how many of our site plans have included the plan for ownership type housing. The only one I can think of since I've been on the board is the Penzance 1 Roslyn that included a single condo tower of 73 condo units. And so am I missing others, or can you think of others maybe a little bit before I was on the board that had ownership planned for development?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. A couple thoughts on that. One is, I think, as Mr. Cummings had noted, the latest amendment to Crystal Houses 7 and 8 fronting Fern Street is an example. There, I believe, a portion of the 4600 Fairfax Drive in concept. But I think it's important to note too, though, that from a site plan and an entitlement perspective, right, there's nothing in this site plan entitlements approved by the board that speak really to ownership versus rental. So it's not an attribute of specific projects that we track closely, because we understand it can switch, one way or the other without further action by the board in most cases, unless the desire to shift from one to the other came along with, significant enough redesign. Those are just a few thoughts that are hopefully helpful.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, there's a lot to consider here, but among them, kind of refreshing myself with our different housing goals and everything, and looking back at the Affordable Housing Master Plan, which did say in Objective 1.2, we need a net new 9,500 ownership units, which over the 30-year period averages 316 net new units per year. I can't think of a single time since I've lived in the county that we've had a net increase of ownership units of 316 per year. Of total units, absolutely, I think we're doing a decent job. But when it comes to the housing topic of conversation, I think just trying to grapple with how we weigh the different types of housing goals that we have. I think Ms. Toulouse, her comments about supply being kind of lumped together, but really not all the same thing, is resonating with me.
Sure. Thank you, Vice Chair Coffey. We'll go to Mr. Spain on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Vice Chair Coffey, for elevating those thoughts as it relates to net ownership. Really appreciate that. I'm going to have 3 areas. One question is going to go to staff, one's for the developer, and then I'm going to go to Planning Commission representative. But I also want to give credit where credit is due. Sandy's here. You came and testified. And Sandy, I went back and looked in my notes from September 1st of 2022. I wasn't on the board. I was just out in the community. You and I shared some conversation, and we talked about the preliminary as a concept plan for Langston Boulevard. And we met at Ruthie's. And I think Matt DeFerranti, our chair, was also invited at that time. And I recalled how we talked about affordability within the scope of Plan Langston Boulevard and how important it was, and it still is. That being said, to staff, just you can answer this. Do you believe in this current state of the plan, are we achieving our long-term housing supply goals by approving lower density projects on sites designated for higher density development? For this particular plan, are we achieving our goals that we set out for in Plan Langston Boulevard, right? We know what the end state is for affordable housing, what we're trying to get to. Does this help us? Does this help the county?
So just to understand the question about this particular project, I think as has been noted in the staff report and in the presentation, this, if approved by the board, this number of housing units would be approximately 150 or so less than the maximum development potential that could help towards achieving increasing supply of housing.
Thank you. For the applicant, Can we pull up the slide on equity? We had an equity, I forgot what number that is. And Nick and team, this is just a general question. And before they bring up the slide, I would just like to ask you, how familiar are you with not only our equity resolution, but the framework that should guide us in the county as we shape policy?
Fairly. I've seen it a lot.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about how our equity framework went into your decision in the planning of your project?
So I don't personally plan out, the development itself, but I can speak on behalf of the team, and I think I can capture, an honest answer here. These developments don't come up in the form that they come to you. Based on, a developer's own personal values or desires or thoughts about the world. These are really math problems, and the outcomes that you see in front of you, outcomes being the projects brought to you for review, are a direct product of the state of the real estate market, the policies and the plans that the county has in place, the zoning ordinance, and then really just the efficacy of the policies and plans that the county has in place with the tools that it is allowed to have by the Commonwealth, which are, of course, limited by the Dillon Rule. So there are two mechanisms by which the plan creates affordable housing along the corridor in Langston. Those are, one, through a GLUP amendment, and two, through bonus density. Neither of those were requested here, and it's because the economics of the site don't support a multifamily building. More to that, I would say the plan itself obviously doesn't say that any site in particular needs to be 100% affordable housing, et cetera, and this is not a committed affordable housing project with a subsidy from the government that would allow that. I will say that this team certainly cares and takes to heart all of the principles and shares the value of the county. I think that Brian spoke to that at length, and that is the source of that voluntary gift that has been offered to the county. That's because we share those values that are set out in this equity framework.
Thank you. I'll just say, and to BCN, I'm in Penrose. I see you're in the development. You're moving full speed ahead. I know this is probably out of scope, but I see what you're doing. Thank you for your commitment of what you're doing in Arlington. And the only reason I asked the question about equity, right, is because I also recall that this county made it very serious effort, right? And I get it. You're developers. It's business bottom line, okay? The math has to jive, despite what we may have in our ordinance or our policies. I get that too. However, if we, right, as a county, fail to keep ourselves to a standard or practice, then what is a policy or a resolution? Why even have it?
Yeah.
Right? So good. I just wanted to understand what we have as a resolution and our guiding principles in many ways, how does that help inform you as you move forward and putting forward these projections? I need to move to the planning commissioner, Tinley, if you don't have a problem with this. I took the liberty twice to go back and watch that good YouTube of the planning commission and very robust conversation. And you may not have the answer to this, but I think it's important to note. There's 13 members on the planning commission, of which on that particular night, 7 showed up. That's 53%. And, this is a very serious decision that we have to make. And I'm just wondering, you may not have the answer, do you believe the Planning Commission had sufficient participation to make this recommendation for approval, given the magnitude of what's going to happen here? I understand it's voluntary. Everyone can't make it. I think there was a meeting the night before. But can you talk a little bit about who's there, who's present, how robust those conversations are going? Do you, in your immediate past chair, I think the public needs to know, because coming out of the Planning Commission 5-2, that means there's some questions there that I think we need to understand.
Thank you for the question. I think your point about it being a volunteer organization is is one of the factors. We do actually, especially in our recent meetings, have had really great turnout. We are meeting our quorum requirements. Our process is multi-phased, where we have our online comment period, we have our SPRC meetings, we have commissioners that participate in multiple parts of the process, even though at this particular meeting they weren't there. A lot of our work is much broader than just the planning commissioners that are in attendance. Working with our colleagues in the other commissions, I think, goes a long way into helping inform what the project ends up looking like and our conversations at the dais. So I do think that this vote is representative of the Planning Commission overall. Whether someone may or may not have been able to attend that night and participate in that vote, they would have been, part of the process earlier with our SPRC meetings.
Yeah. I think when we're discussing aspects like open space, tree canopy, sustainability, all those things, having a threshold, what is that particular threshold where they may deem some level of non-compliance, and having an understanding of the severity of not having an extended and very robust discussion with the full complement of the commission, given, again, these are going to be around for 30, 40, 50 years. And I think I appreciate you being there. I appreciate your thoughts. For what it's worth, I just wanted to hear that, and it helps me out. Mr. Chair, that concludes my round of comments for this particular area.
Thank you.
If I may
Go
also
ahead.
just add briefly, having a full commission is really helpful. So thank you all very much for appointing 4 new commissioners for us last year. And we do have some commissioners, including myself, who will be rolling off next year. So the recruitment efforts continue. And anybody in this room who's interested in planning, please feel free to submit applications. And you'll be hearing from the commission about more applicants soon.
Thank you for your unwavering service and commitment.
And for the concluding infomercial, I'll say. So on housing, for me, this is, I think Ms. Toulouse and Ms. Brown captured my thinking. It's okay that we pulled that slide down, but if we just looked at the housing item, low and middle income housing is mentioned. In Arlington, 50% of people make over $175,000 roughly for their household. So they could say they're middle income. The rest of the country, those folks are rich. That's just true. It's sort of, people say, oh, I'm upper middle class. For the rest of the country where I've lived, except San Francisco, you're wealthy if your household makes that much. You may be in the top 10, 11, 15% at least. So, I think there are 2 segments here. When I work for Habitat for Humanity, that is a type of ownership that is different than the ownership that we're contemplating in this case. But I take it the word, those who say, we are in danger, housing is a very difficult challenge. We're in danger of homes being so expensive, both single family and townhomes, that we're pricing out people who are 2 feds or a police officer and a firefighter. And you could argue 2 feds were probably most out of that world unless you already own. So the way I see it, and the way I saw the 2,500 aspirational goal, and if you look in the text of Langston Boulevard plan, aspirational is in a couple of places, and it's not a qualifying adjective in a couple of places. We had a long debate over whether to put 2,500 in there. And for me, the way we get to 2,500 is also about overall development, in addition, because that will bring transportation and other benefits, in addition to the individual spaces. And so if we zeroed it out, would Lecky have been 250? We didn't get to that level of specificity, to my knowledge, on each individual, how many affordable units would come from a particular parcel. That's a hallmark of the plan. So for me, I think it is a fully reasonable concern to say there's just a difference between, quote, affordable housing, workforce housing, and housing affordability as you move up the income ladder. And for me, the development piece. But that's just me. I'm not trying to impose that view on colleagues, and I do recognize that the density and affordable housing piece in this is not the standard that we would have wanted to meet. So I'm not trying to, we'll have concluding comments on housing and housing affordability. I would propose that we move to sustainability. I do know that folks have thoughts. I don't want to sort of dwell too long in any particular area. There are 3 buckets that I've got in this area: stormwater, tree canopy, and quote, what I'd say is green building or climate stuff. Stormwater is where I would start with a question, although I don't need to drone on. Ms. Cunningham, you first, and I'll come to
Just
you.
before we move off of housing, I had one comment. I think the housing, the equity slide did highlight that it's a goal of all of ours to meet the needs of a community that has different incomes, different ages, different abilities, and that is going to happen along Langston. It already does happen along Langston. But could we put up the rent report? I teamed you to the link, if you can. We publish a quarterly rent report, and I am always astonished that Langston is our second lowest corridor, right? And that's because it has a lot of older mixed housing. And so I want to take every opportunity. Langston has great bones today and great potential tomorrow. But you can see there, so Langston's the purple line there. So the average rents are quite low, which is to emphasize why it's been hard to finance a multifamily building here, because there's available reasonably priced units literally next door at the horizon where we have some housing grant families, right? So it's good news, and it's also a fundamental of why it's hard to make anything else work here just now. And it's also, just to reiterate, we have ownership and we have $200,000 condos across the street. We have a lot of rentals up and down. So we have some diversity. And I think what the plan was saying was, as we grow, we need to keep that diversity, both the ownership side and the income side. And most importantly, to many, the ability to age in place and to ladder in. So I just wanted to make that clarification, because I think we often make a sweeping generalization about zip codes, and it's more than that.
I have a factual question on that, because I've seen disparate analysis that does not have as much affordable housing in the Langston. There's a difference between Langston, of course, and 22207. But 22207 is disparately not as affordable as other places. So maybe an inaccuracy in my thinking as to what is Langston versus.
Yeah, and you may be thinking ownership rather.
No, it's 22207.
It likely has to do with the density of units altogether, because the units that are there and for rent, I think, are often older, and because they are older, slightly more affordable, but there are also far fewer. And so if you're thinking about what is available and where in 22207 overall, there's going to be less affordability because there are fewer total units. And so even if there are many of those units are affordable, there is still less availability of affordable units.
Right, and I shouldn't have introduced the zip code, because we're talking about the corridor, and the corridor is much narrower and has multiple zip codes in it, in fact. So anyway, just wanted to make the point that we want to have a variety of housing options. We do have a variety of housing options countywide, and along this corridor, ownership entry level is the hardest one, or the shortest in supply.
Still an order of magnitude higher than Columbia Pike, that is a transportation corridor and can accommodate multifamily housing. So this is not a conclusive argument. It is interesting to know that the rent level doesn't support this.
I think it goes back.
But Columbia Pike,
it just goes to the
it's
math.
lower and it's supported. So what is different is the cost of land. That's different. And one of the problems with scarcity of housing is that we have driven the cost of land beyond at a level that makes development of a diverse product palette of products very, very, very difficult. Actually, it's the scarcity that pushes us into less options here.
Sure.
Well, and I think, Mr. Carandonis, your point about the land value costs on this corridor compared to the Columbia Pike corridor go back to what the applicant was saying around what the by right use and value is. Because if the by right use is 14-ish single family homes at $4 million each, that sets a very different floor than what we see on Columbia Pike, particularly with the form-based code.
It's the scarcity begets scarcity. That's
Sure. So, but I think the broader point has been sort of proven by Ms. Cunningham is that there's complexity, and Brian also referred to the corridor vis-a-vis the actual place that we're in here. I guess what I'd ask, I know you will have additional points to make, but you did also, we want to get to sustainability, and I suggest that we go there, and then if you want to come back, that would be great. So I threw out 3 buckets to work through that seem to be on the slide that Mr. Lamb mentioned, that where we were not in, there's concern that the plan is different from what is being proposed. So stormwater, we heard about 2 vaults from Ms. Chesrin, and certainly, as I think through tree canopy, and I think through what is, if you look at page 11, page 19, a number of the pages in the staff report, page 22, page 27, on trees, stormwater, I'd like staff to give us a little sense, the 2 vaults and the work that we are doing on stormwater, in the analysis that you have done, do you feel that this is an upgrade? Do we know whether there is the sort of flooding off of the site that I believe one of the speakers spoke to? I don't know who would be speaking to that, but I see Mr. Johnson teeing up, so I'll leave it to staff, whoever's the right person on this.
So staff is comfortable with their stormwater management. All site plans we review and make sure that they are compliant with the requirements. That's both for the quantity of the stormwater as well as the quality. So that's the way we're evaluating it. The vaults definitely help with that. They're detaining stormwater from their site based on their impacts, and they will be collecting some stormwater from their frontage along North Taylor Street. So all that's going into the stormwater vault and then eventually into the public system.
And I'll yield this. I do have one question, which we talked some about heat islands, and I don't know that we have done an in-depth analysis that talks about heat islands. Have we done that? Is that a component of our stormwater goals, our tree goals, avoiding heat islands? I don't typically think of heat islands along that stretch of Cherry Hill Road, but I also am mindful that, until I was sort of educated in part by colleagues, I thought more of heat islands as New York City than I did of Ballston, and it's fairly clear that Ballston has some intersections in some areas where there could be heat islands. I don't know if you can speak to that, Mr. Johnson, or anyone. Have we done analysis of heat island effect, that sort of work, or not?
Yeah, I would probably want to defer to our colleagues in DPR on that, but I will say at a very high level, a lot of our planning conversations, area plans, sector plans, as well as development review, urban heat islands in Arlington is a recognized thing. And I think there's a strong correlation between where the county has set its tree canopy goals in its plans, where the Council of Governments have set their own goals and targets, and trying to mitigate against urban heat island impacts.
Great. That helps. It moves us, unless there are colleagues who have questions in this area. I'm interested in moving towards tree canopy, but first to Vice Chair Coffey. And then, I don't know who was first, but whichever one of you wants to go first in the area of stormwater or heat islands as we move towards tree canopy. I think I see it as Ms. Cunningham being ready, or Vice Chair Coffey, go, okay. And then Ms. Cunningham.
Thank you. On stormwater, I know that this seems to be a pretty sizable investment that the applicant is proposing as far as the 2 underground stormwater detention facilities, as well as the bioretention planters in front of each proposed townhouse. I don't know, I am looking at the Plan Langston Boulevard book online. I'm not seeing that there is site-specific guidance on what would have been expected as far as stormwater mitigation. Can you share a little bit if there is anything specifically expected from stormwater out of this site?
So the area plan breaks down stormwater recommendations based on, I'll call it areas within each area. So for the Walgreens site, for example, from last month, it was recommended to maximize overland relief just based on the sheer quantity of stormwater. For this area where the Waverly Ridge site is located, we are recommending, or rather the plan is recommending underground detention, which is what they're proposing.
Great. Okay. I think that's helpful for me to understand. And Ms. Cunningham can have her turn.
Ms. Cunningham, over to you.
Just because you know how I love to talk about stormwater, can you just clarify? I think I heard along the way that the plan that's presented here today actually is an improvement on stormwater management over the previously approved site plan. Is that right, or is it just equivalent, or hard to know?
We weren't necessarily evaluating it for comparing the two. We're evaluating what they're proposing, making sure it meets the area plan requirements or recommendations and what's required for it.
And does the applicant want to say anything specific about that, or?
We can have Ms. Karen White speak to the stormwater design if you want to hear about anything in detail. She's the expert.
Yeah, just clarifying, it may be just it's the same, your meeting standards, no matter what. Okay.
Detention facility with the artist site plan. There was one there. There is one here. They both meet the current standards.
Okay, great. That sounds good. Other questions I had for the applicant on sustainability. I think we heard from our C2E2 leadership that they're disappointed that windows couldn't be Energy Star. Is there a reason we couldn't get there?
Brian, can you guys explain a little bit more about the actual window product being chosen and how it does or doesn't qualify as Energy Star? I could otherwise also we get ready to answer that question, put a plug in that I do agree from a process perspective with the C2E2 representative that it is important that, and it was my fault that we missed an email because it looked like spam, quite frankly, and I apologize for that. But if we regularly presented to C2E2 and it was a requirement, and if submissions to CPHD required a questionnaire that goes to C2E2, we will all do it. And I think that treating them the same as other commissions that the county has decided are a priority would be the right thing to do. So, Frank.
Yeah, sure. Frank Poley with BCN. We've not bought the windows. We've not designed the product, and we don't know which windows will be used. We have put a stipulation of certain energy performance that is actually very close to Energy Star, and once we get to that point, chances are it will be, but we just haven't made the commitment in terms of the recently added conditions.
Okay, great. So I think you've done enough projects and sat in this room long enough listening to other projects that Energy Star and bird friendly or some sort of interruption would be really of value to the community.
I wanted to add very briefly too, there was a comment about finishing out the plugs for EV, et cetera. That was more of an intentional choice. Products are different. The exact plug that people want for their exact vehicle is sometimes different. The final work necessary to do that is not particularly expensive at all. Obviously, people are buying these. All of these are kind of roped in. And so that can easily be done just to fit whatever their preference of vehicle is. I want to say it was like a $600 added charge or something. It's just a matter of the final component matching the vehicle. That's it.
Gotcha. And then finally, on the questions from C2E2, the construction waste, what are your construction waste targets and how can we help you exceed them?
One of the things I think that's important to note, I mean, the construction waste piece, it all starts with the demolition of this project. BCN has been involved in demolishing many projects. We're doing one in JD's neighborhood right now in Penrose. Our goal, obviously, if JD saw the site, you've noticed we've separated all the materials. It was a very careful demolition process to be able to recycle all the steel in that building. The project here on Cherry Hill Road is going to be the same consideration. These houses may be a little too far gone if you've seen them, but typically as a policy, BCN is bringing out entities like Second Chance and other groups to deconstruct houses. I mean, I've probably commissioned the deconstruction of 25 to 30 houses in Arlington over the course of time. Additionally, I've done it for commercial buildings. I did that with the Alpine Restaurant where I built the children's school. These are projects where BCN starts with a commitment to, sustainability from the get-go. And the problem is that, and why I was, a little worked up earlier was, we have since codified in the conditions what we're going to do. And that's setting a minimum for what we're going to do. It's not BCN's goal to do the minimum. We've been building in Arlington for 28 years. We will continue to be here. We want to build sustainable projects. So I would say one thing further. there's no plan in place right now for sustainability for townhome communities. And BCN previously has been a certified green home choice builder. We've delivered green home choice buildings in Arlington. The program isn't there yet. We want to participate in it. We've been in it before. We're here to be a guinea pig in that process. So I just want that out there for the record. So thank you.
Great. And then I'll close, Mr. Manager, with a reminder that one of the issues here is that the standard site plan conditions aren't matching up with the programs we have right now. And I know we have a commitment as part of the Green Building Incentive Policy rollout to get back to those standard site conditions. Can you confirm we're on track for calendar year 27?
Yes.
Excellent. And then I think the SPRC role, as you mentioned, making sure that we bring in, now that we have the climate resolution, that we're really making sure that those questions are being asked up front so that it doesn't jam anyone in the end. And I appreciate you all raced together, and C2E2 was on this edge of their seat, and they are volunteer as well. So thank you all for doing that, but we should make it easier going forward.
I did, if I can interject, our C2E2 score was a 48. I want to say Lecky was 42 and Walgreens was 50. So we're right in there. And I completely understand. I quite frankly share the values of C2E2. They are critical, both in priority, but also in attitude towards the projects, which is fair. But we're right up there with everything else in the corridor.
Great. And sorry, I did say that was last. It wasn't. Tree canopy, you guys are hitting 26%. The by right, I think, would be 10%. So again, it's not the aspirational 35, but I know I appreciate the effort, and those trees are really important to those residents and everyone around them.
We appreciate that. Thank you. And of course, a $750,000 tree canopy fund contribution, just given the number of trees on site that are being removed, a lot of those are invasive, not healthy, et cetera, but they count, and they get replaced at either on site or with $4,000 per tree. And with 181 trees times $4,000, $750,000 will go a long way in planting new tree canopy in the Langston corridor as well.
Thank you. So that was an expedited tour through sustainability, and you covered most of the areas where I was interested in. We'll go to Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Ferranti. So one thing that theoretically it's easier to achieve in townhomes than, for example, in higher, bigger buildings is a better envelope, a greener roof, a better heating and cooling, especially with higher efficiency. And at the price point that these homes will be selling, actually even purely for commercial interest, because somebody who spends $1 million plus in something like that would expect to at least get a very efficient heat pump, for example. So how does your planning for more sustainable design factor into the product itself? That's number one. Number two is, I have difficulties to digest the amount of asphalt that you have to build around these homes. I understand that the individual parking spaces have to be accessible, etc. But does all these accesses, do they have to be hard, impervious asphalt, or is it possible to at least dedicate some of that to something that is a little bit more pervious?
I'll start off with the permeable pavers question, and then I'll let my colleagues speak about heat pump and other infrastructure. It's difficult with permeable pavers because it's a product that I have generally been told in this business is just difficult to maintain, et cetera. We are open to, certainly if we can move forward with this project, finding ways during CEP to further reduce the pavement. We did respond to staff early on, and DES was very helpful in flagging for us where we could narrow internal drive aisles, et cetera, to reduce the amount of pavement. The challenge, of course, is if you put grasscrete over a section that's going to be heavily traveled, it becomes dirtcrete really quickly. Grasscrete works well when it's not frequently driven on and when it's only truly a fire lane that's not accessed. Even saying it works well is probably anathema to all of my developer clients, but it's a challenge. I can let BCN speak more to that, but I can say that certainly if we can move forward with this project, we would be open to working on that further during the final engineering process.
I think one of the ways, Mr. Carantonis, that we actually look at the building process, it really starts at moment one. And this actually addresses Mrs. Cunningham's question earlier about waste on site. We will first explore the panelization of these homes, where these are built in a factory and delivered in panels. One, creating a tighter envelope because you're essentially building a home in a factory. So you've got much less waste than subsequently on site. You're building a much tighter envelope because you've got cuts are actually happening in a factory to materials, and that, obviously heat loss and air infiltration, you're so much tighter an envelope to start the building process right there. It costs more to do that, but that for us creates a building envelope that we can get comfortable with to start. Secondly, Frank obviously on my team works extensively on the specifications of the homes. We self-perform construction. Many of the people that come here and develop projects in Arlington hire outside firms. BCN is the general contractor. So we put our name on the building of this project. And the specifications that I said earlier in terms of higher efficiency furnaces, heat pumps that we're using in this project, looking at bringing obviously solar as a possibility to these units by providing a conduit in them, using all electric and skipping gas in our projects. We're taking the steps that it takes, and that's really the goal. And as Frank mentioned earlier, we're not at a point now where we've developed all the specifications on this project because we're sitting here waiting for an approval, hopefully, for this project. Once we get there, we're 2 feet deep in this thing, digging our way and getting these plans submitted to start construction here. But obviously the goal is to build the best project we can because, as you said, the consumer who's going to buy a new townhome expects a quality product. And that's something that we've been doing for 28 years in Arlington. I get calls from people that I built houses for 20 years ago that are friends that still call me. So our reputation is here. So really for me, it's very important. Same thing in the community that we're doing in Penrose right now. It's another project where we put our name on it, we construct it, and we're there. So
We also had some good suggestions during SPRC about things to do that were feasible to do because these are townhomes that can be built to spec for folks and they can have that choice of what type of features they want to have. And so there was a sincere interest in the hookups for solar. And so we looked into that, went for it. Green roofs were discussed. What we figured that would work well is the ability for planters and some reinforcement on those roof decks so that you can put more green and plant vegetables and other sorts of things up on those roof decks. There were a number of other, I'll call them little things because they feel like that when you're just designing a house, but I know that they're very impactful. It's also the sort of thing, I think that even at Planning Commission, Ms. Peterson suggested that we put the solar panels and other options in our marketing materials. That was a great idea. I think that that's going to happen because this is Arlington and that certainly does help sell units here. Even if everybody doesn't buy it, it's going to help no matter what. So, it's a fulsome answer, but we had a lot of good feedback too.
Thank you. So last call on sustainability, which would include tree canopy, climate and green choice, and over to Mr. Spain.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just real quick to the developer, and thank you for your updates on the solar and the EV. Just a quick question about, I think from a marketability perspective, outfitting some of the units, initially with not just the wiring, but perhaps with EV ready, would perhaps be, somewhat beneficial and also help with a level of uniformity, right, as you on this project. Can you give me some thoughts on perhaps why you're not at that stage yet, or have you considered it with some of these 40 some odd units?
Yeah. I spoke to it a bit earlier, and it is. They're wiring them EV capable because that final step of finishing is product dependent as far as the exact outlet. That's what I was told. It made sense to me. That final step is not a particularly expensive thing. It's like $600. It's an easy thing to do during construction.
For some folks, but go ahead.
I know, but we're talking about add-ons when you're building a townhouse. And so, add-ons when you're building a townhouse that are that cost are very, very different from for example, if you go out in the suburbs and you're shopping with toll Brothers and they sell you on like XYZ, you're going to walk out of there with $50,000 in added costs for the, nicer refrigerators and whatever. The point being that they absolutely could make it EV ready. They just feel like that's taking a step that all of the buyers wouldn't necessarily want, and that they might want a different type of socket. And so it's almost to me, it's a nitty gritty detail, but I get the question. I understand it is important to them too, to have EV ready.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. So I'll just, almost ready, I will be making a motion shortly, colleagues. Go ahead, Vice Chair Coffey.
Great. I have a couple of
Sure.
uncategorized
Go to it.
questions, shall we say. Yeah, miscellaneous. In particular, we've spent a lot of time on different planning guidance elements of this, but one of the things we actually haven't talked a lot about is transportation. And so I note that the Transportation Commission voted unanimously to support and noted that, some of the more sticky issues of this are beyond the purview of their commission. I just want to confirm from the staff perspective that there are no issues, deviations, or concerns related to how this would meet the transportation planning goals for this site.
That's correct. We evaluated it based on the use and making sure that it complied with the transportation policies and goals as applied to the proposed use.
Okay, great. That is very helpful.
We will also have, after the motion, I'm open for some discussion, but go ahead if you need.
Some of these are kind of just like
Go to it.
check boxes. And then we had talked a little bit on the parking issue when we were talking about land use. But I think one of the parts of the Langston Boulevard plan that is tough is the transportation issue, because some of it is chicken and egg. We need to invest in greater public transportation service, but it doesn't make sense to make those investments until the people get there to use them. And but then we have to build things based on what might happen. So recognizing that issue, I know you said that this has to be parked at 2 spaces per unit. From a market perspective, at this moment in time, is there any reality where we could go below 2 spaces per unit? Noting you do have 11 spaces of visitor parking as well on the site. But is this driven by the transportation requirements or by the market more so?
Driven by the market. The county, I don't want to say that you all 5 up there would approve a townhome community with no parking. I don't think that's true, especially in this location. Mm-hmm. This is a very progressive board when it comes to parking supply. And I think that, the community is well aware of that we can get parking reductions from you all if we're willing to build something that we think people will buy. And that's really what drives it, is like, how much parking do people really want? And I think that given sort of the maturity of the transit environment around us, 2 spaces per unit makes a ton of sense. It's just a matter of what drives sales. That doesn't mean, like Brian said, that if somebody wants less parking, that we couldn't go in and do something different. That would technically require a minor amendment that person probably has to pay for, which unfortunately would cost in and of itself $50,000, but who knows? It's possible over time, and certainly there's other measures coming from the Commonwealth about parking reductions, et cetera, so we may end up in a new world one day. We do love that there is at least 1 bus line, and as more come, that will be good for this development. And the walkability of this neighborhood and the access to the shops and to Main Street is a huge factor. We love it. That's why this community is going to thrive. But like Brian was saying earlier, it's just not quite there yet. Columbia Pike is a great counterexample of something just far more mature with those access options that really help support multifamily housing. There's also a lot of other differences about how Columbia Pike plan was designed and how it incentivized development rather than setting some lofty goals that are going to be difficult to achieve. Those are simply value judgments, but it's a long-winded answer. We're getting late in the afternoon.
Thank you.
Do you mind if I insert just one thought? I think one of the things to that transportation question, I think Nick really hit on it. It's the chicken and the egg, before the egg issue. I think the one thing that's really important to look at in the context of that too is, it was brought up earlier, the precedent issue of this project. I think what's really important for everyone here to evaluate is that the precedent doesn't want to be set on Langston Boulevard that projects shouldn't be brought forward. The precedent should be that projects get approved, because when they get approved, then we get rid of the chicken and the egg concept, because as much like at Columbia Pike, as development happened, more development begets more development. Projects need to start. Once they start, the resources are there. And once the resources are there, like we saw in Columbia Pike, these $130 million worth of improvements finally happened. But it took a lot of development to get there. It was a longer-term plan. And what I want to make sure that everyone realizes is that we need to set the right precedent for how the things start.
Also, no one in the development community is taking this as a sign that it's real easy to propose townhomes and go ahead and do it all the time. It's going to be okay. But that's not the lesson here. And certainly denying it would not do anything different in that regard either. So please don't.
Sure. Did you have others that you wanted to cover?
I think just one more for staff. At this point, the applicant has agreed to all of our standard site plan conditions. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And that'll be my last one.
Which covers what I was going to ask, which is last month, the applicant had not agreed to all of the standard site plan conditions, correct?
Correct.
Got it. So changes, I think, to tree replacement compensation. Is it plausible to describe at a high level some of the changes made to align with site plan, standard site plan conditions? Is that something that you or Mr. Fucirelli or we could piece it together at a sort of conceptual high level succinctly? And if it's not, and I should have looked at all of the strike-throughs in the latter part of it, that's okay, but I'd love it if at a high level you could describe.
I think the applicant had a slide that showed the changes. Would that be easiest?
Either way.
Either way.
I don't want to step on Mr. Lamb's toes.
I guess for the most part, they are standard site plan conditions. That's what we put forth to the applicant. They didn't necessarily agree to all of the standards. They have since come to agree to the standards. So, that's kind of how it shaked out over the last month.
Got it. Is there a slide? I mean, it's certainly, the ones that come to mind, there was some, as I understand it, there was some work done on the utility undergrounding conditions, and that's reflected in the documents. And tree canopy are the two that stand out the most to me. Are there any conceptually that are at a high level that you would like to highlight, Mr. Cummings?
Sustainability commitments were codified as well. The utility undergrounding condition, we essentially just decided to trust the process and staff, and I'll keep a close eye on it, and we have confidence that'll work out. It's a very complicated, specific, detailed issue with how all of that works that nobody wanted to incur a lot of brain damage on here.
Sure.
And the tree canopy fund contribution was simply a financial push point, and we decided to open things up.
Sure. Thank you. Appreciate it. So I will go ahead and make a motion, and then we'll have a question for our attorney, as well as I'll want to speak to the motion. So I move that the board approve the site plan amendment SPLA 25-00027, parentheses, SP site plan number 452, and adopt the site plan amendment ordinance subject to the conditions of approval attached to the board report dated May 8th, 2026, to facilitate construction of 47 townhouse units at 2134 North Taylor Street with modifications for lot coverage, front and side yard setbacks, and other modifications necessary to achieve the proposed development. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I will, first question is the standard. This is not, with due respect to the earlier item being not simple, this feels more complicated to me. So the question is the standard for approving a site plan amendment to our attorney. I have the misfortune in some ways of having once been an attorney in other states. And so I think it would just help me to understand what our standard is that we apply to approving site plan amendments.
So the standard you're applying is in the zoning ordinance. It's section 15.55, and there's three things you're looking at. Is the application consistent with the Arlington County Comprehensive Plan and any applicable and relevant adopted county board plans and policies? and with the uses permitted and use regulations of the district as set forth in the zoning ordinance or as may be modified by the county board. And then is it functionally relates to the other structures permitted in the district and will not be injurious or detrimental to the property or improvements in the neighborhood. And then finally, it's so designed and located that the public health, safety, and welfare will be promoted and protected.
Thank you. That is helpful. There are different pieces of that I have been thinking through and wanting to work on. For me, sort of a few thoughts. First, I think this is a unique site. We've heard enough that persuaded me this particular site has historically failed for a number of years, number of decades really, to achieve its redevelopment potential, given its unique site conditions compared to other properties in the Langston Boulevard area plan. Second, on county housing goals, I've tried to enumerate the different pieces of that. Having listened, the application advances, in my view, county-wide comprehensive plan goals by expanding housing options in the county as a whole, specifically providing townhome housing typology, which I do believe, and Mr. Fusarelli, you can contradict me if later, we're still underrepresented as a percentage of overall housing typology, though that exactly what should be that percentage may be up for debate. But I do believe that this is, I am keenly aware, having once worked at Habitat for Humanity, and then having talked to folks far younger and in better shape than I am, that they're leaving because they can't reach affording a home. And plenty like Falls Church, like Fairfax, but I want people to want to stay and be able to stay in Arlington. So home ownership, I think, is a real challenge. Infrastructure improvements. The project will deliver needed infrastructure improvements in addition to on-site stormwater management. Stormwater was a key piece for me. And we have talked about sustainability and solar-ready, EV-capable indoor thermostats and the other conditions that are further enumerated in our discussion. So that's my reasoning. I would say that the overall plan, being consistent with the overall plan, is ultimately where I land, and I also am not immune to the question of what would occur if we do not act here. And while I understand the desire for plans that for fulfilling all of our plans, I also think the reality that we're facing with respect to moving forward on the Langston Boulevard plan leads me to support it. Sorry to have gone on a little bit. I'll stop there and let colleagues share thoughts. I don't know that I'd have much in the way of concluding beyond that. For brevity, Ms. Cunningham.
Yes, I think we've said a lot about everything, maybe multiple times, so I can be brief as well. The Langston Boulevard plan has been bubbling in some form or another since the last century. And it is really exciting to see that we are, this year getting some true momentum on implementation of the plan. So I will be fully in support of approving this project. I would agree that it has truly unique site conditions and history of also since the last century being vacant and having multiple attempts to improve and develop it. And then I am particularly excited that we are getting some more fee simple housing. I do think that is the true missing product in our ladder of housing. So excited to see that, as well as the flexibility to meet future intergenerational needs or stacked flat needs. And I will leave it there.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Mr. Spain.
We all knew this time would come. And I have written out, so I'm probably going to take a few minutes here, Mr. Chair. Sure. First, to the applicant, I just want to thank you for enduring this process. It has, of course, not been easy. And also I want to thank the staff who has spent hundreds of hours participating and going through this process. And about my 17 months of being on the board, and something I said early on in 2025, I said, and I learned this over the years, there's a wrong way to do the right thing. And so I have some comments here that I'm going to read. And as I think about the Langston Boulevard area plan, I want to remind folks that this is a process that not too long ago, this community was involved in. It wasn't long ago. And I was part of that in some way, shape, or form. But I also want to acknowledge that the decision before us, in my opinion, my professional opinion, establishes a precedence. Much of the rationale that I've been hearing, and I got so many text messages and emails over the past couple of weeks, but most of the rationale that has been offered to me for this proposal rests on a concern, one general concern, that absent approval, the market may not deliver a larger scale redevelopment, or that the site could remain dormant or change ownership. And I want you to know that I understand those concerns. But I do not believe that long-term land use decisions should be driven by fear or speculation about market uncertainty. We should be guided instead by the adopted process, our policy framework, and the community vision, the Langston Boulevard Area Plan, that this board, before I got here, formally adopted. This is not ignoring the will of the people. I heard some of that today. In fact, it's the opposite. The Langston Boulevard Area Plan is in and of itself an expression of the will of the people. And it was shaped, quite frankly, by years of engagement, technical analysis, and ultimately adopted as a governing vision for this corridor. So I respect the process and I honor the commitments embedded in it, not revisiting them each time an individual proposal is appealing or challenging. I also want to be clear that I'm a strong supporter, many of you know this, of expanding housing options and housing diversity, including townhomes. But supporting housing in the abstract does not require us to set aside adopted policy guidance. The question before us here on the board, I believe, is whether we're willing to follow the framework we created to guide exactly these type of decisions. The Langston Boulevard Area Plan was adopted in 2023. It's 2026. Again, after a multi-year public process, and explicitly incorporates equity, housing production, sustainability goals. Staff has concluded that the proposal represents a significant deviation from that plan, particularly on the site designed for higher density multifamily development. We also have to consider whether we are advancing or undermining adopted equity and sustainability objectives. I put high emphasis on the equity resolution that was approved here in 2019. And if we aren't going to be doing that, it is all performative. We have to pay strict attention to that guidance that we put forward, because that's part of our guiding North Star. But I also want you to know that this decision ultimately at the end of the day is not about one project. It's about whether we here in Arlington will faithfully implement the plans and commitments that have already been adopted. We need to do better. Doing better means ensuring that the plans are not just treated as flexible suggestions. And I will say this, that if we talk about trust, we talk about what's going on across the river, we talk about national politics, but if we want to trust our planning process and we want it to remain strong, then we ourselves have to demonstrate that our commitments are real, that they're durable, and they're consistently applied, not just whenever we feel like it or because we live close by. So for the record, I just want you to know that I will be abstaining from voting today on this one. And you need to know that my abstention does not mean opposition to housing, townhomes, or redevelopment. It is not a statement against goals of increasing housing supply or housing diversity, which I continue to strongly support. My abstention does not mean indifference or disengagement. It reflects my recognition that there are competing governing principles at stake, particularly in policy consistency, equity commitments, and adherence to our adopted plans. And what I want you to know that instead of this, my abstention means that I cannot fully endorse a proposal that is aligned with our adopted framework, but I cannot fairly characterize it as something I oppose in a broader intent, broader intent. It reflects a judgment that in this case, where the tension that I have between housing goals and adopted planning guidance is not resolved in a way that warrants, quite honestly, a definitive yes or no vote. So look, we don't need to be ruled or governed by fear, my friends, or by speculation or uncertainty. We need to show leadership. We need to show commitment to our community, because the way I'm feeling is, quite honestly, is that the Langston Boulevard area plan wasn't all for naught. The time, the attention that thousands of people participated in wasn't for naught because of the decision we're going to make here today. And that being said, Mr. Chair, I look forward to many more projects coming online, but I will be abstaining officially from this vote today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spain, for the care and preparation as you shared your truths and your view with respect to this. Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first question that I have to myself is, why are we struggling so much with this? I can answer this question for myself. I used to work in a different corridor with very specific goals on housing production, or for housing affordability, attainability, diversifying the market, etc. So I know that, yes, policy plays a very big role as well as development. There is an intentional and aspirational part here that is expressed in the very fact that housing is such a critical part of the life of every single person who lives in this county. And at the same time, feasibility and pragmatism are, on the other side of the equation, and we need to balance these. In Columbia Pike, I still have, I never associate townhome developments as something that went down always with a smile. There are notable exceptions, but the rule was, gosh, couldn't we have more? Couldn't we have a better, bigger building, house more people, being able to go where the plan wanted, whether it was Carver Homes in Arlington View, or it is Arcoa Row, or et cetera. So there are many examples where townhome communities emerged as a pragmatic balance or a pragmatic negotiation between what was possible and what the goals of the plan was. I heard some of the testimonies here saying, "Oh my God, the young people that will move there." Honestly, when I think that the average age of the first-time home buyers in the United States is 40 years now, and the average age of a home buyer that in 2010 was 39, today it's 59. So we have a huge problem here, and I'm struggling always to find how the product of a townhome helps out. It helps. My problem is always, I feel that's not enough. We don't move the needle enough. So at the same time, I see the neighborhood who was not very, had to struggle with the project that we approved a while ago, just yesterday, actually. The affordable housing complex just next door there, not very far away, very walkable distance. And now we have a new challenge here with a place that has been 30 years without development. And I recognize that this is a very substandard situation. It's not a desirable place to be. Now, this board has, again, this kind of a dilemma in front of us. What options do we have? We have a solid proposal. It's not the first time for this place, but it looks more solid and viable right now. We have the option of by right, which in my opinion is worse. It's less housing, it's more expensive housing, it's even less, way less affordable, etc. And it also sets a standard in the neighborhood that it reduces the the diversity of housing product that there is there. I will agree with my colleague, Mr. Spain, that it is difficult for me to see how we are giving the right kind of push that I would like to give to the plan right now. However, this project doesn't mean that there is no push and no motion forward. There is. You are actually going to build something. This is not going to be what I would like to see, but it's also not the by right option. So this is a compromise there, and I am trying to be pragmatic and realistic about that. I also know that while the new shiny townhomes will be now a 1.2 million or 1.3 million, even on Columbia Pike you are selling them at 1.3 million, this is a product that appreciates less or less as fast than the single-family home. Therefore, in comparison, in 10 years down the road, the housing that we build today builds some more attainable base. It will age in closer to the bracket of attainability that I want to see be more prevalent in our community and serving more people like that. I also think that organically this product inspires people to use it in many different ways. I don't feel that what you explained, that we'll see more multi-generational households living there, etc., is completely unrealistic or just a fluke or a once. Not a very common situation. It is a little bit more common than one wants to accept. I've been personally, I have a lot of constituents here in Roslyn, townhomes around that have been built in other eras in Arlington, and they are now solidly two households at the very least are there. So they serve actually a function at the end. It's a kind of a product that is transformable or has a more flexible use. Last but not least, I have to say I was a no for a very long time on this, just because you wouldn't expect me to be a yes on this, just because of the experience that I have with a specific product and the aspirations that I share with a lot of people on how Langston should develop. However, I have a lot of deference, and I have to say that clearly to the Langston Boulevard Alliance and the discussion that we had, not only once, but several times. I really feel that they made a careful, pragmatic, very goal-oriented argument about this project. They were good interlocutors in that, and they convinced me that we need to be realistic and pragmatic and say yes to this, with all the caveats and footnotes that are appropriate here, which include, inspiring architecture would really move us better. We are also customers here in a sense. We need to like what you offer as well. I'm not saying that we are the ultimate and that it's a must, but I think that, and I know that our architects in this room, being more inspired how we present housing, how we make housing to work in the neighborhood, create new realms, just inspire people for urban living and not being just a good product that has a good appreciation, but it's basically something that they've seen 10,000 times in different variations. This is good. It's a good quality product. I'm not doubting that, and I'm not doubting BCN's commitment to that, but I think that it also has to show in a corridor that basically starts anew. New forms are good it's a good practice to try at least to get there. That includes more greenery. That includes a smarter management of parking. That includes a lot of these environmental sustainability attributes. I think that they can be more accentuated and be shown as this is the kind of living we have on Langston Boulevard, this kind of stuff. And finally, a respect for the process, especially for SPRC, for the Planning Commission, et cetera. These are people who really try, and I believe they really try to bridge, to manage the most difficult parts of these projects as they come, so that they leave, only the hard decidables with us. Last but not least, if I was staff here, I would make exactly the same decision like you did. You kept the promise. You interpreted the plan, in my opinion, correctly, and you presented the board with options. That the fact that me as a board member, I take one option today that has absolutely no judgment on yours. I mean, this is not me overruling staff. You did the professionally correct work. No question about that. Zero. I'm actually very proud of you for doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Vice Chair Coffey.
And in maximum suspense. I appreciate actually Mr. Karantonis saying, why are we struggling so much? I think that's a question that I hadn't quite contemplated before this moment. I have contemplated the struggling of this, but not why. And I think to me, it boils down to the reality that from a planning perspective, this is a development that we want, but not exactly where we want it. And so what do you do with that? And in particular, I think one of the things I've said to all of my colleagues and perhaps staff at this point is that, this is a very tough position to be in where we have authority, but not really control. We can all sit up here and daydream about what development we would design to fit here and how we would do it and what we hope and dream of for this particular site, but we are not applicants, we are not financiers, we are not developers, and we have one job, which is to say yes or no at the end of the day. And so I think that has been very hard for me. I think that this is a conversation where reasonable people can absolutely discuss and debate and very reasonably reach different conclusions about what the right answer is and why. This is, I think, one of the few things that have come before us as a board where I did not feel ultimately that there is a true right answer for me on which things ultimately outweigh all of the other things. There's always a mix of considerations in these site plans. There's always reasons that, if you value one part of our comp plan more than another part of our comp plan, you can talk yourself one way, you can talk yourself another way. And I think our staff have personally witnessed me talk myself in at least 3 different directions on this site plan in particular. And I have so much respect for our staff and what they are recommending and how they evaluated this. I think, similar to Mr. Karantonis, I wouldn't have wanted you to do anything differently here. And I think it is just a difference between your job and our job at the end of the day that we are here to struggle with the end result. And so I think I want to comment a little bit on the SPRC and our Planning Commission because I think one additional element that has been really hard in this for me is what has felt a little bit like a disregard or even maybe disrespect of the SPRC process. I cannot think of a single other plan that has come to this board without evolving in any real substantive way based on what the community and stakeholder impact has been. And when I talk to our planning commissioners and they feel that this is the first time where everything felt like they couldn't make a difference, they couldn't make a change, no matter how much they were advocating, no matter what they were asking for, that's really concerning to me. And frankly, I think that it is unacceptable. And so I just want to put that out there, that that is the perception of how this has gone from our very engaged, very thoughtful planning commissioners who spend a lot of their time and energy on these things. And, you know, they may not have the voice or platform always to say things the way that we do, but I think it is important to say that because as this board may be pro-housing, it doesn't mean applicants can just put whatever they want forward and not go through the process with respect and with commitment to what we are all bringing here together. At the same time, I'm not interested in making an example out of people for that reason alone. And so I continue to really reflect on this particular site plan for the merits, for what it is bringing forward, and for what is presented to us here today. And I think it is highly unique. I think it is a exceptionally unique situation that I can't think of anything else that has come to us that is like this, and I can't think of anything that is out there in the ether from a planning perspective, so to speak, that could come to us and reflect all of these very specific criteria and characteristics. I think 30 years of failure to develop in Arlington County, where the value of doing development is so high, that is in and of itself extraordinarily unique. And I think it is a question. I talked with our deputy county manager and our director of CPHD for quite some time about, you know, highest and best use of the land. And I think from a planning perspective, we have one idea about what the highest and best use is, and that goes back to the, you know, a development that we want, but not where we want it. And I guess the uniqueness of this site is that the market has kind of told us that the highest and best use is actually different than what we planned for and what we thought it would be. And that, you know, is hard. It's hard to figure out whether that's true. It's hard to figure out for how long that might be true. Again, I really align with a lot of what Mr. Carantonis said, which is the choice that is in front of us is the choice that we have to make. And so as I have evaluated this and I think about the things that to me are most important when I evaluate consistency with our comprehensive plan and with our different guidelines and different priorities as a community, I think ultimately I find this overall in support of our comprehensive plan and community goals. There's no deviations on transportation, on housing. I just can't state strongly enough how important having a mix of housing types is. And this is, you know, generally considered the peak of the real estate market this spring period. And you can go and look right now. There are only 3 townhouses on the market in Arlington, even close to Langston Boulevard or further north. There's about 45 total on the market. Less than 10 of those are above Wilson Boulevard, let alone Route 50. And we talk a lot about, you know, mixtures of types of housing and what that does to our kind of community makeup and who gets to live where, and thinking about the fact that, you know, we are not having that mixing in North Arlington at the moment, and we're not building new ownership units, certainly not at the rate that we need. There are so few 3 bedrooms. This is hitting a lot of things that we have said we want and we need, and it is not at the location ideally that I would put it, but it's at a location that can come before us and actually be considered and be voted on. And I think, the stormwater investments are really important for this particular area as well. And ultimately, I want to say that I don't think this particular site plan should change anything about our planning guidance or the Langston Boulevard area plan. And I expect our staff to continue to apply this level of scrutiny to all future plans that come before this board. And I think one thing that has been very clear to me in my time on this board is that everything we do has to be site by site, because nothing is ever exactly the same as anything else. And I think about that in the context of other things we've talked about, thinking about the Melwood project, for example, where if it had been one block east or west, we would have come to completely different conclusions about what is and is not appropriate there. And so I don't find this to be a generalizable decision, and I think everything has to come before us with fresh eyes. But ultimately, after a lot of thinking, I think a lot of time has gone into what is a relatively small number of units for me here. But ultimately, I think I will be in support of this project.
Thank you, Vice Chair Coffey. Your comments returned multiple times to the uniqueness of this site, which I think is an important piece of it. And then both your comments and Mr. Carantonis touched upon the piece that concerns both the county comprehensive plan as well as the plans and the uses permitted, which Mr. Samuel mentioned in his comments in answer to the question. Appreciate folks have answered. We've all spoken our truths. Everything's been said, and nearly every one of us has said everything. So the question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All those abstaining say aye. Four in favor, one abstention. The motion carries. Now, we have one more motion that I will make, fully distinct motion. I move that the board accept as a gift Cherry Hill Ridge Investment LLC's proposed AHIF contribution. Is there a second?
I second that.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis. All those in support of accepting as a gift Cherry Hill Ridge Investments LLC's proposed AHIF contribution, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstain?
Abstain.
Thank you. That passes 4-0, one abstention. With that, Mr. Clerk, are there any other items to come before the board today?
There's no further business today.
We are, in that case, certainly not adjourned, but we are recessed until Tuesday at 3 p.m. Thank you, and congratulations as well.
Developed so many drinks today.
So many drinks.